It's on.
Updated.
And it seems that we are live. Hello and welcome. Please give me a couple seconds to confirm that we indeed are. And yes, we are live. Welcome, hackers, cypherpunks, and crypto anarchists to the Hackers Congress 2020, the 7th annual with the theme of Digital Totality. It is going to be a blast for sure. I'm joined here with me by Pavel Luptak, one of the co-founders and key persons and individuals making Parallelpolis and the Hackers Congress happening. Pavel, my friend, how are you?
I'm fine. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the invitation and good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's an early morning.
It's early morning.
Of a long weekend. It's gonna be crazy. Already we got a lot of stuff done. So, Pavel, what is Parallelpolis? Why did you guys do this?
Okay, so the short version or the long version?
Let's say the medium squeeze. Okay.
Okay. So the short version is Parallelpolis is basically crypto liberation think tank. So we are a place for promoting the ideas of parallel society and how to achieve the parallel society using crypto technologies, especially cryptocurrencies, decentralization, anonymization. So you can think that it's a crypto liberation think tank. Parallelpolis means it's a Parallelpolis. Parallelpolis is Czech word. It's an English. Parallelpolis is from Greek or Latin language, and it means city. So Parallelpolis means parallel city. So what we do, we are also following the tradition of the old Czech dissident. His name is Václav Benda, and this guy in the end of 70s during the normalization in Czechoslovakia, he wrote the first version of Parallelpolis Manifesto, where he declared the need of parallel society. He also said that any free society should tolerate existence of parallel society. And we are like cypherpunks, we are crypto anarchists, we are the people who realize that what we can do, we can use existing crypto technologies like cypherpunks in the beginning of 90s, invented and described to achieve parallel society, or at least we should follow the vision of parallel society.
Yes, absolutely. Those are great points, right? And I find that so interesting because this entire strategy of Parallelpolis was kind of articulated and discovered in a time of a vast tyranny. Right, the Soviet Empire was extremely strong in Czechoslovakia. Specifically, in
1968, we were invaded by Soviet Union army.
Yeah, exactly, right. So it was an active war, basically.
Yeah. So the thing is that because of this Soviet Union invasion in 1968, the whole system political regime in the 70s was switched to something we call normalization. Normalization, it's the political situation really quite similar to the situation in North Korea now.
Yes.
So we have a lot of secret agents. We call it HCPP, which is like a Czechoslovakian version of Stasi or like a KGB. And these people, they were infiltrated in the whole society. And it also means that nobody could trust nobody because of this, it was impossible to change the system, to make the revolution, to make the demonstration, to make a strike, and so this, and also the borders were closed. People could not escape or could not leave the country. So this situation was really bad, and that was the ideal situation for people like dissidents in the Czech Republic at that time to realize, okay, we have to live in this dictator or totalitarian regime, but still we need freedom.
Yeah.
How to achieve it? So let's build parallel society, and that was the first thing how Parallelpolis Manifesto was created by this guy Václav Benda.
Yeah, exactly, and that's again why I love this idea so much. Because individuals realize that we're in a terrible situation right now, a huge state of uneasiness. We're suffering left and right and center, but still, what do we do about it? How do we fix the problems? Right? How do we live freely and manifest ourselves? And they went and did it, right? They did not ask for permission. They actually built their own parallel society and tried to live free, right? At huge costs, with a lot of uncertainty, but nevertheless with a very, I think, successful strategy.
Yeah, what we crypto anarchists believe that what we should do is just empower like individuals. So we should provide defending or crypto technologies, for example, to individuals to increase their privacy, to stay anonymous, to stay out of the system, for example, and also to be able to interact inside of parallel communities. So that's why in Parallel Police we consider liberation. We consider crypto technologies as a liberation tool. So for us, the main goal is freedom, but not crypto. We love crypto, but crypto is just a liberation tool.
Yes, exactly right. It's about utilizing tools, right? And tools is knowledge and capital and strategies, right? To things that you utilize so to achieve your ultimate ends, right? And when that ultimate end is freedom and choice and the ability to express yourself without censorship, then there are certain tools and certain strategies that are extremely useful for that strategy. And I think this is where crypto anarchy specifically comes in, and where it is a very nice and interesting strategy. And this is, as you said in the press conference, the Hackers Congress, organized by the Institute of Crypto Anarchy, was kind of the starting party to Parallel Polis back in 2014. So again, take us back to that time of when you guys were sitting here in this empty building, basically, and having fun. How was that feeling?
Yeah, so to be sincere, when we decided to open this place, we didn't have any ideas. We didn't have any plans. So we just paid the first like a rental, and that was all. So okay, so we realized now we have to pay like almost like 200 or quarter million of Czech crowns every month, and we need to find out how to survive. And we started to think about it after we had this place, so not before, So I had a good friend. His name is Stefan Marciska. He's the founder of Unique Hackerspace in Budapest. And he, when I asked him that, okay, so like starting Hackerspace is a complicated thing. We don't have money, and he told me, just fucking do it.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what we did. So we just followed our visions with no plans or anything. And so if you really want to do something, just do it.
Yeah. No, exactly right. That's the thing. Again, we were looking for applied strategies for things that actually manifest change and different results. And here, this is where crypto anarchy specifically comes in, right? So again, this all started in 2014. This is the 7th annual Hackers Congress.
Exactly.
It has grown so much. It has morphed. It has shaped into something more advanced, more evolutionary sound. How were the last 7 years?
Okay, it's a very comprehensive. The answer is very comprehensive. So the thing is that for HCPP Congress, it took maybe 3 years to be not to be in loss, to be in at least a bit in profit. This was completely changed this year just because of pandemic. And this Congress is, compared to the previous years, is like a significant upgrade, at least technological upgrade. As you can see, like we switched completely online. We are still like organizing a physical conference in Parallel Polis and La Fabrica in the Czech Republic. But we switched online, and the setup is like pretty complex.
Yeah.
You see. So and also we completely changed our e-shop, our website, our ticketing system, basically everything. So if I can compare this year and the previous year, this year it is like really significant technological upgrade, multiple levels. Yeah. So that's the main. And then and also because of pandemic, for the first time for the last 4 years, Congress was not sold out. And for example, last year,
Yeah.
it was, or 2 years before, 3 years ago, it was sold out like many months
Yes.
before.
It's instantly. I remember, right? The tickets were
Yeah.
gone after a couple minutes, basically a couple of
Yeah.
days, and
Yeah.
they were sold out.
Yeah,
And how many people attended last year? I couldn't remember the exact number.
700.
Yeah, right.
Like we
Wow.
sold probably like 600 tickets, but there was not 100 speakers, journalists, and so.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
No,
And this
definitely.
year we saw maybe like I think up to 200 tickets,
Uh-huh.
100 tickets, and there will be about 300 people here. But we also sold, and we're still selling like online tickets. So thanks to you, if you bought HCPP online ticket, we'd like to tell you a big thanks, because thanks to you, we can survive.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Let me actually try to share my screen here, just as another test to see if everything works. Does this work? Yes, it seems that we're seeing it. Fantastic. So this is the website again of the Hackers Congress, hcpp.zz. Today is October 2nd. This is when we start the HCPP TV live stream, and we end at Sunday, October 4th. Crazy. Beautiful logo that we have here, designed by Martin Fischer. Interestingly, he has been a co-founder as well of the project, and as far as I know, he has done the vast majority of all these unique art designs that make Parallel Polis so special, including the triangle logo, right?
Yeah, like this triangle logo basically means that each side of triangle means the first one means science, the second one means culture, and the third one means technology. So basically we are covering like three like big topics: science, technology, and culture.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Yeah, and like these like a self-eating snake. It's like a old ancient Egyptian symbol.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's called like
Ouroboros.
Yeah,
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros.
A snake that eats itself.
And it has like multiple meanings. Like one of the meaning is it's like a iteration of the life, like dying and starting the new life all the time. So it is like multiple meanings, but in what we wanted to, okay, so maybe I should explain this logo, and also this like pink color is also very important.
yes, we do love black and pink.
So like a self-eating snake basically means that. So what you can see in our society is that we are like basically self-eating of freedom.
Yes.
So we are self-eating of freedom means that voluntary we are giving up our freedom, for example, to be safe,
Mm-hmm.
or to have some special government protection.
Mm-hmm.
And the pink background colors means that we are still using like pink glasses to perceive what is just happening. So
No, exactly right. That's the thing, because there is no new knowledge under the sun, and the things that have happened over the last couple of weeks or months in 2020 are nothing new. It is the same old excuse for the same old reasons to steal property of individuals, to enslave individuals, and the general tactic of fear and uncertainty and that anxiousness that is so well instilled in how they approached with just the propaganda and everything. It is nothing new. It is nothing new. It is just a snake eating itself all over again, and therefore that has kind of two sides to it. First of all, it's frustrating, right? Because it seems that individuals make the same mistakes over and over and over and over, and they don't apparently learn from them, right? So that's the frustrating part. But the other thing is that there are actually strategies that are ancient, that are well tested, and that do show results on how to break that wheel, right? On how to open up that snake and escape out of the triangle. So I think that this is again where, for example, specifically the strategy of Parallel Nepolis to build a parallel society. It's nothing new, but it's something that works quite well against totality.
And also to promote the idea of parallel society. Maybe I should mention that historically there were always like a lot of small parallel societies. And so there were always like a place to live, a place to escape from this mainstream society. But unfortunately, I think in this time we are losing a lot of these places, and also the current establishment like governments, they do not tolerate this parallel society. So maybe I should mention that parallel police in the Czech Republic in Prague has a special status. For example, we officially ignore and boycott some specific laws. For example, EET. EET is this like a financial surveillance law I mentioned at the press conference. It's the law according which if you visit any bar, any restaurant, any supermarket in Prague, and you pay by cash or credit card, this information is immediately sent to the Czech tax office. So basically, we have like a complete financial surveillance, and because this law is against our principles, it's against our original thoughts. A few years ago, Parallel Police officially decided not just to ignore this law, but publicly boycott. So we are probably the only organization in the Czech Republic which officially boycott this law because we consider this law to be like a
I mean, great, right? Sticking to first principles, but what are the consequences of doing that, of not obeying?
Yeah. So for example, we still have tax inspections. So we are under inspection of the Czech tax office. Also, at the same time, we have another a legal conflict with the Czech National Bank. This is pretty interesting. Maybe I should mention this scandal, what is just happening. That Czech National Bank, they decided, or there was a law approved maybe 2 years ago, according which Czech National Bank has a monopoly over the checkerboard coin. I don't think it sounds really funny, but it means that if you are offering any services or any product, you cannot use the word checkerboard coin, which is mince in Czech language. What means that, for example, like in Parallel Police, every year we print like a physical coin. This year, this coin is dedicated to freedom fighter Snowden. Last year it was Aaron Schwartz, and we cannot offer these coins and call them coins publicly because Czech National Bank has a monopoly over the using the word. So, for example, because of this, we receive a penalty from the Czech National Bank for 50,000 Czech crowns. And of course, we decided not to pay, and we decided to escalate this conflict.
Yes.
So now we are basically in a legal fight between the Czech National Bank. So yeah.
That's brilliant. But again, right, it shows the fallacy of intellectual property. Right, there's one person saying that I own this information, this is mine, and I have the exclusive right to use it. And then if anyone others than me uses this information, like the word coin, then you break my property, my intellectual property, and therefore I can come and aggress you. Right. But the thing is, right, information is non-scarce. You can say the word coin, I can say the word coin, everyone can say the word coin, and we're not going to take anything from each other because the word coin is abundant, right? There's not.
This is like a super strange and very funny that some government institution could make a monopoly over the checkboard, which is used here, which is generally board, which is used here for the last 1,000 years, for example. But apparently everything is possible.
Yeah, exactly, right? And but the consequence of this is, so you use the non-scarce word coin, and then the government comes after you as a mafia with a machete and tries to get to break you, right? And to get 50,000 Czech crowns from you. So they use the wrong fundamental statement that information is scarce and that only one person has the right to use it exclusively. And they completely, not logically break that. And then after that, they come and steal your actually scarce property.
Yeah, I think even people in the Czech National Bank, they're aware that this is like a really stupid thing, and they don't want to medialize this information just because it's a stupid thing.
Yeah,
And even they know it like it. So I don't know like what will be the result of this legal fight, but we'll see.
So I mean, this is one of the things that Parliament Police does, right? It's art basically, right? To make these public statements, and so talk a bit about these different art projects. And maybe you could even consider this stunt to be one of them.
Yeah. So maybe I should explain that Parliament Police was created as a permanent project with the Czech contemporary artistic group Stoholen, and this like a pretty old Czech contemporary artistic group, which was created maybe 15 years ago or maybe even 20 years ago. I became the part of this group maybe 9 years ago, and this group is responsible for various interesting projects, very controversial projects. Okay, so mostly it's like some kind of guerrilla art, and Parliament. So we did a lot of contemporary project. The last project we did was this basically climbing to the Czech president castle and changing the Czech presidential standard, the Czech president flag, to red pants. For example, and also we cut this Czech flag to 1,152 pieces, and we mapped this Czech flag to Bitcoin blockchain. So this is the recent project we did, and yeah, cool.
Okay, nice. So
the thing is that we did a lot of projects. So like this artistic group is pretty famous in the Czech Republic, and also it means that we have some kind of like a political immunity.
Mhm.
I mean, not political immunity, but some kind of artistic immunity. It's better to say artistic immunity. So it means that when we create any new project, they know we are artists, and most people in the Czech Republic get a curve, So it means that we basically make the Czech society to be more tolerant to project like Parliament Police, for example.
There was actually one very funny story. Can you type it in, please?
Yeah, I can.
And so every year, maybe you know this from pictures, because in front of the Parliament Police building is this beautiful, huge black building in the heart of Prague. 3 stories from the outside, so pretty tall, and Prague has high ceilings in most buildings. Can you go to the website, please?
Yeah, so this is the website, but at the website it's like the original version. Yeah. So this was the original version.
So every year there will be kind of like a there is like some some awesome like art piece in front of the building. Like for example here, right? You see the beautiful HCPP 20 logo from the Institute of Crypto Anarchy with the Digital Totality, the 7th Annual Hackers Congress, with the date and the time, right? So basically, this is just entrepreneurs putting up a business banner, like advertisement, basically, on his own property, right? The building that they actually rent.
A huge banner, like 20 meters long.
Yeah.
Like on the facade, of our building.
And if I remember correctly, this is the 3rd year that you have the banner.
Yeah.
Right?
But this year, like local government officials of Prague, Prague city, Holešovice is a district, Prague district where the conference take place. So they refused to put this banner. So we decided instead of this banner, what we did, we we put there like a new banner, which means Poliptenam Predel.
Yes.
You can see it.
Right here.
And Poliptenam Predel is a Czech phrase, which means kiss our ass, basically. It's pretty unique because even we cannot translate it correctly to Slovak language. So it's like a really unique Czech phrase. Everybody understands this phrase. And it means like kiss our ass. And it's not so offensive, like it means just, and what?
If I remember the story correctly, this is from an old Czech movie, right? That was about the Soviets marching in, right?
Yeah, it's quite likely that when Soviet Union army invaded Prague or invaded Czech Republic, a lot of people they used the very similar or the same phrase probably.
Yeah. Because I saw a scene in that movie where there's a guy in his apartment, and tanks from Russia are rolling in through Czechoslovakia, and he opens up the window and out of his full lungs screams "Proliptenam Prdel," right? Kiss our ass. And that is this cry of frustration, right? This outcry of the individual who's tyrannized by whatever digital totality there is in this manifestation, and who's fed up with it, who just no longer wants to deal with it. And specifically in this case, right, the fascists are so crazy that they really prohibit individuals to use their own property, their own building, to advertise themselves, to reveal themselves to peers. Right? If that individual freedom is taken away, if that is being abolished, then that is fundamentally evil. If you are no longer allowed to speak, right, you are a very, very deep slave. And this is why now in front of the Polish building, Poliptenam Prdel is written proudly, because we don't tolerate these fascists meddling with our business.
Maybe I should mention that this became like really a very popular meme here in the Czech Republic. Up to 1 million people saw it.
Wow.
So it's like 10% of the Czech population.
Wow, that's great. That's great.
So it became really, really popular. And even like for example, okay, so fortunately, most people, 90% of all people, they were just like laughing about it. But still, there were some people, for example, some like parents who started to do some petition, because they do not wish that their children should like see it, or something like that. So it's still a bit offensive,
Yeah. So I mean, there was an official excuse for this, right? That the snake logo was looking too scary to put on the public place, or what was the actual excuse that the bureaucrats took when they denied you to do
So the official reason was you shouldn't, you have no right, or you shouldn't put there anything because you will contaminate the public space.
Oh.
So let's call it like a contamination like a visual contamination of the public space.
It's
crazy. It's crazy, yeah.
Yes.
And not only that, but in district of Prague 7, like Prague Polish district, they have a special department for visual contamination of Prague or something.
The bureaucrats really are hilarious.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, okay, so this is kind of a bit of all the background that led up to this point. But let's talk about the next weekend, or about starting right now.
Yeah.
What are your? I mean, the main stage is full with awesome talks, both from physical speakers here remotely as well as people remote. But what are some of your favorites?
I have a lot of to be sincere, I mean, maybe so I'm looking forward to at least half of all presentations.
Yes.
So I especially wanted to see the presentation of David Friedman, Alexander Bard. Like Alexander Bard was one of the most one of the most interesting person I've ever met. Alexander Bard, David Friedman, for example, Sarah Polak. So unfortunately, I cannot see her presentation, but because at the same time I will do this privacy workshop. Also, Juraj Bednar, a lot like regular crypto anarchists, like Frank Brown, Smuggler. These two guys, they have the best presentation, including Paul Rosenberg. Another guy, unfortunately, Paul couldn't come physically from Chicago.
Such a shame. Such a shame. He was here. He was here on the first one. Or
Paul Rosenberg
I know he was very
all
influential.
the time. Every year, this is the first year he couldn't come, and he couldn't come just because now, if you are a U.S. citizen, to visit Czech Republic or to come to the Czech Republic, you need a special invitation from the Czech government with the information why you are super useful for the Czech government.
Wow.
And unfortunately, we were not able, even if we contacted, we were not able to get this invitation from the Czech Republic.
Wait, so are you saying that Paul Rosenberg is not useful for the Czech government?
Yeah.
Well, very much, actually.
It's a feature, it's not a bug.
Yes, exactly. That's a great compliment.
It's a great compliment, yeah. But unfortunately, but of course, he will have presentation online. So we'll have a lot of interesting speakers. Check the schedule, which is out. And also, we will have like two premieres of two great films. Today on Friday at 8 p.m. in Studio One, we will have premiere of the film called Libertas, which will be the film about Czechoslovakia crypto community. And on Sunday, we will have another premiere of the film from Amin Rafi, which is called El Caracol. In English, it means the snail. And this film will be about the anarchistic community in North Mexico.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, this is really. I think these two movie premieres are going to be quite nice. Can you speak a bit more about Libertas? I know this.
Okay. So Libertas is basically. Maybe you should know that the Czech Republic and also Slovakia, but especially Czech Republic and Prague, is like a crypto place. You know, the most famous companies like General Byte or Satoshi Labs. You know, all these companies behind. The General Byte is the biggest crypto Bitcoin ATM producer, and Satoshi Lab, they're responsible for like a hardware treasure. So there are a lot of crypto startups and crypto companies in the Czech Republic. So this film is basically mapping the crypto scene since its beginning in the Czech Republic and Slovakia. It's an interview. In this film, you can watch a lot of interviews with the founders of these companies, of significant crypto or crypto anarchistic figures in the Czech Republic and Slovakia, including me. Yeah, like it's some kind of self-promo. So
yeah, I think this is going to be quite a nice film, actually. And I remember that there were interviews done last year or 2 years ago at HCPP.
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Yeah. So this film, like, I think the making of this film was started maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So it took maybe 3 years to finish this film.
Yeah. Yeah, wow, and there you see, right? Filmmaking is quite an important part of this. And again, the Hackers Congress is not a Bitcoin conference, not at all. I wouldn't even say that it's necessarily a technology conference, right? It's very difficult to actually put it in a label. Maybe a crypto anarchist conference, maybe a freedom conference.
Freedom conference, anarchistic freedom conference.
Yes. But also art is involved as well, right?
Yeah,
that is a subsection of
exactly. So the goal of the conference is to offer a diversity.
Yeah.
To a lot of different but still interesting presentation and workshops, because that's exactly why we think that a lot of people can appreciate it, just because it could be different, like a different topics, different presentation, people from different fields,
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly. And One thing that I would really like to specifically talk about, you find it in the website just above the tickets. Again, get your tickets now at hcpp.cz. The online ticket specifically, I think is going to be very, very interesting for you. Maybe, so as a quick, let's say, organizational thing. So there are three main things happening this year at HCPP. So first is we have the personal sovereignty workshops. Right, so this is applied workshops for the sovereign individuals, building, like starting from very, very basics, like how to secure your computer, how to encrypt your disk, how to secure your data storage, and all of this. That's actually a check in the schedule, because I think that's going to be quite interesting. So as you see, secure your own computer, right? This is done by Mario Havel, a member of Bordel, and great contributor to Parallel Polis. Then we have Wilder coming on with his top 30 sovereignty apps. And I'm telling you, you should see his phone. Like really, there are hundreds of apps on there, and he knows a shit ton about every single one of them. And whenever you have a question about any certain niche use case that you could possibly come up with, ask Wilder for an app suggestion.
Yeah, like at this time I have probably 600 different apps, and most of them I use daily. but in this presentation I decided to pick up just top 30 like a sovereignty apps.
How do you get from 600 to 30?
Just read it.
Right?
It's difficult, but finally I did it.
Yes. Then we have one great talk by Juraj. Juraj is such an awesome human. I love him very much. Browsing privately using Firefox. He's going to do that remotely. Super important. Trevin Keith, such an interesting guy as well. Decentralize yourself and avoid digital totalitarian controls. That's going to be awesome. Trevin, again, a great person as well. Set up your own censorship-resistant chat room with Andrea Pina from Status, who are sponsoring HCPP this year.
And well. Status is decentralized end-to-end encryption messenger.
Yeah, quite
open
nice.
Source.
Nice. Then this is really interesting. Build your own Blast command Lightning Network ATM. So the Blast command is an offline Lightning Network ATM that seriously has such a great user experience for onboarding newcomers to Bitcoin. It's quite insane. So that's going to be a big part. Then yours truly is going to talk about how to earn and live on Bitcoin, right? So you want to get as much Bitcoin as possible, obviously.
I'm especially looking forward to this, to your presentation.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun, I think. And right after that, Mario Havel is going to come up and talk specifically about how to use Bitcoin wallets. And Mario is a great contributor to Wasabi Wallet as well. So that will be a big part. He's probably going to talk about Phoenix Wallet for Lightning and just different setups.
Phoenix Wallet is great. I started to use it recently and it's best.
Seriously, it's incredible. It's incredible. Yeah. And Parallel Pool is probably onboarded almost 1,000 people to Phoenix Wallet by now.
Everybody uses Phoenix.
Yeah. Then we have, this one is great, Chris Beams, who has introduced the BISC decentralized exchange in 2016, I believe, at HCPP. This is where they rebranded from BitSquare to BISC. That presentation introducing that new concept, Chris and Manfred did at HCPP. All right, so he's going to come on and talk about how to use this decentralized Bitcoin exchange. It's
absolutely great project, and we need more and more such fully decentralized projects. It's really necessary.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We have Alena Vranova, the co-founder of Satoshi Labs, the guys who built Trezor, right, the first hardware wallet, about specifically using hardware wallets. So I think she will look at a Trezor, Cold Card, and maybe some others as well. Moritz Wietersheim from Crypto Advance, great cypherpunk also, is working together with Stepan Snigarov on building your own hardware wallet, the Specker hardware wallet. Another fun fact, 2017, I'm walking around upstairs in the Bitcoin Coffee during Hackers Congress, and I see this tall, weird nerd standing there with his backpack, smiling, right, all the way. So I walk up to him like, what are you building? And he's like, can I show you my home-built hardware wallet? So I got him down here in the fishbowl and on the WCN live stream 2 years ago, where he introduced what is now the Crypto Advanced Spectre hardware wallet, a prolific project with now multiple contributors in the free software space.
Why it is good to create and use your own hardware wallet? Don't trust anyone. Create your.
Really, like off-the-shelf parts that you can get anonymously with a huge supply chain. It closes many potential attack vectors that are open with dedicated specialized hardware. Moritz will also talk about multi-sig wallets because this is one of the projects that with Spectre that he focuses on a lot, to use multiple hardware wallets in a multi-signature setup. Quite phenomenal, actually. The second one from yours truly, applied Bitcoin privacy. Right, so we're going to follow a bit down the Wasabi wallet and Join Market and BTC Pay and encryption and the whole stack of everything, hopefully also for Lightning Network if we get time. That's going to be fun too. But we have several dedicated Lightning Network talks. This one is going to be great by Rutzol, a Berlin contributor to the free software space. Unfortunately, he can't make it in Meet Space using the Lightning Network. Rutzol is like, okay, in the entire FULMO crew. So that is Jeff, that is Rutzol, that is Frankie, that is Candle. All of these people have done such a monumental work for the Lightning Network. Without this Berlin FULMO crew, we would not have the Lightning Network today. They've built the Raspberry Blitz, LN Bits, like so much point of sale systems, Tor to IP tunnels, everything. They've done such a monumental work. So Rutzol is really an expert on that subject matter. The next one, OpenNums, together with Rutzol, is running your Lightning Network node privately. And that is so important. And OpenNums is a great contributor to the Raspberry Blitz, to the Lightning Network, to Join Markets, and to other Bitcoin projects. He is just a phenomenal free software contributor. This is one of my favorites here. Set up your business to accept Bitcoin and Lightning Network payments by Keto Miner, one of the guys who probably has onboarded very many entrepreneurs to run their own full node, to run their BTC Pay server, and demand to be paid in Bitcoin, both on-chain and over the Lightning Network. So Keto Miner is great here. And that's it. Those were the workshops. So as you see, we're building layer on layer on layer on layer. By the time that you get to Keto Miner's point, you're cypherpunk as fuck, I would say. Huh?
Yeah, definitely. I think his background is like a ethical hacker, like he's like a security guy.
Yeah, his title is General Ass Kicker, and I think that's perfect, actually. Yeah. So yeah, no, that's for sure. This is the workshops are going to be great. The second thing that we have right here is the HCPP main stage. So there are 3 stages physically here in Kuala Lumpur. One of them is for the workshops. So we just went through them. The second stage is for
the paper hub. This for
yes, right. We should say the name, right? The paper hub is where the workshops will be. Studio 1 in La Fabrica will be the Meet Space talks. So all the speakers who are here in Meet Space are going to come there and present to the Meet Space crowd directly. But because we have so many remote speakers, we have a dedicated stage in the Institute of Crypto Anarchy specifically for streaming these online remote talks. And I think that's quite nice. And this entire package, so personal sovereignty workshops, together with the access rights to the online live streaming, and all of the like the interaction, like chat rooms, peer-to-peer networking, talking to speakers and to sponsors and to interesting contributors in the space. All of this is going to be possible when you get the online access. So you can buy the ticket right here at parallellypolis.cz/shop. As you will see here, the online ticket for the stages and workshops. And with the discount code, Digital Totality, you are going to get a phenomenal 50% off. So that's going to save you almost 1 million sats, actually. So that's quite a lot. So use the discount code Digital Totality to get your tickets to hcpp.com, the online access right now. I think that's such a valuable thing.
I really like these lighting people. They're just thinking in sats. No,
Yes.
Bitcoin. Oh, it's sats.
Specifically, I mean, that's one of the major feature requests I have for the website and the whole e-store. They denominate prices in Czech shitcoins. And I'm like, how much, please, is 2,000 Czech shitcoins? I don't know. But if you say it's like 800,000 sats, well, okay, thank you very much. No, I can use that.
Maybe next year. Maybe next year, but
Yes.
yeah, it makes sense.
Yes. Though, okay, the workshops and the stages are behind the paywall, right? We want to get your precious sats, and we want to get your Bitcoin in exchange for you for curating and providing that knowledge. However, there's also the HCPP TV, which you're watching right now, and this is a non-stop, for free, publicly and gratis advertised live stream to YouTube that we started at Friday 10 a.m. Prague time, and we will stop at Sunday 8 a.m. 2000 p.m. Time. So it's 58 hours non-stop. It's going to be quite insane. Let me show you the schedule, my friends, that you see how this looks like, right? We have a bit of everything. I mean, this is packed. You see, we start at 10 and we finish at 2000. We are starting right now. Here you see the host, right, me, talking to the organizers about the introduction. Karus Agarus, John Kavala, Vlad Questa, Max Bybit, Tatiana Moros, Phil Gibson, Juraj Betner, Juan Galt, Rafe, BTC Paradigm, Nico Omnifin, Flip from Bitcoin Magazine, Stefan De Vera, Rollo McFlugel, Ben Ark, Alex Anarco, Janine Römer, Shinobi, the BTC chap. Who else do we have? Ben Prentice, ZK from Bitcoin Magazine, Jazz from Lightning Junkies, Bitcoin Kindergarten, Daniel Prince, Kayvan Devani, and Bitcoin Kindergarten, and that's it. These are all the hosts that are going to come on here.
Just a very quick question. Is this schedule online?
We should get it onto the HCPP TV website. That was one of my to-dos, but perfect. Not enough blocks per time.
Yeah, okay, because these are really must do.
Yes. And as you can see, we have all of these blue speakers are already confirmed. You still see some holes, so it's going to be spontaneous, but it's awesome. We have most of the speakers coming on, most of the workshop lecturers. We have amazing visitors to Polis that I will bring here into the physical studio. And we have a bunch of remote guests joining. So again, 30 plus podcasters are joining us to co-host this beast, as well as probably 100 guests or something, maybe even more that we can get on the show. 58 hours nonstop for free. This is the HCPP TV. It's crazy, but it's going to be fun. Don't ask me how we managed to organize that. The answer is with not much sleep.
Yeah, but we did it.
Yeah, we did it. It's actually crazy. So to finish up this amazing or the introduction to the amazing Hackers Congress and specifically the HCPP TV, let me read to you the manifesto of the Hackers Congress 2020, Digital Totality, written by Smuggler, one of the greatest philosophers of our times. The tension between the old and the known, and the new and unknown increases. The third revolution of production is unleashing its power into an unstable and unsettled world. Metaphors, narratives, concepts, and explanations change and fail to grasp what is ahead of us. Information is power, and software, its embodiment, eats the world. While some cling to the ideas and ways of the upcoming age, the new is still too fresh to fully embrace. The old guard is building a prison of bits and bytes, drones, cameras, databases, and hostile AI. Their goal, to cement the old structures of power for eternity, while the masses continue to blissfully consume their selves. That may not happen. It is up to us to chart the new waters, to draw the maps, to tell the stories, and to build the tools that will shape our future for lifetimes to come. Our time is now. Ready or not, the digital totality is upon us. And that is the 7th Annual Hackers Congress at Parallel Nepolis, Digital Totality, happening right now, both in Meetspace in Prague, as well as in cyberspace, for anyone free to join. Wilder, it was a pleasure to chat with you right now. about all these awesomeness. What are your final words? What are you excited about?
Thanks for the invitation and just enjoy the Congress, because what I can tell you is that this Congress will be legendary.
Yes, yes, it will. It will. Seriously, it's been gotten every year a bit better. When I first watched in cyberspace, then in meat space, and then being more involved. And now this year, whew, plus it's full moon, right? Right now, so actually emotions are going to be high. The tension is reckless. It will be crazy fun. So Wilder, thank you for organizing it. I've seen your schedule the last couple of weeks. Fuck.
Yeah, thank you a lot. But I have to say that this was like a collaborative job of many people, including you and including like 20, 30 people.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
difficult job, but we did it.
Fantastic. Well, again, thank you very much for joining us, and go back and have some fun in the awesomeness that is the Hackers Congress. And let's see you around soon.
Thanks a lot.
Fantastic.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for the invitation and enjoy the Congress.
Thank you very much. Okay, guys, you stay on. I'm going to reach out right now to the next co-host and get him on. So where is he? So next on is Karos Zagaros. Come on, you should be listening live. So this is the thing, right? We're doing craziness right now, and there's a lot to organize. But we are joined by a fellow Jitzer. Who are you, my friend? Karos Zagaros is here. Unmute yourself, my friend. Get ready to speak.
Here we go. Okay.
Here we go. Welcome. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing all right. How about you, Max?
Oh, it is absolutely crazy what is going on here in Hackers Congress. Yesterday we were in here trying to build everything around that you see behind the camera, and we got home way too late. And this morning I didn't even get to open my laptop. Immediately jump in the shower, come in here, just pack a bulletproof coffee, right? As Farrell Nipolis teaches you, it's the best bulletproof. And then went to the press conference and come up here, open my laptop for the first time in like 20 hours, and not even realizing all the many messages that I still have to reply. But we're live now, so let's continue doing it. Caro,
you're live.
How are you?
Okay, I'm doing all right, man. Been having a pretty rough morning, but everything's going fine now.
Yes. You are not in Prague. That is a shame. That's a
shame. Yeah, man. Orban really blocked me from going. I was really pumped about going over to Prague because I really missed the place, and it's just so phenomenal, the whole Hackers Congress. It's just like a whole experience that people need to see when they go over, and like all the process they go through with, at least for first timers at least. I think
yes, absolutely.
I think we have Modus Operandi in here also. I'm just trying like
Modus Operandi. Hello.
Hello from Manchester.
Hey.
How are you?
Well, fantastic. Now that you have joined us.
Thank you.
This is of course. So let me introduce you guys a bit. The BTC Dragon Lord has this awesome podcast, Bitcoin Rehab podcast. Kato, why is it called Rehab?
It is a really funny story. I was actually on Dragon's Den, and they were talking about some sort of topics, and someone was looking at like Bitcoin Rehab being a free domain, still unclaimed, and I was like, yeah, maybe why not? And then actually Fartface before that came up with the idea that he wants to buy me a microphone, and he wants like a new podcast going on that's more Bitcoin oriented with more toxic people usually. And then that thing happened. Basically, he started my podcast, and the name just kind of came out of the whole thing, and that's it. And it's been going on since then with a little bit of break in September.
Oh, fantastic! And so, what kind of topics do you cover there? What do you want to tell the people?
Everything from economics to personal things to art, culture, whatever that comes up, and it's important for the community basically, and for people. So yeah.
Yes, okay, I see. But modus operandi, what are you doing in here? How did you fall down the rabbit hole?
My experience was I visited South America in 2017 and actually saw the application of Bitcoin being applied across the continent because I traveled all across. So that was my first introduction was in 2017.
Okay, fantastic. So you know what, guys? I just looking at my inbox right now. I would really I gotta go for a bit and
Sure,
do some
Guam
more
will take over, man.
Yeah, exactly. But that's why I'm so happy to have amazing Bitcoin podcasters contributing to the HCPP TV. Frankly, I could not do it myself. So you know what? I will shut up a bit. You will be glad to hear less of my blubbering because there's a lot more to come over the weekend. So again, thanks, Caro. Thanks, Modus Operandi, for coming on. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. So please take it from here.
Sure. See you, Max. All right, so welcome to the Bitcoin Rehab Show. This is a really special episode right now, since we're going to be going back in time a bit. But let's first take a look at the weather in Prague. It's 12 Celsius degrees and a bit windy, about 88% humidity. This is kind of like the first time I went to Hackers Congress. How about you, Modus? Was last year your first Hackers Congress, or you've been there before?
No, last year was my first time.
Oh,
but
your
I
first
actually,
time?
yeah.
Actually was my first time also. It's like I've been wanting to visit Prague for a long time after I went to Bratislava to Paranopolis, but I didn't manage to do that up until like October last year. And
Yes.
it was really like a special experience for all of us. Like when I arrived into Prague and then went over there, the first day was like right now, just having this deja vu moment, like I'm there again or something. But it's just a bit different because I'm so far away right now.
Absolutely.
But yeah. So we kind of met, in Bratislava like that year a bit earlier. So we got a bit of a history here, and
Yes.
I was quite surprised we actually met there.
Yeah, because I actually visited the crypto camp that took place in July in Prague. So I first visited the Paralelní Polis to do a 1 week workshop of different kind of topics, and then I was so interested in the Paralelní Polis project. I decided then once I completed the 1 week camp in Prague to visit Bratislava, and that's where we met up in Bratislava.
Yeah, like I arrived like right when you were leaving, and we just had
Absolutely.
like a drink or something when I walked in. Like first time, like, oh, let's just buy some sort of a drink, and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna pay with on-chain first, and then I just looked around, talked to people. That's when I first met with Zuzka, and then that's where the whole Paralympics experience started, basically.
Absolutely.
And then basically like a few months later we again met, which was quite a surprise to me, and I was really happy about it. You were there, and we had this really cool experience there.
Definitely. It was a special moment because to meet when I'm about to leave to go back to Prague to take a flight to go back to the UK, you were coming in. I think there was an event taking place that day at the Paralelní Polis in Bratislava, and yeah, then to meet up again in October.
Oh yeah, with Giacomo Zucco. Yeah.
That's it. Yes. So yeah, it was really good. I was really happy to see you again, and the environment, the energy was really fantastic.
Yeah, like, so let's just talk a bit more about the Paralympics experience. So like, it was really interesting I was quite surprised that it wasn't really the cypherpunk conference I was looking for, because people didn't really wear masks. I was like the only weirdo, only wearing a balaclava the entire time, and like not even taking it out when eating, and like had to run away into the descent truck to have one of my salads or something, and then it just was a really great experience. Although otherwise,
Yes,
the people you meet there, it's like it's total freedom, and the networking you can do there, the people you can meet there, completely changes your life and like how you move forward. It's like not sure what you think about this.
no, I agree. I think when you arrive there, you've got so many people who are on the same wavelength, so many people who are sharing the same idea or vision. And importantly, it's an accumulation of people from all around the world and networking, which is so important.
Yeah, like building good networks and good peers there is really, really important.
Yes.
Although it's not always going to be the same echo chamber, because I met there lots of people who were totally on different wavelength than I was, and it was quite obvious. But nonetheless, it was really great. So what do you think about the whole concept of Paralympolis, the parallel polis, basically?
I think it's a fantastic concept. I think it's an opportunity for people to go there to see the philosophy that they're trying to propagate. I mean, my experience, I will never forget it, and I really wanted to be there this year as well, but unfortunately we can't be there physically, but we're here in the capacity that we are now. But I will definitely be going again. I mean, just everybody is so welcoming. The kind of topics that are discussed there, the speakers, everything. I thought it was very. I was quite overwhelmed, to be honest, at the beginning.
Yeah, like the information you get is really overwhelming, but then you really try to figure out like which one you need, which one is the best for you, and everybody finds their own little topic that they are comfortable with. But I know about some people also who didn't really attend the presentation. They were just talking to other people and making friends. It's also like a good part-time experience there for people.
Yes,
I would say.
Yes, I agree. There was so many people that I met from the UK that,
Yeah, like Silent Lamb, for example.
Yes.
And who else was there? Do you had any favorite presentations? Did you had any?
I remember one of the ones that I liked was the one from Uri. I think it was on the second day. It was a really good, discussion. I will tell you, it was to do with the financial surveillance and the crypto utopias.
My favorite was, I think, I had multiple favorites. One with Martin Abovstiak when he was talking about Lightning UX and basically UX of how acquire Bitcoin, and he was talking about interesting scenarios that people go through in the beginning when they try to acquire Bitcoin. And then the other favorite was probably from Smuggler.
Yes.
He was talking about this really interesting concept, how to go beyond blockchains and how to transact without them.
Yes, I remember now.
And what else were there? Anyway.
Are you talking about the one which is to do with the forgotten art of anonymous digital cash and opting out?
Oh, yes.
Yes. It was really good, that one.
So, like, even maybe there are going to be people today who will be having their first time experience, although it's going to be really, really different than what we experienced. Certainly. Don't you think?
Yes, I agree.
Like with the whole virus that's going on now and forced mask wearing and things like that. At least everybody's now cyberpunk to some extent.
Absolutely.
And at least, basically, we can say that. And it's just gonna be a really more real. I would say it's a more relaxed experience. They're gonna less people they're gonna meet, but they're gonna have much more time to talk to them.
Sure.
Which will probably form them more closer bonds if they want to develop those.
Definitely.
And I want to give them like a good advice is that at around 12 or 1 p.m. The room where you can stash your clothes gonna open, so you don't have to sweat your balls off in basically in your coats during the entire time, but you will have to go through the open area to get there, which is like quite a good new thing for beginners, basically. Although we still have 45 minutes until one of the first workshop begins with I think with Mario Havel,
Okay.
and it's good
Because
to get oriented first. So like just ask around who's willing to orient you and ask them to bring around the whole place. It's always good to have like this physical walk through the entire place, in my opinion.
yes, I agree. I agree. I mean,
It's surprisingly so big, like the venue with
Yeah.
La Fabrica together,
mm,
and like the whole area is basically open. But not there are some closed areas, but nonetheless, it's pretty big.
yes, I agree. I mean, you don't actually realize the size or the magnitude of the place until you don't actually go in there and move around and go to the different sections, and there's so much going on simultaneously at the same time.
So how would you summarize the whole 3 day? Was it a net positive for you? That
Oh, very,
very
very.
net. What kind of
Oh,
experience did you had other than that?
uh, I mean, I couldn't stop talking about it when I got back to the UK with fellow friends or people who are into this kind of community. I remember somebody from Manchester who's responsible for the um, crypto community here ringing me while I was over there, asking me about my thoughts and my experience, and I was saying to him, "You definitely have to make a visit at least once in your lifetime to at least go there and experience the whole energy and the whole everything that's on display." I mean, just sometimes the people who you meet or different characters talking about different things, but everything is so informational over there, and so much knowledge to be shared.
Hmm. Although this year's Congress is quite different in topic, which is more about the digital totality, like the one we're living right now, with government encroaching on every possible right that we have,
Yes.
than the opting out. So like it's harder to opt out when the government is just there right in your face, and like it's quite obvious with the present situation that things are more restricted. Like even events are being kept at like 500 people in Prague at least, and then certain restrictions also apply, and then anytime somebody can come and then snitch on you basically, and then the event is over.
I agree. I mean, even in the UK, there's an encouragement to people to snitch on each other, and I just think it's more to do with dividing people. You see,
Dividing like how?
dividing as in like you have a community, or you have neighbors, or you have people who are from one country or from one area, but then you've created this kind of us against them kind of mentality. So me personally, I think it's more a case of keeping the people divided rather than focusing on the real objectives and the real issues at hand.
Yeah, so it's quite concerning that we got this far in such a short period of time, although, and it doesn't seem like it's going to end, because it might have a fallout out of this that the government is not going to be stopping anymore.
Yeah, I think people are kind of physically and mentally tired because the information is so inconsistent, and it appears that it's never ending. And I don't know, I feel that people are becoming very frustrated about this as well.
Yeah, frustration is there because everybody is now on a trigger. It's like a hair pull trigger, basically. Like they so easy to trigger about topics, and everybody's so jumpy and angry. When you go out and you don't kind of comply with what society expects from you, they get so jumpy.
Absolutely, I agree. I mean, I've experienced this myself on quite a few occasions in the public, where people will start giving you certain looks or become quite intense. Intimidation is another emotion that's been involved. It's really unfortunate, really, really unfortunate. And anybody who attempts to think outside of the box is considered a conspiracy theorist or somebody who's not conforming to what they would like you to conform to.
Yeah, the general labels they throw around for people. And it's like you can't even question the system anymore. You just have to accept everything that how the experts, the so-called experts, basically tell you, and you have to like follow it like a sheep. And you can't have your own individual mind and thought, because that will be unconformist in a sense.
True, yeah, no critical thinking's allowed. They prefer sheeples.
So anyway, let's just steer back a bit. Have you had any funny moments at Paralympics?
Yes,
Since we do have a
yeah,
funny
definitely.
experience together.
Yes, the gentleman who
Oh yeah, the gentleman.
who exposed himself as a Bitcoin Cash maximalist, I would say.
Oh yeah, I remember the day when I went in the morning. I think was it the second day, right?
Yes,
Yeah. So yeah, it was like around 8 or 9 a.m. I
Yes.
was really grudgy, and I just went in with my coat on, and I was like, yeah. When I arrived with the train, I remember it's because I was actually far away in West Spotilov in an Airbnb, and I had to go for like 1 hour of tram ride from all the way there to Polis, and I always went through the Svenceslav Square, which was really beautiful. And then I went in and sat down, and we kind of like started talking there after you arrived also. And then these guys just kind of came in. You remember that, right?
yes, I remember. Yeah. I'm just well, I was only staying further down the road, but as soon as this gentleman used the words that he did, I mean, I was alert and I was awake. I mean, I was thinking, am I at the right place over here?
Right place. Everybody is kind of like in a Bitcoin mindset to some period, but then you start like think like that things are not really how you expect it to be.
True.
And then your views are getting challenged, because if you got, it's not just an echo chamber here, there's like a whole environment here that is totally diverse, and you will see people who are totally not within your group, basically.
Yes.
That's when we started like talking, like, you know, what he said, that when I was talking to him, that he's more into Bitcoin Cash.
Absolutely. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
And I looked at you like, what?
I was thinking, wrong place. You need to be across the Atlantic somewhere else.
And they asked him like what? Excuse me? Yeah, that was a funny moment. That was when our reality got challenged, I'd say, and we just kind of right at the point that like we were a bit baffled by the differences in between the realities that kind of clashed.
Very true. And
that's when also that other guy basically called us like guys from the institute.
Absolutely.
Like what kind of an institute? I think he was referring to Blockstream or something.
Yes, yeah, you're right.
Have you had any other more interesting situations there?
Just generally the whole everybody who was meeting, everybody had a story to tell about their own experiences. I really enjoyed my every moment there. It was just sometimes after I met that gentleman, I was slightly a bit hesitant about. I was always asking the other people first what was their opinion on or their thoughts on Bitcoin before I would engage, because that gentleman was a wake-up call for me.
Oh, which one? So the Bcasher one?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, like what I kind of came across, which would be a quite interesting lesson for people listening who are like first time at Polis and they want to remain quasi pseudo-anonymous or anonymous, is to don't go out with people to eat with masks on if you value your privacy. Because I did my first kind of mistake there, which I wouldn't say it was really bad, but more like I wouldn't want to repeat it. Don't you have any situation like that?
No, actually,
You
a
haven't?
couple of occasions I was there, and a few times I went out, but I was not wearing a mask, so it was okay for me.
Oh yeah. Like I met this guy. I think it was named like Mikhail or something. He was a German guy, and it turns out he was some sort of a Antifa member from somewhere. And I went to McDonald's, which was quite an upset because I have this thinking that I should be more careful, like who I open up to, and this whole dilemma there. Who can you trust? Can you build up trust at a conference in
Good.
such short period of time?
Mm.
What do you think about that?
I think sometimes it can be quite challenging because you go in there with an open mind and looking forward to like networking, but then sometimes certain behavior patterns or some of the talks can kind of give you an indication that you've got to be, careful as well.
Careful, yeah.
Yes.
Like the more, how would I say, radical sides of the interest there.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Uh,
But it's not necessarily a big problem. At least you know who's there. You can see the power structures there developing among people and what they do, and the specialists who are specializing in things.
Yes, I agree because I remember I'm sidetracking off the topic slightly because I remember the gentleman called Georg Platzer, the gentleman from Germany who was talking about the inevitable and awful end of the grand Bitcoin experiment. I mean, while he was speaking, he was saying that there could be a possibility that there could be people here that are there for other reasons.
Yeah, like other reasons, as in being with the government.
Yes.
Very interesting thought. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, he was just saying that I remember attending his talk, and it was really, really a good talk. But he was also saying that look towards the left, look towards the right. You could be sat with somebody who's here for not the same reasons that you are there for. And although there's so many people who are passionate about the Bitcoin experiment, there are also people who are also very anti-Bitcoin. So you never know when you attend places like this, who's there and what their motives are as well, you see.
The hidden agenda is interesting.
Absolutely.
Although there are some people with really positive agendas also who were at the event. Like, for example, Keto Miner brought around his nodal red design, and he was showing around for some people. Because at the time he was developing the product, and it was really, really cool. I didn't see it though because I totally missed it. But I met with also the Samurai Wallet guys who were doing some stuff. And then all kinds of interesting other stuff happened.
Yes. I mean, the workshops were really, really good.
The workshops, yeah, especially the workshops.
Yes.
And then also the exhibition for the companies and the projects, and the art exhibition also was really great.
Yes.
I mean, even on the last day, they brought in really interesting products, like some backpack manufacturer was there also selling some products and showing some prototypes for their new designs, which you wouldn't really expect at events, but like even that was full with really interesting privacy enhancing technologies like RFID blocking and other stuff.
Yes, I agree.
But
I
like
agree.
it's just not for hackers. This conference is more like a freedom conference where art is also present. Like with the coins, basically they're being sold with. I think it was with who was on it. There was that auction going on last time. I think Julian Assange was on it, right?
Yes, I
Yeah,
remember.
like with the coin designs, were really interesting. It's like everything has a small message there that you kind of can go and see. And
Yeah, I
and then
agree.
the art by Martin Fisher. That was the first time I personally bought real art. But I bought the collab picture he made with Koyanovsky.
Yeah, because I remember they were telling me that that year it was for Julian Assange, and the year before was
Yeah.
for Ross.
Russ Ulbricht, yeah.
Yes, they told me that the year before, in 2018, the proceeds went to Ross's mother, you see.
Very interesting.
Yeah, there's so much going on.
There's so much to explore, and maybe our listeners can start doing that already. Because it just 3 days is not enough to actually do that. Because if you gotta start thinking that you have time to see everything, you're gonna figure out that you don't have time. there are 3 presentations happening at the same time, and you can't just split into 3 persons and then just see all of them. You have to be really, really selective.
Yes.
But then if you're being selective, you kind of forget about the entire thing that there are people also to meet.
Yes.
We're going to be here and there, and then there's going to be people who are not going to be attending presentations also, but they're just going to walk around and then keep conversing people. And that's the whole thing, is that you need to be really, really on with your time management and then how you interact with others, basically.
I agree.
How did you manage your time there? Like, what was your focus there when you went there?
I was so excited to first attend the talks, but then when you look at the schedule, you start to see you've got to kind of be smart and work out attending a talk, and then maybe going to a workshop, and then also utilizing the time to network. And a good example of this was a gentleman who was from the UK who told me that he only attended maybe 3 or 4 talks, but the rest of the time he was networking with everybody there.
Yeah, you need to. I think it's a personal preference that people need to figure out what is more important for you. What you want to see people talk about interesting topics. You want to consume that content. What do you want to consume? Do you just want to go into Bitcoin coffee and then have like a couple sandwiches or something? That's like a whole thing you need to do there. Because even from the second day I started figuring out, like, maybe I can have breakfast here. I can just start talking to people. I can do this, do that, and then just keep experimenting. And then maybe it's just like the first timers, confusion that you have to go through and then attend again, just able to figure out what you're gonna be doing. Because you never know what's gonna be happening. More interesting things gonna be going on. And then the whole thing starts coming in when you start questioning whether you should be on this presentation or not. You should be out walking around, seeing things, talking to your friends or networking. It's like a whole management game that you're playing there, basically.
Yes, I agree. But I think everybody's so welcoming as well at the same time. I mean, if you
very welcoming, yeah.
Yes, I mean, if you attend a talk and after a couple of hours you want to take a break, there's somebody there to talk to and share with them their reasons for them attending the event. And what I wanted to also mention is that it's not just all about Bitcoin as well. There's so many different topics that are being discussed there, whether it's privacy or decentralization or P2P or
very important topics, basically.
Yes, definitely. So there's so much going on, and I think it caters for everybody from any sort of background.
Definitely. So, like, when the first time we kind of arrived, what was the first thing you done at Paranipolis? I mean, at the conference only.
The first time I got there was meeting up with people, asking them how long they've known about the project, how far they've come from. I mean, it was surprising, some people coming from so many far places around the world, but you always want to know how they got to know about it and their own experience of previous years. I mean, there was somebody I met there that had been visiting for the last 3 years. Regular.
3 years. Oh, regular.
Yeah.
I know Sebastian was there ever since it started, because he was really sold about this whole libertarian ideology behind the entire event. That's what he said. That's more like the freedom aspect that really values there when he goes there.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not something that he can miss out on. He also had this really fun little contraption. You remember that? The mask machine he set up there at the conference?
Yes.
Like, we only paid like 5,000 satoshis for one black mask, and I was like, the machine got clogged up all the time. Like, you had to ask him for help or just reach inside and then take it out. But then in the last day, he said you can just open the top and then just take the mask out if it's broken. That was really fun, little machine there. I really loved that.
And it gives people opportunity to share, some of their projects or ideas of what they're trying to do and how they want to implement things as well, you see.
Oh yeah, you remember the parallel garden that was there? It was used like a hydroponics garden for growing salads.
Yes.
That was just so interesting how they were doing the measuring for humidity and the water, for everything basically, and how the lights were operating also, and everything was automated. And they said they had these little spaces where they had it on display, and they were basically talking about like how you can make this on large scale operations, like how they have the massive farms.
Yes, definitely. I
That really
remember.
fascinated me. Yeah.
Yes, yes, I remember when I went to the crypto camp, one of the representatives there was explaining to me that they would be having this, and actually seeing it live is so interesting because you get an idea of things on a micro scale and how they can be implemented on a macro scale as well in the future.
Yeah, like it's so good that you can see all these topics there and for implementation of these things, and then you're totally like sold about this idea that you want to have like maybe if you ever get a farm or something or land and you want to build like an operation for producing something, you can always just pull ideas out of these places. It's just
Yeah.
it's not just for hackers, it's even for people wanting to do automation and AI and everything, all these kind of things, and you can find your topic there. There's like every topic that you could think of, you can find it also there at Polis, and this is the most interesting part about it.
I agree. I think it'd be
I
wrong
think even people wanting to see like robotics or automation or farming, they can always just go there also.
Yes, I agree. I think sometimes people could assume that this Congress is only for people who are into a particular thing, but there's so much variables there and so much to take away from it as well.
Yeah, I remember this guy who was there. I don't remember his name, but he was actually a developer. He was developing dark rooms in Czechia because he was talking about is that the Czech people love total silence during their sleep and they want to completely eliminate light out of their homes. And he was like talking about these things.
Okay.
It was the weird guy with the klumpas or what he was wearing.
Okay, I remember.
But he was really this weird philosopher that really had these deep thoughts about society, and I was so fascinated that I actually found somebody who was on the same wavelength that I was about society and culture, basically, and how it can affect views on, for example, on cryptocurrencies. Because he was talking like that Czech people have this strong emotional memory of the past, of the harshness of reality they went through throughout the centuries when they were under oppression. Because Czech people, as he said, they're much more longer being oppressed by heads of state and governments than any other cultures, basically. And then they have this natural feel towards finding solutions and alternatives and finding freedom. So it's quite visible also that the Paranopolis was also a big thing that started there, although they were kind of started with Slovakian hackers, but that's another story, basically.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, there's so much.
There's so much freedom and more, socially liberal Czechia is, basically, for these topics at least. Like, they don't outright reject it, but they tolerate it.
Yes, I agree. And, freedom
and the curiosity is there, yeah.
Yes, and freedom is so paramount in a lot of the things that are discussed there as well, you see.
Yeah, like I didn't really know up until then that guns were legal in Czechia. I was quite surprised, actually, because they were saying that Prague is one of the most safest city in Europe. And when I'm thinking back, like everybody might have a concealed pistol in their purse, and then I started thinking, like, yeah, we shouldn't mess around with the locals because you might be getting into trouble or something. But then I was like, yeah, that gives you this reassurance that the society really knows what freedom is, and they value their right to self-defense, which is really important.
Yeah, I agree. I think the emphasis on freedom is very important, and I think they do a very, very good job of demonstrating this as well.
Yeah, like even now, this year, the whole 3D printing is starting to come into the picture at the Hackers Congress, basically. And I found this really exciting that even Jay Stark gonna be talking about 3D printing guns and stuff like that in this environment, at least.
Oh wow!
And like it opens up like this whole new perspective towards more freedom. You can never have enough freedom, but you have to have some sort of concept right on how you can reach it.
Yes.
And it's just really important for people to have some sort of topics about these things and then see these perspectives, how they can improve their freedom.
Yes,
or how they can achieve that if they live in a more oppressive country.
Yes, I agree. I
Like,
agree
like
with
I'm
you.
in Hungary, I'm stuck here. How should I get to Prague? Maybe I should have lent a lorry to get to Prague, and then how do I get through the borders? That's another problem. But then how do I gonna get back? Oh yeah, this is just like this kind of problems and freedoms. Like maybe we should work out some sort of mechanics for these things, like how we can get people to the conference and
Yeah, I
back.
agree. I agree.
And this is like a next service that needs solving, maybe.
Definitely.
And like, what would have happened if you would you be able to like go there? Like, were you restricted because of the whole situation in the UK or something?
Yeah, I spoke to a couple of people from the UK that visited last year, and I said to them that I was happy to make the journey to Prague this year. The only problem I had was that the UK government introduced a 2-week quarantine, and because I'm actually flying out on the 10th of October, if I attended the event, I would
yeah.
not be able to fly out for the next 2 weeks. So this is the only reason why I've not been able to make the journey there. But I was intending to go there, but it's because of the restrictions that the government has put on self-isolation when you return.
Oh yeah, we actually had the same thing that Orban did. Is that you can go, but you cannot come back easily, which got really pissy for me. Which was like, oh yeah, and then it was like I had to cancel my hotel. I had to sell my ticket. We actually managed to do it, and then it just I was really bummed that I couldn't hold the second Bitcoin maximalist dinner, which happened actually yesterday. Christian
Wow.
Chepchar did it, the guy from Brains OS and Slushpool.
Wow.
He did a phenomenal night yesterday, which I'm really happy that here everybody enjoyed it. Everyone enjoyed the meal, and like so many people attended it, but like more people than last time, and it was really surprising for me, at least, that he managed to pull it off with all the restrictions being there. That he were only able to stay like until 10. Like who stays until 10? I was staying there like until 10 also, or 11, I think,
Right.
last time. And then like yeah, it just
Oh.
quite bummed out that the government tries to control everything. Even now, it's completely different situation
And
than
was
like
there
the first time.
quite a few people there last night?
Yeah.
Wow.
And no, not there was more people, I think, actually. They had a much more
Right.
longer table and much more people. Nobody had masks, so I was quite happy about that. But like I really hope to like make this into like a regular thing if I ever go over there. Is like
Yeah.
have like at least a dinner for everybody who comes. Like everybody's invited, not just Bitcoiners. But it's gonna be called Bitcoin Maximalist dinner right away.
Yeah,
So-
that's good.
I just like kind of like this is a program for people who are into cryptocurrencies also, just to
Yes.
come and like see the other side's friendlier face, basically.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
The other thing that was really interesting afterwards is like the auction. You were at the auction, right?
Yes.
Have you been there? Like there was this guy next to me who said, "Don't raise your hand." And then he said, "You know what's going to happen after that." I was like, "Oh my god!" I just gonna grab onto my legs and I'm not even gonna raise the hand. Like he was lightly suggesting something that was about to happen. Like, oh my god, do I gonna be doxing my Bitcoin holdings if I'm buying it, or people gonna be coming after me, or the government gonna be really pissed off that I'm supporting Julian Assange? Is he for the CIA or NSA? I didn't even know what to think at that time. And this guy, I don't know who he was. If please reach out to me, because I'm still laughing about this a year on. This is like the second funniest one for me probably, but like
Yeah.
it just oh man, I don't even know. It was funny at the same time, but freaky because I don't know if I should laugh or be really scared. And like, yeah, this is what I would call the real parallel police experience when you go to Hackers Congress. It just you beat the weirdos, the real weirdos who you should befriend, basically.
Yeah.
And like those people, you're probably gonna be making a friendship for like the rest of your life.
Absolutely. Different characters.
Yeah, different characters. Yeah, characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, like how would I say, like they are the plebs, like the people who wouldn't consider themselves important, but they are important.
Absolutely, I agree.
People who you should be really networking with and making really big friendships with.
Sure.
Because even with Silent Lamp, we kind of started off there.
Yeah.
And that's when we this year went to the Guns on Bitcoin conference in Switzerland.
Okay.
It was done by Obi Boss. I really appreciate his organizing the event, and like that's where we kind of like went more in on this thing, and really interesting how basically Parapolis and Hackers Congress was like the whole foundation for developing relationships and alliances among other people.
Yes. I was going to ask,
Yeah.
did Barcelona go ahead? I mean, there was a gentleman who came over.
They say it didn't because they were supposed to have the Lightning conference there for
Wow.
the second time.
Okay.
And then Jeff said that they're not able to do it anymore because of this developing situation there. So they wouldn't want to go over anymore.
Right. Okay. Okay. But they're still going ahead in terms of the having the place there, though.
Yeah, they're still going to have it there. There's already a new one actually in Vienna.
Wow. Okay.
Because the parallel something police. I'm sorry if I butchered it totally.
Okay.
I don't know if they're still open, but I know that sadly Bratislava closed down. They already
Has
had
it?
some issues going on before that. I don't want to go in, but
Oh.
yeah, they gotta be doing some container project in the future, as far as I
Right.
know.
Right.
I don't know if it's Jurai or Martin. They could talk about it, but never mind. But like, we're like, I really miss that place.
Yes,
I do plan like going back there and just seeing the old site because all the memories there, that kind of experience, they were like really phenomenal.
Yes. Yes. That's where we met up as well. Wow. I didn't know.
Man, yeah, we need to go back there, back to our
Definitely.
roots, you know?
Definitely have to go back there. Definitely.
Yeah, man.
So when did they close down?
I think it was like 1 month after the whole virus restrictions started coming in Slovakia.
Yeah.
That's when they were starting having the problems. That's when Progress Bar also closed down, and before that they closed down also because they didn't want to mess around with the virus. They couldn't know how bad it was. But I think if they would think back right now, they would be probably more different situation than closing down because the situation wasn't as terrible as they thought back then.
I
It
see.
wasn't. Like look at today's situation.
Yeah.
There's more people sick.
Yes.
But there were less sick people last time and more deaths, but then more restrictions right now. How does that even work and come together?
Absolutely.
That's when you start thinking like government is really encroaching on your freedoms.
Yes, I agree.
There has to be some different reasoning behind these restrictions because the whole situation is different now. It's much more worse. I don't see people going around in big masks. Even people who were wearing these more this FFP2 masks, FFP3 masks, or gas masks, even they're just wearing the cloth masks. Like only the paranoid like went to the post office last time. This guy had like this dust mask on, and I was like, yeah, like why? What's the point? It's not deadly enough.
Yes, and I think the other thing I wanted to mention is that how people conflate the word cases with deaths. So because they're ramping up the tests and it's
the test positive,
and then people are just thinking, okay, cases must mean death, but it's absolutely polar opposites, completely the opposite. You see,
like there's so many people who just don't even feel the virus going through them. It's just like they have a cough.
Yes,
it's like, you know, lepra just being like a scratch on your arm. it just I don't know what to say. Like, are we having a test positive pandemic, or is it just some sort of weird fetish for the government to take everything over and keep printing money? Like, look at the U.S. They printed over $7 trillion so far. Or how much was it?
Wow. Yes,
Something
I think
like
it was
that.
something around that numbers. Yeah.
That's why the stock market keeps going up, because they keep buying the stocks and junk bonds in order to, you know, pump the price of everything, equity and whatever it is there.
Yeah.
And like, even though, like, how many millions of people are currently unemployed in the US? Like 10% almost.
Yeah, I think so. The numbers are big. The numbers are definitely big, and I think it's everywhere.
Yeah. And then, you know, why are they furloughed? It's like, there's no point.
Absolutely.
Sweden didn't even close down, and their numbers are totally down. That like nobody even experiences the virus.
Yeah, I was speaking to a friend of mine who's actually from Sweden, and he was telling me that life is just so normal in Sweden, and people are just getting on with things. But in the middle of the supposedly pandemic, they were saying that Sweden should be closing down the economy and in placing, enforcing all of those restrictions. So now everybody's admitting and acknowledging that the path that Sweden took was the right path.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So we need to soon wrap up. So, which part of the building was your favorite of the entire venue?
The whole place. The whole
The
place.
whole place.
Yeah.
I had some favorite spots. For example, there was this garden there with the open area. There was this ladder there with the vines going up on the wall, which was one of the most special places there, in my opinion. All I was surprised, like, they didn't have the rooftop open, which was quite a bummer because I would have loved to go up there.
Yeah.
I would have broke the rule instead, but maybe next time we'll give it a try. But other than that, I mean, the entire venue was really big. It's like quite a maze also. So really happy that Martin Obovstia kind of brought me around the whole place, even the VIP room we went in for a minute. And like, it was really interesting, the whole Hackers Congress experience. And I'm pretty sure people who are there right now will be or are already experiencing it right now. Because in 10 minutes, one of the workshop is going to be going, if I know it right. Let me just quickly bring up the name of it. Michael Schlon, von Benowitz, and Maria Havel are going to be doing the personal sovereignty workshop on badge claim, getting started with HCPP badges. Oh yeah, the badges, remember the badges? Every year there's a new one.
I'll be curious to see which one they've got this year, because last year was really, really good.
Oh, it's the same, actually, the same print. It's so fucking good.
Okay. Wow.
It's just they have this, these small packages they get when we get there, and you have to open it. And I waited until like the end of the day to open it because I was like, just gonna put this away. I wasn't thinking like opening it, but next time I'm gonna open it because it was so cool wearing it on my neck and like quite a badge. Although I didn't use it because I don't like these embedded systems where they can just mess around with your money on it and things like that. But there wasn't any accidents that they were saying. There was nobody stole anything from these things. So.
No, it was really good. And I think that workshop is good to get yourself hands-on to the kind of the badge clinic as well, to learn about how to put things together as well.
Yeah, like they give you these extra badge covers, I think, at that time, and it's quite handy because alone the bare metal is just kind of bad. You have to cover it up with something.
Yes.
But I mean, you can then load it with everything and then take the money off if you need it. So
yeah, and it's a good way of satisfying the curiosity as well,
Yeah. Only thing what I was missing at the time was like a printed schedule of the entire event, and I always check my phone and then check the list of speakers. Like, it was quite missing there.
I agree. Yes.
And then the souvenirs there, people should check those out.
Definitely.
I actually broke one of my USB condom that I wanted to buy, and I don't know how to buy a new one.
I bought 3, but I
man.
I bought 3 because I said, you know what, it's good to have them as a backup as well,
Yeah.
Definitely.
People should definitely go over to the art section when the whole place opens up. That should be the first one that they check out, actually.
Absolutely.
Because there's art there that they can buy, and people should really go and buy it.
Yes.
Because Martin Fisher put so much heart and effort into drawing those things and working day and night to coloring them and printing them out.
Absolutely.
It's just so amazing. He's an amazing artist. And it's a really big shout out to him.
Definitely.
And people should just go and make reservations for them. I already reserved one of the blue prints that he's going to be selling.
Okay.
And people should really check it out and then put reservations. Even down to the ones that's being on display. Just go there, say you want it, and then buy it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody else gonna.
Some of the artwork that I saw there was very, very impressive. I mean,
very impressive, man. Very impressive.
I've seen artwork online, but when you're actually there to see it with your, there, it's a different experience.
Totally different. You can go all the way up close there and then see the small details and the differences between the prints.
Absolutely.
Every print is different because the pressure he puts onto the printing, the little bit of dirt goes here or there. Not really dirt, but like when he pulls it over on it, everything is different each time. It's a completely unique print, and that's so special about it.
I agree.
So I think our episode here in 2 minutes is ending, and I'm running out of topics. So I was maybe going over into our viewers in the morning who are on the live chat. So if you have any questions, we're gonna have soon. Who's coming? I think. Oh my God, what was the schedule here? I think. Yeah, John Carvalho gonna be coming with Raza.
Okay.
Reza,
okay.
yeah. I don't know what they're gonna be talking about. There's no comment over there, but I think we're gonna be having lots of people talking today, and even today I'm gonna be coming back at around 8 p.m. with the Parana Police session.
Okay.
Dry Bednar are gonna be coming. I'm gonna be co-hosting with him,
Okay.
and we're gonna be having the guys from Parana Police coming over. Martin Bobstiak, Dusky Polis, and Mario Havel gonna be there also.
I remember Mario
At
Havel.
8. We talk about things like their topics that they were doing and their experiences and what's their plan for Paranapolis, how to go ahead with Bratislava.
Okay, that'll be
And
interesting.
then at 9 p.m. I'm gonna come again with Fluffy Pony and a very special guest who were there last year. I think you met him also.
Yeah.
Probably the youngest attendee of Hackers Congress. Who wanted to come on anonymously to talk about his experience there.
Wow.
It's gonna be really exciting. We're gonna have a really exciting day. We're gonna have more people like Vlad Costessa gonna be coming at around 1 p.m. from 12 John Carvalho basically. The Max Bybit gonna be coming again. John Carvalho with 2 episodes there.
Interesting.
And then more and more interesting people gonna be coming with really interesting topics, ranging from whatever. It's just quite phenomenal.
Really.
I really thank you for coming. I really
having me on.
appreciate that we were able to talk.
Thank you.
It's really great that I was able to talk to you again. I mean, we can always talk. We didn't talk for like quite a long time because I'm really busy with stuff at university,
Well, it's an
finishing
honor
my
to be
thesis.
on the cast as well. It's an honor. I'm so happy
Yeah,
to
man.
be.
I'm really happy you
joining.
were here. I'm really happy that the organizers of Hackers Congress were able to put this amazing event together again. Even the free event with HCPP.TV. I really think this live event should be happening every year.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We need this going on every year. Even if there is an on-site event or not, we need this going on and keep bringing freedom to the people who want to listen.
Definitely.
That's the most important aspect of this whole conference here, basically.
I agree. Big shout for the team over there. Big shout to them.
Yeah, big shout to them. We really appreciate your work.
Absolutely.
Is Max around? Hey, Max. I'm gonna pull you onto the show.
Okay.
Hold on. You don't have to leave yet because we still got like 3 minutes until John Carvalho comes. Maybe John can start coming and preparing because our time is already up.
Okay.
So I will let you go if you wanna go, and then I will wait until John arrives, and then the next session coming up right now.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much for coming, man.
Thank you. Welcome. I'll be here.
Catch you later.
Thank you.
So let's see, where's John? Is John up? Not yet. We're still waiting for John to arrive. I'm gonna disable my screen share now. I think he just arrived. Hey, John. Which one is him? Oh my God. John, is that you? Seems like we're having some technical difficulties.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. And
Which one is you? Is it down there? Oh, I can see you actually. Okay.
All right. See
I'm
you
gonna
here.
set you as moderator now. Now you got the show, man.
All right. I guess I'm all alone. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, you're all alone. I'm gonna leave right now.
All right.
So have fun, man.
All right. Thank you.
See you.
All right, guys. I have Sergey Kotlyar from BitRefill, my former boss. He'll be joining me momentarily. So rather than try to monologue here, he will. There he is. Oh no, wait, that's somebody else. And so you guys, I guess I'll do a little intro for him while he connects. BitRefill provides gift cards internationally. As far as I know, they're maybe one of the largest international gift card providers, even for the, hey, there he is. Can you hear me, Sergey?
Yes, I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you good too. How have you been?
Good to see you, man.
Yeah. Sorry for springing this on you, but they needed help.
Hey.
Having some extra content here, and I was like, all right, who do I know that might actually, want to talk to me?
Making many friends lately.
Yeah, as I'm sure you've noticed. But yeah, so I guess I guess it was 6 months ago that I was last at BitRefill. We've kept kind of in touch, but I don't really know all the details. I mostly just see some of the announcements you guys made. So like maybe give us a little recap on what the current state of BitRefill is and what's going on.
Oof, that's an interesting question to throw me right into. We've been growing, continued to grow quite well. You would be impressed with the daily sales posts that we're posting these days. We added several new people, including from the crypto world. I was going to say Matt Alborg, who's a researcher, is helping us out with a lot of intersection of research and business development. We've launched in a couple of new countries, especially in Latin America, where we're seeing good traction in Colombia and Brazil. And we've previously had Mexico as well. We have several cool new products in the pipe that are in the category of similar things. We launched a rewards program, and we launched our USD accounts, I guess, which is something that in part stuff that you worked on, and what do you call it? Flag bore.
Annoyed everybody
during
with
your
it.
time. So we're doing good progress. We're finding a cool new brand identity with this this new astronaut ad, and the series of ads that I think quite well captures what I mean. The idea is that it's a guy in a spacesuit, or it's an individual. You don't see their face. It's a spaceman who lives in the regular world, and I think it's a little bit very telling of kind of the crypto circular economy people, that they are the people that are living in the future today. It has some inconveniences, but it's still pretty fucking cool.
I saw the ad, and you saw me kind of boosting it a lot. I was really impressed by Jason, and he started maybe 6 months before I left, and he was doing a great job already. And it's really cool to see how he's like really dug into the 3D art and making these things. And I think that last ad you guys did was just really really in sync. It kind of hit the right wavelength, and it was really cool to see that. So you mentioned circular economy. This event is supposed to be about digital totality as a theme, which my interpretation of this is some kind of, similar mix to the concept of like digital sovereignty and, self-custody and circular economy and privacy. It's kind of, I think it's very in tune with the, the Bitcoin ethos that I think maybe you and I believe in, at least to some degree. What kind of what kind of things would you say that Bitrefill is doing that actually, on the ground is affecting circular economy and the ability for people to be like digitally sovereign?
Oof. I mean,
Use cases, things like that,
use cases I actually I've started a list. It's going to be an angry tweet about my like top 10 or my bottom 10 least favorite words in crypto. It's like use case is probably like somewhere around there. I mean, look, end of the day is that in order to maintain, we all live in meat space at the end of the day. We eat, we wear clothes and so on, right? And being able to live your life from crypto, especially in a way that maintains your privacy is quite rare. Right, and we've found this little niche in that using gift cards, we are able to offer people to do that with a high level of privacy, and this is something that I don't know. I think we sometimes forget because we're so used to the KYC, the on ramps and off ramps, that I don't know. You're like literally filing with companies and sometimes third-party services. Hey, I'm a Bitcoin user. Here is where I live. Here's a picture of my passport, and possibly even that service knows how much crypto you have and so on. And even if the services are well-meaning and legitimate and so on, but like accidents happen all the time, and we know that. I mean, just like anybody who runs a Bitcoin service knows that data sets of username and passwords are used to try and log in by hackers trying to steal funds. So that like this is hacked data that gets out there, and that having this information out there is can be even dangerous from a $5 wrench attack perspective. And so yeah, I think that we fill an important need here, in that we let people live their life in crypto and buy the things that they want to buy. And I mean, instead of convincing every merchant out there that crypto is worthwhile, because frankly it still isn't for most of them. Right, it's maybe worthwhile for like places like, well, I guess Parallelipolis or like Room 77 in Berlin, like small little community-based organizations. But like globally, it doesn't make sense for big e-commerce companies to accept crypto, and so we enable people to live on crypto, and I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I always kind of thought of it with Bitrefill as like it was kind of a better version of BitPay in a weird way. Like BitPay was trying to bring Bitcoin to retail, but like Bitrefill actually solves it much better, because I'd rather just go to one place for my Bitcoin retail kind of conversion needs.
Well, I mean, BitPay is doing the same as we're doing now.
Yeah.
So
even they find it as an efficiency, I don't know. I feel like the internet formed the way it did with so much kind of hoarding and gathering and giving away of information. I think it was maybe like an efficiency, and like it was just a natural way to do things quickest and easiest. But now people are realizing, the kind of trade-offs that come with that. And hopefully in the coming years, like we'll be able to transition to, like, for at least the people that want to, a more digitally sovereign way of handling your information, and like respecting that like privacy is ultimately lost. It's not something gained. And so I think
Yeah.
like what Bitrefill does is it gives you this sort of like I've never been a big fan of like mixing and like these kind of privacy gaining, you know, approaches. I always felt more interested in things that kind of hopped networks, you know, like where you create a disconnect. And so like, yes, these people know some info about you and these people know some info about you, but neither of them have the info of the other. And so like if I buy my Bitcoin on an exchange and then it goes up in value, if I want to shop at Starbucks or, you know, Target or whatever, then if I buy a Bitrefill gift card, then I kind of can make that disconnect. And so sure, Bitrefill knows
Sure.
something about what I'm doing, but the three parties, you know, the merchant, you, the exchange, you know, it's totally disconnected. And so
Right.
that gives you like a nice way of siloing your privacy. And I think that that's kind
Yeah.
of like one of the ways to manage things properly.
You know,
I mean,
that's so important.
Aha, Max is here.
Yes, I am. And you know, it's so important what you bring up. Specifically, one additional point that you can opt out of that bank account, right? And you can completely remove that trusted third party. As long as you have Bitcoin and a good relationship with Bitrefill, you get all the gift cards that you want. And for all these services, you no longer need a bank account. And that is a huge trusted third party that is actually removed out of this whole equation and kind of replaced by other trusted third parties, including Bitrefill, of course, and the merchant as some of the aspects. But it's super nice strategy.
I'm curious, Sergey, has there been any kind of new trends or emerging changes since I left, as far as, I know you don't like the use cases term, but like as far as like, you know, like back when I was there, we were noticing, like, for example, a lot of increasing popularity in South America and places that actually had currency problems and things like this. Like, have there been any new emerging trends that you're noticing for circular
well,
economy?
we're seeing a growth in people that for me personally, I'm always the most interested in the people that don't you know, love Bitcoin or care about Bitcoin, that just use it as a tool. Right. One such category that we're seeing more and more is simply to enable international e-commerce. Because we sometimes forget, but in a lot of countries, even if you have a credit card and you're not unbanked or anything, but still, you know, if your credit card is Nigerian, then many many non-Nigerian e-commerce sites are not going to let you pay with it, because the risk of fraud is just too high. And so that there's a lot of people that is like, I don't know if e-commerce exclusion is the right word here, but that are driven to acquiring Bitcoin, specifically to use a Bitcoin to acquire a gift card through Bitrefill, and then in turn to achieve e-commerce for themselves, where from the perspective of the merchants, it's not that they don't want to service this customer, or, you know, that they don't want to ship to their country or stuff like that. It's simply that, you know, they don't trust the payment methods from there, and there can be different kinds of inefficiencies and inconveniences. So I think that those things are cool, and we're seeing a startup in Brazil spring up that services these customers as well. You know, just basically, you know, financial freedom. Like, why shouldn't you be able to buy something online from a different country? I mean, come on.
I mean,
that's such a sophisticated request, but nonetheless, it's a thing.
there are definitely weird little hurdles. Like when I moved to Romania, like I still kept my American bank account, and so most of the time I could use my debit card normally, but sometimes I couldn't. And then, you know, that was actually a real problem for me in just specific situations. Even little weird things like Romania happens to actually be blocked by a lot of websites because of credit card fraud and just basically discrimination, just saying we'd rather not even try. And so I couldn't even log into my own bank account without using a VPN.
Sure.
And so and luckily, Revolut came along and they solved a lot of that for me. So they just make the kind of currency conversion very easy as far as like fiat stuff goes. But I do like to keep my savings in Bitcoin. So in the end, I'm always having to solve kind of problems like this, like Bitrefill solves. So it's definitely like I can definitely see that how it's not just about like oppressed people. It's about all of the quagmire of international commerce and Bitcoin providing that kind of guaranteed settlement.
Yeah, and again, it increases the network effect and the economy so much, right? Because all of a sudden, basically, you can get everything on Amazon, which means that you can get the entire capital inventory of this giant, right, available for Bitcoin, and this just really makes living on Bitcoin possible. I don't think it would be possible at this point without these types of gift card services, especially Bitrefill.
What's going on with the Lightning and Thor side of Bitrefill? How's that been going? Any trends you see? Any plans you want to leak?
I don't want to leak plans. I think that the Lightning world is. I think that Lightning already is sort of. It's like it's a loaded gun on the shelf a little bit. Like it's ready for use, but at the same time, the amount of transactional activity in crypto is still surprisingly small, right? And so it doesn't drive people towards using it, and so. Yeah, I firmly believe that like the most valuable thing that we can do for Lightning is simply to provide more things for people to buy with Lightning. In terms of the Thor type services, there probably will be other things of that nature, and I'm following what you're doing in the RGB world and the DLC world and so on. But yeah, I think that the biggest thing is simply to grow the circular economy, grow transactional activity, and it will eventually bubble down into drip down into Lightning, simply as people notice that, hey, this actually costs a lot.
Is that to say that you think that maybe there's not really much that Bitcoiners can do to proactively grow Lightning or Lightning kind of use cases or products or features? Or on the flip side, would you say that do you have any specific things that you think are currently neglected or should be, kind of leaned on to help Lightning grow as a kind of feature?
Yeah, you know the things. We always need better UX and better wallets and so on. That would probably always be true. And then there is the question about exchanges. And it's a part of the crypto world that sometimes in these forums like this, where people are in it for the privacy and the self-sovereignty and all of those ideological qualities, we sometimes forget to remember that the industry is driven by gambling, and the casinos of our field are the exchanges, and the question is. If the goal is simply to generate as many Lightning transactions per day as possible, then yes, the most important thing is to get exchanges on board. If the goal is to grow the circular economy, well, then we can kind of already grow the circular economy with the usual things, finding ways for people to get coins, to earn coins, to buy coins, and to spend coins.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a gap there in what you're saying. Like. There's definitely a role with exchanges. There's definitely an aspect of gambling and investment and speculation, but then you're saying there's also an aspect of circular economy, and but you're saying, and then you mentioned in the beginning, like UX can always be improved. So we'll accept the UX always being improved as a constant. I think we should also accept exchanges and exchange always being kind of necessary, as long as there are currencies bigger than Bitcoin, at least.
Right.
And so that's always going to be a necessary utility.
Or
like,
also as long as there's currency smaller than Bitcoin, for that matter.
I guess, yeah, as long as there's other relevant currencies. You know, people exchanging is a service. Is nothing. I see nothing wrong with it. It's easy to, like, you know, attack exchanges that kind of overtly try to, I guess, trap their customers. And, you know, my feelings on these kinds of things.
So here's a controversial question for you. There was a time in which there was a narrative that Bitcoin is mainly for dark webs, right? For buying illicit products. We kind of shook off that narrative, and today it's established that it's much bigger than that. That the dark web part is a very smart part. But now it's emerging a different narrative, which is that Bitcoin is for investment schemes. My question is, I mean, obviously I hope and think that we'll be able to shake it off, but I don't know if it's a law of nature or not. Like, so far it seems like every time that people get financial freedom, the first thing that they do is they engage in investment schemes.
So what's the question? Whether I think that will evolve?
Will we eventually be able to to shake off the narrative and the understanding that the majority use of cryptocurrency is for investment rackets, let's say?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly a proponent of shaking that off. I would say with the dark web narrative, it was probably true up until around, you know, maybe 6 months after Silk Road closed. I think it was a very good measure of, like, actual Bitcoin growth, but not really that easy to measure. But whatever kind of way you could, you were assessing the right thing. And I think even today it would probably hold true in a more broad sense, in that probably the most core Bitcoin users, the non-speculative users, the ones not only seeking exposure to Bitcoin's upside and actually seeking some of its features and utility, those people are probably all trying to overcome some sort of limit, and most frequently probably legal limits, whether they be, achieving privacy in the face of KYC, buying drugs online, whatever it may be, not paying taxes, all kinds of use cases of people trying to overcome, you know, the state. But if you could measure that today, it probably still would be a very great true measure of Bitcoin, in my opinion. But
I think so, not compared to investment schemes. Like,
well, I'll tell you why. Because the people that are seeking only exposure to the upside or the speculation side of Bitcoin, the strictly number go up people, like, this is why I don't like that meme, is those people are going to leave as soon as the number hits the right number. You know, they're going to get out. They're only looking to make a trade. They're not looking to use Bitcoin. And so it's a trend, it's a culture. And yes, it's a big part of things while people recognize that this is like the easiest, lowest friction use case for Bitcoin, that it's very likely to go up because it's still so small. But at some point, that's not going to become very predictable. Like, at some point, we're going to have halvenings that don't have a huge effect compared to the last one. I really believe that would be true, because eventually Bitcoin becomes less volatile the more people already own it. And so it'll be more like liquidity events, like some major holder decides to sell a lot and that affects the price, or buy a lot. And it'll be much harder to predict, and the speculators will go away. And the speculators will become much more automated.
But the speculators, I mean, you forget that it's not just speculation in the price of Bitcoin. There is speculation in the price of other types of tokens and coins, right? I mean, the whole DeFi space is basically that. There is, and then there are, you know, all of the different MLM type schemes and Ponzi's, and then there is, like, classical gambling, like casinos, poker, and whatnot. But I'm not mainly talking about that. I'm mainly, I think, talking about, like, investment schemes, MLMs. like there is. It is a
I mean,
big.
I think DeFi is a pretty
uh,
good example of what you're talking about, right? Like the DeFi culture is basically trying to like deconstruct, these kind of Ponzi mechanisms or
Sure, but
pump
there's also
mechanisms.
plain Ponzi's that are, that don't have
Sure, we've had a number of them, and we'll probably
contracts.
continue to. I
We
guess
still
what I'm
do.
saying is that like those are all representative of inefficiencies. And as the network and the industry matures, the inefficiencies will be harder to realize. And so thus the kind of use case will become less interesting. And so I think this is all just still indicative of how small Bitcoin really is. I'm more worried about that lasting a long time through custodial uses, like people that are staying in leveraged positions with custodians and then them eventually getting hacked, or selling them bitcoins that don't exist, like being fractional, even allowing fractional bitcoin, owing bitcoin, and then not being able to actually render it when the time comes because there's just so little liquidity. I think these will be pain points in moments in the future, and that the inefficiencies will become less accessible.
Sure, but we need to be mindful still that like probably the majority reason why somebody acquires Bitcoin today is to participate in an MLM or to invest in cryptocurrencies and things like that. And it is a massive drawer, of people into our space. And
I would say the trajectory of Berryville might be a sign of hope. No, I mean, I don't know.
sure,
I know
but,
some details about the growth trajectory, and they're significant.
we're growing very well, but we just saw the numbers just from BitMEX that they had generated $1 billion in only fees over the past couple of years. I mean, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Anywhere in that league, and that's just BitMEX, right? There's also Binance, the fastest growing company in history. There's all of these other exchanges that some of them we don't even know the names of, that have tens of millions of users and massive volumes. Not least in Asia and so on. So, I mean, it's there, and it's always been something for us to, I think.
Yeah. To maybe pivot on your question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, to pivot on your point previously about I would phrase it as that Bitcoin allows you to do things that you could otherwise not do. Right? It doesn't necessarily just need to be about breaking rules or whatnot, but one such important thing is to scam and be scammed. I think it is it's obviously not that's not the reason why we're working to bring people freedom. But maybe it frustrates us that what people do with the freedom is to scam and be scammed. But it is worth keeping in mind, I think, and figuring out how to relate to.
Well, I wish I could talk about it in more detail at the moment, but as I know what I'm working on and some of my views of how I see Bitcoin, and if I hope I'm at least partly right, and that there are more abstract and other ways to utilize Bitcoin that aren't just about speculation and breaking laws, that kind of looking at what Bitcoin really is as a design and what you can actually kind of anchor to it and work with it and building out like another. I don't know. My hope is that I want Bitcoiners to look at Bitcoin and scrutinize it on a more I don't know. I can't even articulate how I want them to look at it so much as I think that looking at it only as money is wrong and limiting, and looking at it only as a speculative or even only as a speculative and law, circumventing tool, even that is too limited, and that the whole money meme kind of forced us to narrow our view on what was possible with Bitcoin. And I do think that Bitcoin, I do think if we intentionally try to look at Bitcoin and try to prove what I would call the Bitcoin thesis of pushing like sovereignty to every endpoint, having every person control their own digital existence. That Bitcoin does provide that and can provide that, but we do have to build things that are missing, and we do have to like plan for it and educate it to people and show how these things are possible and that it's not just about the money. I know the listeners are probably like, what the hell is he talking about? But maybe you can help me kind of articulate in some way.
Well, I mean, you're talking about cryptographic tools.
Yeah, decentralization but anchored to Bitcoin.
Crypto as cryptography, and whether Bitcoin can provide it or not. And I think this is one of the areas where I mean, there is cryptography in Bitcoin that you can use for other things. So you can authenticate with a Bitcoin address and
Right, like LNURL, for example.
Yeah, or in other ways from a private. I mean, end of the day, Bitcoin is a Bitcoin wallet is a key storage for private keys. Yeah, but I don't know. I know how you see it, and I don't necessarily see it the same way. Even though it's possible, doesn't mean like what was the example? It's like I think somebody was like, you can attach a broom head to a shotgun and sweep the floor, but that's not what the shotgun is for. It's a little bit like that. Like you can use it for other things,
but couldn't we say that about Bitcoin as money? Like it's extremely volatile, for example, and you know it's slow, and there are all the use cases that maybe FUDsters would say, or arguments that FUDsters would say. But like that is a little bit of sweeping with a shotgun.
Slow is not true. Slow is fake news. Volatile, definitely. But it's decreasing. But yeah, volatility is probably what's making it not a great money. But frankly, again, I think in part of it is also that it gets like the number go up aspect of it kind of overshadows the utilitarian sides of it.
Yeah, I worry about the day that it doesn't, though. Like I worry about the 4-year span where we don't get a new high, and then what the narrative will be then. You know, like what will people say?
No, I dream of that. Like the current, I wish nothing else than a continuous, very, very slow upward trajectory. Not down. That's the most important, but not too much up either. But rather like slow and steady growth to sort of shake off the speculative stuff.
That would solve the volatility problem, because as long as the growth rate is somewhat predictable, then the volatility isn't an issue. Just like how we have inflation in our money today. If people can somewhat rely on it, you can now give loans, and you can have the loans represent a slightly higher percentage than the predicted inflation, and you can do things that way. But I think that probably for a long time, Bitcoin is not like it's okay to say that it will become less volatile, but do you really think it will be okay volatile as money before you die? Like
definitely.
Yeah, you think so?
Unless I die prematurely. But I mean, I think look at the past 6 months. I mean, yesterday BitMEX was indicted by the Department of Justice, and co-founder was arrested, and the price moved 2%. There was like uncertainty of whether they would allow withdrawals or not, and then it bounced back like 1% maybe when they did.
Yeah, this gets a little hairy though, because like maybe it's not priced in yet. Maybe there will be more selling. It was only yesterday. Maybe it was priced in before, and that's why we didn't pump. Like I don't know.
But I mean, imagine 5 years ago, a multi-billion-dollar exchange getting hit like that by.
They also didn't close.
Right. Take another example. Take the last halving. Like there was all of this price is gonna take the fuck off, or it's already priced in, blah blah blah. Well, it didn't move all that much. Yeah, right. And so, like to me, that I mean, that tells me that that there is mostly a balance between supply and demand, meaning that the inflows of money into Bitcoin roughly match the outflows. And the outflows are not just mining, but also, I guess, for example, the living costs of everybody who's living in crypto, the operating costs of all crypto-funded companies. You know, like that's something to keep in mind, that if a company receives an investment in Bitcoin and holds it, that still means that they're going to be continuously selling until they reach profitability, right? And so that there is a burn rate of Bitcoin, which is much higher than just the mining burn rate. It includes it, but it's a lot bigger than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's fair. I like to see the price kind of ranging like it is for as long as it has been. It feels healthy to me. Allows me to stack sats better, you know, and feel like I'm not on the wrong side of a stack. You know what I mean? You always like it to go up after you buy and go down after you sell and these kinds of things. But yeah, I don't know. You made me think of something I meant to ask earlier or talk about more earlier when we were talking about exchanges, and I was mentioning Lightning. You know, we worked with Bitfinex to add Lightning as like kind of the first major exchange last year, and you know, after that I was kind of riding high, and you remember I was like we're gonna get all the exchanges, and I started soliciting them and seeing it, and it kind of was really hard. You know, it was easy to get meetings with some and get some to be kind of interested, but you know, none of them really signed on. None of them really went ahead and supported it. And then recently, you know, I was talking to you about with Kraken and me kind of trolling them and messaging the CEO to get them to kind of be interested. You know, do you think that it's forcing it to try to get exchanges to, you know, make a special effort to add Lightning support, or do you have any view?
What's it in it?
Like, in other words, Kraken and many major exchanges are in the current default position of not supporting Lightning, and most of them don't even have plans to do it. Like, there are a few that kind of have nodes and a few that like are saying that they're committing to doing it at some point, but many of them just don't even have the staff for it, don't have a plan for it, and their kind of default mode is, well, we'll re-examine it either once it is like extremely popular or when the fees are extremely high. And so I can rationalize that just fine. I can say, yeah, exchanges have a decent amount of money. They could probably just hire, you know, 2 guys when it becomes a necessity and spend, you know, 2 or 3 months of high fees time period installing it. But
Right.
really, in Bitfinex, really, it only took like a month, 6 weeks or something. So it can be done pretty quickly. But do you see that any reason to kind of convince them to do it sooner? Any reason to like?
I don't know. I'm I guess a believer in like not
Nothing good is
people.
forced.
Well, not forced, but like it's some type of guilting almost. I mean, I just thought of it, but that like maybe you are, and this can be on your internet handle, the Greta of Lightning.
I prefer the Lightning business developer nobody asked for.
Sure. You can sit outside the exchange offices with a sign, you know, like no trading into Lightning. But I think that, and it was the same thing with the SegWit, and we're going to have the same thing with privacy.
You've been on the same side as me in past issues on this. Like, for example,
sure.
Convincing to batch. Like, you could communicate that there was an efficiency there that to be had.
Yes. I mean, look, I'm in agreement with you that it would be good. Don't get me wrong. I guess at some point, sometimes it's better to find ways in which they feel that it is in their interest to do it rather than like real, you know, growing the business type of interest, rather than this. It would be good for the ecosystem It will be good for the ecosystem is it can work with some very big and successful companies, and I guess maybe Kraken is now at that point, and Bitfinex is at that point where they feel a certain responsibility to hey, let's be the good shepherds here. And from that perspective, it's good. But at the end of the day, our field is built on rational self-interest, and I would rather sort of find ways to appeal to their rational self-interest rather than the common good, so to speak. Yeah, but this isn't specifically a problem. I mean, this is literally great.
I think there's a blur there, though. Like, I think that those things actually can be the same thing sometimes, especially in Bitcoin conversations. Like,
but it doesn't. That's I've had this conversation with my environmentalist friend as well. It was like, but sometimes the environmental option is also the profitable option. Well, guess what? If it is profitable, then you don't need the environmental parts, and people will do it because it's profitable. Right?
Well, it's a matter of ignorance, I think. Like, you can't assume everybody sees everything all the ways. And so if you see something a certain way, if you see an efficiency, if you see an opportunity, whatever it may be, if you you should at least try to communicate that to other parties that may be interested, because you may align once you get them on the same page. And I think that's like what happened kind of in a way with Kraken. Like, people sometimes confuse my style for actual outrage, but what it is that sometimes just telling people things like in a reasoned way from the start, they just don't listen because they're already biased or aligned in a different way. So they're going to just shed you off. And what I find is that oftentimes the way I behave in Twitter, or in this way that may trigger some or get the audacity of my behavior, actually is the only thing that ever works sometimes. Particularly, I'm being a little maybe going on a limb here, but particularly with Western people. When it comes to the further west you go out towards California and then all the way back through the UK, it's like a gradient of this. And I've literally sometimes only been able to get meetings by behaving this way, where I have tried, I've been kind of brushed off for months. And then finally, when I find an opportunity to pounce on them in public, then they're finally accountable and will discuss it.
I think that you'll find, I'll give you the best, to my knowledge, example of this. Blockchain.com wallets. People have been bugging them about adding SegWit since more than 3 years now. In the beginning, this was some type of ideological thing, and that they sided with SegWit 2x and all of that stuff. At this point, probably the ideological stuff is in the past. They just don't see a value in it. In practice, this means that their customers are paying ballpark twice in transaction fees for using this wallet, and they are the biggest wallet in the crypto space. Definitely of the keeping your own keys kind, almost an order of magnitude bigger than the next biggest guy. And so, I think that if you view from their perspective, I don't know, but like if I can imagine that at some point, when you are the management of a company like that, and you can see that, hey, these guys on Twitter are yelling about this thing, but hey, we're growing, customers aren't leaving, and then you can make a good argument that they're actually right. That the customers didn't actually care about this particular feature, right? And that you develop a view in which the Twitter crowd is just a storm in a water glass, and because it is, I mean, by all measurements, it's a very small part of the user base, however you want to slice it, and I wonder, and maybe I can propose as an idea. What if instead of like your approach is often like to go and poke at the top, like find the companies and then poke at the leaders or decision makers at those companies. Maybe a better approach is to like build up a following of users and then direct them, and so to affect change by directing people to, hey, for example, here's wallets that cost you less than fees, like but to approach the problem by educating the customers and the end users, and to focus efforts on that. Like it's harder because you don't get
a couple of things before I forget, because I'll lose my train of thought. One, with the customers aspect, like what happens in reality is once you begin thinking that way is when you decide to either like for somebody like me especially, is when you just decide to make your own company and make your own product and create your own customers, and because you're ultimately describing yourself. You're saying, I am that customer, I am the person, and I want to find all the people like me and do this. And so
Yes.
I'll tell you that. And the second, so I am doing that. And the second thing is you're misrepresenting the actual flow of what happened with the exchanges thing, or not misrepresenting. You're forgetting that. Remember, I started the Kraken thing as a specific example by meeting with their business development team and then making a whole pitch deck about Lightning and convincing them. And then I proceeded and escalated to when I saw Pierre was there and publicly talking about it, to getting him to publicly commit to getting Lightning installed in Kraken, or he would lose his job, and that was his idea, not mine. And then when that became to be uncertain, which through learning about Kraken's updated views on it and how Pierre was responding, I then decided to message privately the CEO. And I gave him, my argument. I didn't say you're an asshole and you hate Bitcoin and you're ruining everything. And I gave him an argument privately. And at the same time, I told the public I was doing that to add public accountability to it. And so, and something in that mix got things to the next level. I don't know that, like I said to you the other day, it may result in them, just humoring me and not actually doing anything special, but I don't think so. The way Jesse is talking is he's really looking for help actually finding devs that he can hire in-house. And what happened is through all this process, I got to learn some narratives that actually speak to at least some exchanges, and I got to learn where the real pain point is for at least one of the exchanges, which is actually having people in-house that can do this and responsible, going from a position of not having that at all and then having that. And so the way that the outsiders have been approaching it so far, like Lightning Labs, et cetera, I think has been to say, we will help you. And that's kind of what we did with Bitrefill. Like we helped Bitfinex, and they kind of mostly did it themselves, but they had our help. And they had an excuse in integrating Bitrefill. Kraken, their pain point is simply they don't know who to hire and they don't know where to get them, and they can't get them. They feel like they can't get them. But that's a disconnect in their kind of community. Like, I know that there are people. I mean, if they make a job description to get to hire to add Lightning to be the Lightning admin at Kraken, post that in some of the implementation Slacks and on Twitter, it'll be filled in a week or two. And so maybe we'll solve this. And so I don't know. It's a story. It's just one example, but I think
it's just a matter of prioritization. I mean, it's not like any developer couldn't learn how to integrate Lightning. I mean, it's not.
Yeah. I mentioned that to him too, and he said our current team is taken. They can't teach somebody on the team because they already have a job. And so there's nobody that flexible.
Prioritization. I mean, come on.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, they can add staking. They can add all these other things.
A developer's job, by definition, is building things that they haven't built before. Because building things that you have built before means copying, and copying is fast.
That's a good quote.
The vast majority of a developer's job is solving problems that they haven't solved before, and maybe that nobody has solved before. So no, I don't necessarily buy that, but I mean, sure, I think it's more like, hey, let's build up momentum to hire a couple of cool Lightning devs, and good on them. Let's do that. I was gonna say, so now I lost my train of thought here.
I was gonna try and recite what I told him in private, but it was a little bit private. So what I'll try to do is remember what the points were, which were basically what I was getting at with him, where it was I was trying to think about okay, why did Bitfinex do it? And how are they justifying it? And how did they allocate the resources to make this possible? And so what I thought, and then I asked myself, okay, now that I've like seen what Bitfinex has done since, what I think that what Kraken and other exchanges are missing, partly at least, is that this actually bolsters the entire infrastructure to allow new use cases to snowball and happen. And so like by not supporting Lightning, they might actually be, delaying like something like DeFi on Bitcoin, which could make them a lot of money. And so it's imperative that they always see Bitcoin upgrades as like even more important than any new shitcoin claim or any new, kind of game that they may add related to shitcoins, because they may enable a whole new branch of that. There will be other, like it's very infrastructural to everything they do. Like Bitcoin is the center of this universe, and so if you aren't supporting the Bitcoin upgrades, like you're just kind of delaying the progress of the universe.
Here's a thought, something to chew on. And I'm not sure if this is true or not. Feel free to push back. I think that we, in our entire space, have a weird glorification of complexity. And
I see that as an altcoiner thing.
No, absolutely not. I mean, Lightning is a prime example of that. And in that we sort of we glorify the developers that do the sort of heavy algorithmic lifting and the cryptography. But more interestingly,
that I agree with.
Given that a big chunk of the space is VC funded, I think we force companies to glorify complexity, to the sense that it creates an impression. And I think maybe Bitrefill has had some guilt in this as well, in that like, hey, we built a Lightning thing. If you wanted to seem impressive, you talk about all of the reasons why it's complex and why it's difficult to do and why this is a major technological achievement and all of that stuff. But at the same time, because that's like the kind of stuff that an investor likes to hear, because investors are interested in tech that doesn't really work yet. Because if they invest in tech that doesn't really work yet, and then you fix the stuff that makes it not work, and if it works, you can imagine it goes kapoof. So this creates a glorification of complexity, which in the end leads to the sentiment that the CEO of a major exchange thinks that integrating Lightning deposits and withdrawals is a major effort. Like that this is a major effort that requires special developers, plural, right? And so that in part, maybe it's the case that the Lightning ecosystem is, and not just Lightning. I mean, again, this goes, we have this in the Ethereum world, we have this in the Bitcoin world outside of Lightning, we have this in many places, that people kind of blow up the complexity rather than, on the contrary, talk about how simple things are. And in that sense, maybe we're scoring own goals by creating the feeling that these things are difficult. Like if the narrative was that you know what I mean. Like some of the things that we do at Bitrefill with Lightning are actually quite simple.
That's what I want to say is I'm following you mostly, but I feel like there's a little bit of contradiction because, like you mentioned, Bitrefill is maybe a little also guilty of this. I don't really think so. Like I try to think back of when we were promoting Thor products that we added and things like this, and we were always making a special effort to like communicate things like, why should I use this? Why does it matter?
Sure.
You know, like we weren't talking about like maybe with turbo channels we did this a little bit because it was like you couldn't really explain why it mattered without talking about that it was a new complexity.
Well, yes, but and I mean the way that it happens is that somebody else says, you create a thing and here's a tool, try to use it, and somebody's like, oh wow, this is such a cool innovation and so on. And I think that when you run a company, you're kind of obligated to take that, take that credit and say yes.
Yeah. Is an appeal.
Yeah.
I totally agreed with you on the kind of the worshiping of the wizards.
if you start, like, imagine being a company like Lightning Labs, and for everything that you achieve, always saying, that's not a big deal, right? You can't really do that, or you can't do that if you depend on venture funding, right? Like, hey, multi-party payments, right? You kind of need to be like, hey, you know what? This is a major achievement, right? And I mean, it is a technologically major achievement, but at the same time, if you brag about the major achievement, that also is something that scares people, because they think that it requires a major achievement of them to participate. Whereas you probably couldn't build one of these research-heavy companies by constantly downplaying the complexity of the things. Like, hey, this is a really simple thing. It's not a big deal. We built this over a weekend, right?
I mean, I agree. I think we do worship the complexity as far as like treating core devs like wizards, like they're these like guys in the mountains that we can never do what they do, and that what they do is ultimately super duper important. Like, it's not untrue, but like to kind of glorify them in this way, it does kind of extend into some of the behaviors that you're talking about.
Sure.
Where like maybe even like these startups and then the investors, they're all trying to emulate that kind of respect and monetize it, and so they create these little bubbles. But I do think that I want to mention one thing that, we're almost out of time. With the investors, I think it's not just about complexity, it's that happens to overlap with them wanting risk. They're looking for risk, and ultimately a lot of them are looking for risk they don't understand, and so they assume that somebody smarter than them does, and they're looking for that guy that's smarter than them or sees something they can't. And so I don't know if they will invest in glorifying complexity so much, because ultimately where that money has been going, like on the kind of altcoin side, it goes into the complexity of milking a lot of people for a lot of money. So it's that complexity is the leverage that they use on that side. And then on the Bitcoin side, like
in both cases, you're using a complexity to attract investment, I guess. The investors are different.
And then on the Bitcoin side, you don't see a lot of, maybe Blockstream is an exception, but you don't see a lot of investment in the kind of wizardry on the Bitcoin side. You see it more coming like in grants.
Well, but Blockstream raised a shit bunch of money with complexity and with having a team of wizards, the masters of the complexity. And I think they're kind of riding on that money up until this date. And we don't need to discuss all of the different issues that sprung up of the dominance of Blockstream that they had for a while. So yeah, I don't know. Like on the other hand, I mean, complexity is also what makes what excites engineering types, right? And I think we still do.
Yeah, there is part of that. Even myself, like as I start this new company, like I try to look at, from marketing perspectives, obviously a lot of how people would perceive the things that I want to promote and talk about in the products. And there is one use case or one kind of persona that I target, which is, the person that wants to work at Blockstream. And that is something you have to keep in mind, because if you do want talent, that's partly what you're competing with. The person who wants to work at Blockstream, the person who wants to get a grant from Square Crypto, like
right.
That's what you're up against if you want that caliber of talent to work on something.
I guess, or you can attract the person who doesn't want to work at Blockstream. But
true. It's just one. It's like it's one persona. There are others. Yeah.
Yes. I think we had a request to speak here.
Okay, I think it's Jonas Nick. Is that who I give this to?
I don't know how this works. So
I think I have to do it.
Yes, exactly. So right now, first of all, thanks very much, Bitcoin Airlock and Sergey, to come on.
Thank you, Sergey.
Yes,
we're on time. All right.
Yeah, unfortunately already, we do have a pretty tight schedule. I'm still surprised and shocked that we actually got this much content together. So it's really nice to get you both guys sharing all your knowledge about the circular economy and how to like the meaning of onboarding, right, and this type of activity. So thanks a lot for both of you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. So, Max, is there something I have to do to hand off the admin, or are you doing it?
I can do that. I will now grant moderation rights to Vlad, and John,
Vlad.
you actually just stay, or I think next
I'm gonna
time we
go.
on the same call,
Hi, John.
you
Don't
will still
go.
have the moderation rights. But again, thanks very much, guys, for joining, and see you on the next show.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Guys. Thanks.
Cool.
Yes, and fantastic. We got to hand it over to another Rockstar panel with Vlad Cuesta hosting. Vlad, how are you, my friend?
Hi there. I was about to say
Very
hello,
good.
party people, but that's for the wrong podcast.
No, actually, HCPP is a really, really big party, if you think about it. And we're having a blast here in Meatspace for sure. And it's awesome to get all of you from cyberspace involved as well. So Vlad, unfortunately, couldn't come. And neither could Jonas Nick, Blockstream cryptographer and wizard of Bitcoin, even though he doesn't have a long beard. That's a good disguise, actually. Jonas, how are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. Good to be here. Took me a while to set this up technically because being a real cypherpunk, I don't do that very often. And my microphone broke, my driver didn't work. So I hope this will now work out for the next hour.
Well, we are up and running, and I see you got your coffee too. Plus the whiteboard in the background, as any good hacker should.
Yeah, that's for my own safety. If I fail to understand concepts correctly, then this whole whiteboard might be able to help me.
Yes, fantastic. So, Vlad, take it over.
Oh yeah, this is the Bitcoin takeover, baby. So I take over. That's the expression. But do you hear me well? Because I didn't get to do a proper mic check, and I'm not sure if the level is right or I'm louder than Jonas.
Yeah, I hear you well.
Okay. I usually do this testing before I get into conversations. This is season 6, episode 9, being recorded live with Jonas Nick. I wasn't sure if your name isn't Nick Jonas, and I was about to crack a joke about the Jonas brothers and where are Joe and what's the other one, Kevin or something.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. I'm not really responsible for that name. But yeah, still sorry for that. And I don't know, it helps my anonymity set because if you Google my name, you usually find like this one guy from the Jonas Brothers instead of me, which of course has its advantages and also disadvantages.
Oh yeah, Max called us rock stars, but you have the name of a rock star and you work for a rock star company. And I suppose we should talk about what Sergey said about Blockstream people in the previous panel. And he was kind of, dismissive of the idea that people want to work for Blockstream and that you are wizards who seek for complexity for the sake of getting more funding. Or I'm not sure if that was the point. I wish he was still around to make it clear. But what is it like to work for Blockstream? Is it as obscure and occult as people claim it to be?
I mean, Blockstream today is not that small of a company anymore. We're more than 60 people. I work mostly with the research team, and I'm very happy to work with that team. Is it obscure and occult? I don't think so, because occult often means like doing things in secret, and the Blockstream research team does very few things in secret. Most of the things we do is actually in public on GitHub, etc. But I mean, one of our problems is that like everyone calls us wizards, and this gives us a certain aura, and this actually has the effect that people don't want to apply because they think you need to be a wizard to be at Blockstream. But I think the answer to that is everyone can be a wizard.
That's a nice way of putting it. And I suppose there's a lot of talent that doesn't necessarily want to work at Blockstream, but should work on Bitcoin project and on the base layer and optimizations. And I happen to have taken a look at your resume, and I'm quite impressed. And I want to talk to you about this philosophy of making transactions smaller. So instead of making blocks big
to fit more transactions that are likewise big, you're working on aggregation of signatures that will make transactions a lot smaller in these small blocks. And I hope I didn't say anything stupid with aggregation of signatures, because I saw the look on your face, but I'm going to let you explain.
Yeah, so I think the general idea is that what we're doing right now in Bitcoin isn't very efficient, and there are ways to make it more efficient, and these ways aren't very contentious in the community, so we should just do them. And one of these things is the new encoding of signatures in BIP-Schnorr and BIP-Taproot, because right now signatures are more than 70 bytes, and by having a new encoding scheme, we can reduce that to 64 bytes. And that's a very simple fix that has some effect. And we can do more with that. Like one of these things that we've been working on at Blockstream in particular is this idea of music, where we are able to aggregate public keys into a single public key. And this will be supported by BIP-Schnorr as well, and will be useful for multi-signatures. And then the next step will be what you were talking about, this idea of signature aggregation. And for that, you need a verification algorithm that's different to normal Schnorr signature verification. So this is not in BIP-Schnorr, but something we'll certainly be working on in the future.
This is definitely fascinating, and I'm happy that you mentioned Taproot and Schnorr, because they have been discussed for quite some time. They have been in review, and I suppose the time is right to try some activation. I saw some Reddit posts by Greg Maxwell, who is explaining that this situation is already in a very advanced phase. And how do you regard Taproot right now? What is the current state of it?
So the current state is that the cryptography parts have been recently merged. And now the question is of merging this pull request to Bitcoin Core that actually deals with this new output format. So right now the output format is SegWit version 1, and the new one with BIP-Taproot will be wrong. The current one is SegWit version 0, and the new one will be version 1. And the code to actually understand how to spend these outputs, that's currently just a pull request, and that is being reviewed. And I haven't seen much active discussion there recently. And I have not reviewed this PR. I was mostly involved with cryptographic parts, and I know that some people reviewed this PR very closely and have written tests for it, and done even some, let's say, obscure but useful testing strategies like mutation testing on it. And so I'm relatively confident, even without looking at the code, that this might actually work. But I'm not so sure about the Bitcoin Core policies for merging these PR. So maybe they're just waiting for some final X on that PR from reputable people. Yeah. But it's certainly a good time to talk about activation strategies.
Oh yes.
Yeah, you know, Jonas, that is.
Go
if
on.
I could point out one specific question here, Jonas, and that is, by the way, how's my connection coming through? Am I lagging?
Works very well.
Okay, works very good. So the question is, you know, as you said, there these the pull requests are very high quality, both in the code as well as in the review and all the testing and so on. But still, there's it seems that this is taking quite some time for further activation or merging. So you said that you had some quarrel with the Bitcoin Core process here. Where do you see some problems, and how do you think that it can be improved?
The thing is that I'm not really actively working on Bitcoin Core, or I'm only working on a sub-project of Bitcoin Core, namely the cryptographic library, and I know how that works. So I don't have any problems with the Bitcoin Core PR policies and whatnot. I just don't know how they work. And the thing why it's taking so long is not due to some Bitcoin Core policies. It's just that this stuff just takes time, and there are not that many people working on it, and many people have other things to do as well. And like in the Bitcoin world, Taproot is very interesting, but it's not the most interesting happening all the time. So people work on other things too, and there were some improvements to
Max? Jonas?
Yes, hello, hello. There seems to have been some realignment of the Jitsi. I hope Jonas can drop in back in just a sec.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it's my connection or something has happened on your side.
Yeah, I think that it is on my side, but I will check some further things. So Jonas is back. Fantastic. Please continue.
Hello. When was I disconnected?
Well, Vlad, maybe you can pick up with the next question. You had something.
Yeah. So you're describing the inefficiencies with Bitcoin Core, and I think part of the answer that I got was that you don't work directly in Bitcoin Core or actively, and you work on a different project. And after that, I think I kind of lost the plot. But I was about to ask you something which is very much relevant for this conference, because we are speaking as if we are at Breaking Bitcoin or something, but there are people in the audience listening right now, and maybe that they don't know much, because this isn't a Bitcoin only conference per se. It's more of a hackers congress, and there may be people who know nothing about all of these improvements that are to be made in Bitcoin. So how do you describe Taproot and Schnorr signatures in very simple terms?
Oh, that's a good question, and I'm the wrong person to ask that. But I can still try. Like as I said earlier, there's a lot of things in Bitcoin that we can still optimize, and one of the things that we optimize with Taproot in particular is that, let's say you have a coin and there's a certain spending policy for that coin. And by spending policy, I mean something like Alice must provide a signature to spend that coin, or Bob must provide a signature, or Charlie and David must provide a signature. So I mean policies, and sometimes this is also referred to as smart contracts. Now, one of the inefficiencies that we see is that even if, or let's say it like that, you can satisfy this policy without showing the policy. So you can say, here, I'm Alice, I provide a signature, and then I can spend the coin without showing the rest of this policy to the world. And this allows us to have smaller transactions, which are cheaper. We can put more of them in a block, but also makes Bitcoin more fungible, because then we don't have to show the whole policy to the world, only a small part of it. So this is the idea behind Taproot. And so Taproot, I think, was first proposed beginning of 2019, I think. And this was like an additional optimization of the proposals that have existed before for doing this this thing with only showing part of the policy, where you can do it in a really optimized way, where you have one default spending path, And this one is very efficient. It's just a single public key, and you can spend the coin by providing a signature for that public key. But inside that public key, a more complicated policy can be hidden. So if you need something like after time t, then a different set of signers can spend this coin. Then you can have that hidden in a public key and nothing else. And this is like the main idea behind Taproot, that you can hide the policies inside a public key itself.
Yeah, so let me try to give an example if I understood well. Let's say that I'm going to have children soon, and I want to give my son 0.1 Bitcoin when he turns 18 or when he becomes literate enough to sign the transaction himself. And I put these two conditions in a multisig, and whichever one of them gets fulfilled is going to be written in the blockchain. But the final writing on the public blockchain is not going to contain all the conditions that I have set. It's going to look just like every other transaction. Did I get that right?
Yes, until spending time. So you have one default path, and if it's spent with the default path, then it looks like a normal payment. But if you need to use another path, for example, something like after time t, after your son is 18, then you have to show that this path was actually committed to in that public key, and then you have to reveal it. But if there are more spending policies, you don't have to reveal them. You only have to reveal a single one. And yeah, that's one of the main things in Taproot. The other main thing is that in Taproot, we also switched to the Schnorr signature scheme instead of ECDSA, which means that we can actually, in this single public key, the default spending path, we can actually realize a multisig policy. And how that works is that if you have Alice, Bob, and Charlie, you can say, okay, let's create a 3 of 3 multisig. Or perhaps a better example are Lightning channels, because that is like an immediate use case. So you have a Lightning channel between Alice and Bob, and a Lightning channel always has needs to have some kind of multisig coin with Alice and Bob. And right now you have Alice and Bob's public key in the chain, and that shows the world that this is like a multisig setup, which is bad. And it's also more expensive because you have to actually write the public key, both public key and both signatures in the chain. And with this switch to Schnorr signatures, you can simplify this, because what you can essentially do is just add up Alice and Bob's key, and then in order to sign it, both need to create a partial signature, and then they can add up this partial signature to get a final signature. And then they have this combined key, which looks like a normal key, a combined signature, which looks like a normal signature. They can spend the coin, and it looks like any other payment, but it required cooperation between Alice and Bob, and no one can know about this from just looking at the blockchain. It's like a second big improvement with BIP Taproot.
That definitely sounds fascinating, and I look forward to activating it on my node. Even if I don't use the features, I still think it's worth supporting for the sake of pushing Bitcoin development forward. And I was about to mention that a lot of people look into what else is happening in the space right now, and they say, oh, Bitcoin has been the same for such a long time. There's nothing going on. There's no development. There are very few developers. Look at Ethereum. They have thousands of developers or whatever. They have DeFi, and look at this yield farming scam and whatever. And how do you actually convince people that this is not, I don't know which example I should give, maybe Android development, where it's a good idea to have all sorts of developers working on your platform and do stuff independently. But with Bitcoin, you're supposed to be conservative and make sure that you don't break anything. And when you make a change, it should be very well written, and it should not break consensus. And with decentralized systems in general, you should be very cautious. We have had bad experiences in 2010, and the worst one, I think, was in 2013 with that accidental hard fork that happened. And essentially, one of the goals of Bitcoin development is to allow Satoshi to return at any point and spend his coins, right? We don't want to move to another chain, which makes it impossible for Satoshi to move his coins.
Yeah, I don't think that's, I'm not sure if that will ever work, because at some point it's possible that we have actual quantum computers. And then it will be possible for anyone with a quantum computer to spend Satoshi's coins. But in general, if people say that Bitcoin is somewhat slow in development, I mean, that's true, I think, and that's a good thing, but that only concerns the base layer. I think everything else moves very quickly, at least in my perspective. I have no idea about all the things that happen in the Lightning Network, for example, and all the things that happen in the hardware wallet multi-signature space. I view Bitcoin and altcoins just as qualitatively different things. So one thing is censorship resistant, and the other things are try to do something else and perhaps don't try to be money, and perhaps they do interesting experimentation for sure, and they're better and worse altcoins, of course. So I think the answer to that would be just that these things are not really comparable.
Okay, so let's get back to something that you actually do and concerns your everyday work. On your website, which is called nickler.ninja, you have a proposal to reduce the transaction sizes of Bitcoin with X-only pub keys. How would you describe that? And why is it a good idea to reduce transactions and transaction sizes? And how can you do that without breaking consensus?
So the proposal is actually part of the BIP-Schnorr proposal. So right now in Bitcoin, public keys, I can perhaps write it down if you see that. So let me see, does it work? Perhaps 33 bytes?
Yeah, I can see.
Perhaps it's easier just to talk about it. So right now in Bitcoin, public keys are usually written to the blockchain in the compressed format, which means they have 33 bytes. And in an initial version of BIP-Schnorr, we just kept the same public key format, 33 bytes. And but we knew that you could actually remove the first byte, because the first byte is just a single bit saying on which side of the curve the corresponding point is. So this would get very deep. So let's perhaps not go there. So while working on BIP-Schnorr, we thought, well, I mean, we're thinking about this new proposal now. Why don't we make it simpler and remove this first byte? So this is what we're doing now. It doesn't really add a lot of complexity. I mean, I think it just adds one additional check somewhere. And by that you save 1 byte. It's just something we did along with BIP-Schnorr, and then the blog post also goes into detail of how to show that this is not less secure than having 33 bytes public keys.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Jonas, that was actually
why do you think? Oh, there's Peter Todd. Oh my God.
We just expanded the panel conversation. Peter Todd magically appeared. I wrote him like 2 days ago, inviting him to come on the TV at like 2 a.m. Prague time, which is this evening. He confirms everything, right? I aligned the schedule. All of a sudden, 5 minutes later, he says, "Max, fuck it. I bought a plane ticket. I will be there on Friday." And now he's sitting here. So
like
how are you supposed to organize something when you have crazy freedom-loving people like Peter?
And that's Aleko's
Assuming anything.
Yes, and Alekos as well. So I bring these two on specifically because I think they're well, first of all, great Bitcoin contributors, and you know, specifically Alekos is working on the magical Bitcoin wallet, which is really cutting edge on many of the technical fronts. I consider as one of the next generation wallets. And we spoke about Taproot, right? And how that type of new wallet might work with Taproot. So maybe you can speak a couple things about that specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not like a Taproot expert, so I don't know the crypto details. In general, yeah, for my project, which actually it was called Magical Bitcoin Wallet until a couple of weeks ago. Now it's been renamed with BDK because we merged with BDK guys. So yeah, now it's
What does BDK stand for?
It's Bitcoin Dev Kit.
Ah.
It was a project started by Steve Myers. Maybe you've heard about it. Yeah, it was originally called BDK and Mind Magical. Now we've merged them together, but the name BDK remained. So yeah, speaking of Taproot, it's definitely something I'm looking at because the goal of BDK is basically to make a library that can support potentially any kind of wallet, like generalized scripts, different spending policies and conditions. So Taproot is definitely a good thing for that, especially in terms of privacy. So right now, if you want to do like a very complex wallet, you're gonna have a very specific on-chain like footprint because you can see scripts that are very, very particular. So yeah, definitely looking into Taproot. I don't know how yet, so we're gonna try. Probably people smarter than me, that they know the people are gonna try to make it work somehow. Yeah.
Okay, so we have two Taproot experts. I suppose we should make them discuss and debate on something. Is there anything that you guys disagree on?
Yes. Well, Peter disagrees with most everything. What are your disagreements with Taproots? Where do you have your quarrels with it?
Well, I think the biggest quarrel is I haven't really read much about it. And, I mean, I've been focusing on the client-side consensus stuff for quite a while, so I haven't really paid too much attention to it.
But, even for clients as validated states, I think Taproot is still a major improvement with multiple things like public key tweaks and so on.
Yeah, and I think like reusing it as a module really, and then any of the stuff I do is certainly going to happen. But it's one of those things where kind of let it take a while to gel and so on. And most stuff I've been doing has been written in Rust, so of course I'm waiting for a Rust implementation to happen.
Yeah.
And then we'll argue about consensus and so on, whether or not the two implementations match. But at some point I'll probably wind up using that.
Mm-hmm. Isn't there already a Rust implementation out there? Does anyone know?
There's a Rust implementation of the crypto parts, and they're right now also including the new BibSchnorr things. I think it's called Rust SecP 256K1, but it doesn't include consensus parts. And if it was, you shouldn't use it, of course.
Yeah. Okay, Glenn?
Oh, so I'm the one who's supposed to save this awkward silence moment. Okay. So
Always.
Let's get back on track. I wanted to ask Jonas about his work on Nix Bitcoin because I think that's unique. And I'm not sure if he's the maintainer of that repository. But I don't know many people who use Nix OS, so I think that's definitely special.
Yeah, so I'm the maintainer because I started it, and people verify my signature when they update Nix Bitcoin. So the reason for doing this was, I think, right now there are many Bitcoin node projects which try to bundle like Bitcoin, Lightning, coin joins, and whatnot. And I think they all started with the same problem that if you try to set this up yourself, your own node, then you want to do it in a way that's reproducible. And perhaps for others to use as well. And this is how Nix Bitcoin got started. Yeah, not many people use Nix, that is true. But I like to joke that using Nix OS is like the ultimate low time preference move because it's just so much better than everything else, but it has a steep learning curve. That's like a downside if you really want to tinker with a code. What I looked for was what is the most systematic way to set up a Bitcoin node. And well, then this whole Nix OS thing came up. So I'm really happy with it, and there are other brilliant contributors. This game has levels, because the cool thing about Nix Bitcoin is you can treat, or with NixOS you can treat your infrastructure as code, but it's like real powerful functional code. So you have really powerful abstractions, and you can really abstract the things away pretty greatly. I think we have by far the best tests of any node project. And that's an interesting aspect, I think, because you can just run tests and then everything runs in a container and then execute some Python tests, and you can test multiple configurations and so on. So that's pretty cool. But of course,
All right. So
yeah.
for those of us who haven't looked at Nix much, what's your like 30-second elevator pitch for what it actually does that's different?
So Nix itself is a functional package manager that's aimed at being reproducible, and reproducible means something else than what we usually refer to as reproducible in the Bitcoin world. It doesn't mean binary compatible. It just means that it basically pins your dependencies by hash, and then it not the same bits, but at least it has the same dependencies. And so this is the main idea behind Nix. And you can use it on any Linux distribution and on Mac as well as an additional package manager to whatever you have if you want to play around with it. And NixOS is an operating system built on top of that idea, which brings that to the next level, because then you just write a single declarative configuration.nix file. You say, in the case of Nix Bitcoin, you say, I want Bitcoin enabled, I want Lightning enabled, I want Tor enforced. You just set these options to true. Then you run NixOS build switch. That's the command. And then it completely builds your system according to your configuration.nix. So then that's really cool, because then you can have your whole system configuration in a Git repository, for example, to track it. And you can also roll it back easily, and you can deploy it from other machines easily. So yeah, but I think
about these machines. How cross-compatible is it for hardware? Are there going to be some compatibility issues when you run it on different architectures of hardware?
So you can run it on ARM, and you can run it on x86, and yeah, it works just like any Linux distribution. I haven't tried anything else yet.
You know, there are only two other people I know that use Nix, and they are Stick from Trezor and an Italian girl whose name is Daniela Brazzoni or something. And I think she works for Stick or something. I don't know. But they are the only ones. And right now I discovered that Jonas also uses it, which I think is interesting. I might try it. I'm a Mint Linux kind of guy, so.
I mean, Nix Bitcoin is more like, you don't really have to understand Nix to use it. You just have to change a configuration file, and that's mostly it. It's just if you want to install a node, and you can start with that. And if you want to go deeper into it, then you can make it your main distribution.
But this though isn't like cubes though, where like you're separating things in virtual machines, or could you use Nix that way?
So I think, so what we're doing in Nix Bitcoin right now, we use heavily containers, but not like Docker, just Linux namespaces and C groups. And because you're essentially programming your system in a functional language, you can use abstractions and you can build your own cubes, basically. Not with a graphical user interface and everything, but at least I think there's even a project which tries to rebuild some parts of cubes with Nix. So that's not too difficult. And we do like a weaker thing. We don't use virtual machines. We use containers right now to really containerize every single system service that we have. We put them in their own network namespace. Then we set up routing rules that that only the services who are supposed to talk to each other can talk to each other, etc.
So security-wise, I mean, it'd be as good as the Linux kernel virtual Linux kernel C groups. It's like container application stuff. Which, it's so.
Yeah. But at least it's reproducible. So you know, if there's an issue with one of your dependency, you at least know exactly what dependencies you have. And it's also like kubes.os, like in a imperative operating system, I would say it's also more, or perhaps more likely to make mistakes because you misconfigure something, or you configured something the first time, then you don't do it the second time, and etc. So there are trade-offs, certainly.
So NixOS is an operating system, right?
Yes.
But in what language is it written?
It's an operating system built on Linux. It's just another Linux distribution. And some parts are written in Nix, some parts are written in C, I guess. Yeah, that's it.
And one more question for these dependencies. As you said, the dependencies are hashed and kind of ordered. How far down the supply chain basically does it go?
So this is an interesting question. It doesn't go as far as Geeks, for example, GUIX. And Geeks is a bit of a similar project where you really try to get one, binary compatibility, and two, really reduce your trusted base or trusted computing base, which I think are interesting goals, but the Geeks community is very small right now, and I think there's no reason why Nix couldn't do similar things as Geeks, and both projects could profit from each other. And so yeah, how far does this go? This goes very far. So you basically pin every dependency, and this recursively pins every other dependency, and so forth.
You seem content, Max. I'm happy that you got your answer.
Yes, actually, no, that's a very good answer. So I'm happy.
I'm actually excited that I get to have so many developers at the same time. And I wanted to ask you guys, each one of you, so Jonas and Peter and Alekos, what is the Bitcoin project on which you're not working that gets you most excited and you see most potential in it?
Who's gonna start?
Go on, let's go.
I don't know. I mean, one thing that kind of fascinates me is Lightning in general, like the whole ecosystem. I would like to learn more and play with it more, I would say. I don't know about potential because I mean, there are drawbacks, but it can definitely grow from where we are now. But yeah, I would definitely like to have more time to spend on Lightning stuff in general, because they're really, really cool and also moving pretty fast. So yeah, it's hard to kick off.
Yeah, I made a tactical mistake there, letting him answer first, because, you know, I mean, I just used Lightning, 3 times today for it to actually do useful things, and it works. I mean,
Magic.
I can't say that of much of the stuff I've done. Open timestamps works, but it doesn't have the same satisfaction as, you know, buying a beer.
Yeah.
No, it's pretty magical, like how far it's kind of come.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
you know, maybe some interesting things too is figure out more trade-offs about, you know, how do you get payments to go through faster? You know, how do you make them more reliable to go through? And there's a lot of different space there. Of course, you know, one of what people are doing is just adding trust to that, and those trusted solutions are working pretty well, modulo the trust.
Yeah, that's always the thing, right? There's layers and trust trade-offs, obviously. And for me, Lightning is a natural answer, but to be more specific, actually, I would say Alekos is a magical Bitcoin wallet or a Bitcoin development kit. Because for me, it packages all these new awesome things that we've built over the last couple of years into a next generation wallet. And that is so powerful. And I think it will really just realign what we actually think of as a wallet to quite a big extent. So miniscript, output script descriptors, and PSBT, that together is a big paradigm shift. So I'm super excited for that.
Thanks.
What about you, Jonas?
Can I give two answers? So the first one would just be a usable multisig. So I see there's a lot of progress there because I want to finally use multisig in a more user-friendly way, and not just for geeks and without any danger of somehow not finding your coins anymore. So that's one thing I'm excited about. And the other thing I'm excited about is this specific concept of dual funding in Lightning, where right now, if you open a channel with someone, you only use your own coins. And the idea of dual funding would be that both parties provide inputs to the funding transaction. And that way you have a coin join, but even better, if you use that channel and later close it, then the input and output amounts will be uncorrelated. So you can have an unequal amount coin join, which right now, at least in my opinion, is quite a difficult thing to do correctly.
Yes, yes.
I mean, and that's a good point too, how, like, even without any more scripting crew and so on, I mean, Lightning channels look like normal multisig when they go through the normal processes. And, you know, right there, you've done so much to confuse analysis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And things like that, just, you know, leverage that even further.
Yeah, no, and then as Jonas said, this is a small coin join, so the common input ownership heuristic is broken. And specifically because we have uncertainty about which channel state is being published, right? The amounts are very difficult to correlate to. And now if you combine that with channel factories, that's, I think, going to be like very, very interesting, right? With having actually more than two people providing these inputs, and, you know, could potentially have hundreds of inputs in a channel factory opening. That's really going to confuse surveillance quite a bit.
Well, you know, an interesting point with all this is, I remember from last year, I saw this point out in the presentation, how you can have a lot of variety in what exactly Lightning channels are between, you know, two entities. You know, one really seemingly crazy example being, well, you and I can operate a channel with a negative balance, as in I actually owe you money. But, you know, with a business relationship, that can make a lot of sense. It's just, you know, fancy accounting, and it's not just the Bitcoin in the channel that's kind of securing it. But when you add that to, say, big entities creating these kinds of arrangements to make a bit more money on the routing fees and so on, well, what that'll look like to the rest of the network, it can just look like, well, we have two connections, but they're synthetic. You know, they don't actually match what's on the chain. And again, it's just yet another way that you're losing, you know, you're losing data because you don't have insight into it with this. I mean, it's an interesting question. I don't know the answer myself, but it could be interesting to have capability in the Lightning Network to have, you know, data published about channel connections that doesn't actually mention anything about the pub keys or any of that, or the points or so on, just to have that ability. Because, I mean, after all, in some cases, you know, maybe you're writing through Tether for all you know, maybe Blockstream Liquid.
And I think that or Vlad, please continue.
Yeah, I was about to ask Jonas to provide the second answer to the question because he only gave us one.
Oh, there were two answers. One was like just multi-sig user experience, and the other thing is dual funded Lightning channels.
Okay, I'm stupid. I admit it. That's why I don't work for Blockstream or something. But anyway, what is your guys' take on coin joins? Because I see a lot of debates in regards to their efficiency, and are they in their current state efficient, or should one use them to gain anonymity, or should we wait for more improvements to be made, as you said, with uneven amounts that get coin joined?
Well, I mean, I'm the guy who actually came up with the name CoinJoin, so I'll be kind of the first to go say, you know, CoinJoin isn't that important compared to things like Lightning. But at the same time, I mean, all this debate about how inefficient they are and stuff, I think misses the point of how, you know, once you have good software and sort of good kind of economics, good community, if you will, you can always use CoinJoin to make things more efficient. For the simple factor that, you know, if you and I need to go make a payment, and we can arrange a coin join. Well, we can avoid the header on the transaction. Right there, you save a couple bytes. And that's with the Bitcoin protocol right now. So it will always be more efficient if you can make it convenient. Now, some of these coin joins might actually save you money, but there certainly are opportunities here to make it useful. And it's just a matter of, well, how do you exploit them? I think where the inefficiency comes in is, well, do I want to do a coin join, say, make my coins private? I'd probably be better off, throwing them in a Lightning channel and writing through there instead. Or, frankly, like throwing it on Zcash from Arrow. That'll give you better guarantees than for, less money than a lot of the coin join usage.
Yeah, I think all very good points, and it's a bit tricky, right? Because as you said, making a payment in CoinJoin is usually where we get a lot of where we can potentially get a lot of efficiency gain. But so far, the only CoinJoin implementation that does this is JoinMarket, right? And even for here, only one user out of the CoinJoin can do the payment. Only the taker, not the makers.
There's a big join, which is kind of in between. Like this is much smaller than CoinJoin, but
I'm pretty sure with JoinMarket there is actually a mode where you can say, I need to do this payment, and just do it eventually. But I can't imagine many people actually use it. But say if I wanted to put some of my income off to an exchange, that would be a perfect use case, because I know rent's going to be paid in a week, and I can wait. Not a common thing.
Yeah, exactly. And so, for example, in Wasabi specifically, one of the issues is that it's not a payment contract, right? Because it relies on zero link. It relies on, and it must have equal amounts on the cryptographic coordination layer. Otherwise, there is no privacy. And this is a big downside, because now you cannot make a payment. You have to coin join to yourself and then make a payment. So instead of just having one payment transaction, you have two, right? So this is inherently more inefficient. And then the question is, how do you structure this type of coin join rather efficiently? And so what Wasabi cautiously chose here was a high anonymity set, so a large base of users, so that the transaction ID overhead becomes, like, we use that a lot, as well as batching different coin join pools. So in Wasabi, there's a 0.1 pool, a 0.2, 0.4, 0.8, 1.6, 3.2 exponential. And all of these could be independent pools, each creating their own transaction, where there's only the 0.2 or only the 0.8 or what. But in Wasabi, this is batched. So under one transaction, all of these pools are batched, and then we get the efficiency of transaction batching. So these are two of the things that we considered in the early the Wasabi design, but it's far from efficient and cheap. It will probably still cost you a lot more. First on on-chain fees, but then you also have to consider coordination fees, which specifically in JoinMarket can be actually quite expensive.
It's probably even worse for people that have different wallets, that they have to make one first transaction to send to Wasabi, then one transaction to join, and then another transaction to get everything else.
Yeah.
It gets pretty big, pretty soon.
Yeah.
And I think that might be a little underappreciated by many people. How, and you see this in Lightning wallets, like, you really want your wallet to be able to support many different things, purely to avoid having to do many transactions to get things in memory.
Which is also why output script descriptors, right, are so important, because now you can kind of import just one private key specifically from that wallet into another and then sign.
Yeah, probably the problem there is also the different scripts. Basically, what I was saying before, Taproot here would do that, because if I make a coin join, I'm the only one with a 3 or 5 multi-sig, and then I send something to another 3 or 5 multi-sig, then it's probably easier to link people. So Taproot here really has, because every input, even if it's a kind of strange wallet with time blocks or even just a simple multi-sig, they would all look the same.
I'm interested for Jonas' answer, actually.
So I must admit I'm not that knowledgeable about coin joins, and then because I know that's today a huge field, and but I've never been really convinced that it works so great, I must admit. I've talked earlier about saving 1 byte, so I don't really like making more transactions than you have to for getting your anonymity set. I hope in the future that, but this is the far future, that Bitcoin can advance to a state where coin joins are really, really usable. I mean, one fix is confidential transactions, but that's very hard to get into Bitcoin, probably, to Bitcoin itself. I want to shill Nix Bitcoin again because we recently added join market. So I'm going to play with coin joins at least soon because I wanted to have DeFi on Nix Bitcoin and get my yield with join market by providing liquidity. And I think one thing that people who are interested in this should look at is this Wabi Sabi idea by Wasabi. I'm really a big fan of that because that allows you to split your inputs and outputs you provide to the mix in a way where the coordinator doesn't learn about it. And more importantly, I think also in the context of HCPP, because I know that a lot of people are talking about that, is with the same scheme, Wabi Sabi, you can build really efficient anonymous Bitcoin banks. So that's, I think, a cool side benefit of this Wabi Sabi idea.
Yes, and I gotta give Jonas credit here because we were researching Wabi Sabi now for a year and a half or so, and we were at the point where we found out what we want to have, so that the user can register multiple inputs without revealing them on the communication layer to the coordinator. He can register multiple outputs without linking each of them to the same user as well. And the coordinator must not link inputs to outputs, right? And so we had that figured out that this was what we want. And we didn't know the crypto for it. So we got Jonas on one of the research calls, and it was like, yes, signal paper, key verified anonymous credentials, that works perfectly, and it was a solved case. And since then we've kind of refined it and implemented it. So thanks, Jonas, for actually coming up with that.
Yeah, I just did the easy parts. I mean, the hard parts are actually putting the parts together such that they work. And I think people are still implementing it, right?
Yes, the crypto implementation, at least the proof of concept in C# is pretty much done.
Okay.
It's going to be slowly now upgraded with more tests to production-ready code. And we're currently doing a lot of research on transaction structure and graph analysis, which turns out to be much, much more difficult, actually, because there's much more design space, right? Mm-hmm. Like, how are you going to structure one single transaction and then an entire graph of transactions in a way that is efficient and brings decent privacy? It's actually very difficult to come down to an optimal solution. So it's a lot of work still, but 2 weeks.
Can I take a dive into shitcoinery and ask you guys what you think about something which might be a bad idea, but I still want to know why?
Go for it.
So yesterday, Litecoin activated extension blocks with Mimblewimble. And we know what that means if it works on Litecoin. They have been working with a Grin developer, and they want to have it. They want to have a mainnet launch in a couple of months. So why are extension blocks a good or a bad idea? That's the idea that concerns me the most.
I mean, the way I would go put that is essentially that's just a way of doing a protocol upgrade with an increased block size. I think whether or not that's good or bad depends on, ultimately, part of it's, what's increasing block size and can the system likely handle that? I mean, if I owned a pile Litecoin, one of the things I'd be thinking about is, is this crypto really going to work? Because at some point, assuming this is a soft fork, and I have to look at details there, but it's a soft fork, the amount of coins that go into the Mimblewimble part will eventually get to the point where it's economically relevant, which also means the bug in that is uneconomically relevant. And like it or not, this is a whole bunch of much more complex crypto than Litecoin normally is. And I mean, a sort of standard I like to talk about is, could a drunk fine arts graduate go and figure out how to go audit it? Because I'm a fine arts graduate.
And usually drunk.
And I could not do that for Mimblewimble. And I mean, frankly, no one really can. All they can really do is just audit the math and say, oh yeah, that looks like it works. Whereas it's so easy to go audit the amounts. So this is really a fundamental change in kind of Litecoin's economics. It'll take a while to happen, but it's a big deal. And I couldn't say like Bitcoin should do this because it's unclear how well that math works.
Does anyone know more details on this extension block? Specifically, so you move your Litecoin in this case from regular scripts into Mimblewimble scripts, or in this Mimblewimble extension block. Can you ever spend this Mimblewimble coin with a regular Litecoin script in the output? So can you move out of the extension block back into the base currency?
I mean, if it's a soft rope, you should be able to do that somehow, but I don't really see it.
Well, so the thing is, like with a soft fork in this, the miners would have full insight into the extension block and what's going on and so on. And they would essentially just say, well, there's this pool of money that looks like anyone can spend. But if it follows the rule of the Mimblewimble block, we'll then let it go somewhere else. Which is not unlike, say, Blockstream's liquid thing. It's just replace, miner consensus with a bunch of guys who are pretending to be banks, but we're not going to use that term. And again, like that's the key thing with Mimblewimble. Like, the money locked up in that thing. That because it by default isn't anyone can spend. If the math of the Mimblewimble implementation breaks, it doesn't actually mean the math breaks. It can also mean like there's an exploit. It's just like any of these other things. You can steal money en masse and bad things can happen. And you want to make sure you actually get this right. Or, you can see the price of Litecoin crash.
I think it's pretty cool. I wasn't aware of this. I mean, of course, this wouldn't be an option for Bitcoin in the midterm, perhaps in the very long term, because of course on the base layer, we do get efficiency improvements and the hardware gets better and the internet connection gets better. So perhaps at some point we can soft fork in bigger blocks, but that won't be in the next few years, I suppose. So I'm happy that there are projects that are experimenting with this.
Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting that for once they are doing something different from Bitcoin, as opposed to just being the testnet or copying code that gets developed by Core.
Right.
But I suppose it's relevant in the context of hackers conference, as opposed to breaking Bitcoin or something else that would be hardcore Bitcoin. And I think this is close to the end. It's one.
I will go say, you started this off saying shitcoin, and what Litecoin's doing doesn't quite clearly fit the description.
Oh yeah, I think it's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
But a lot of people have very bad ideas in regards to what Litecoin is and what it does. They consider it basically some sort of inflation for Bitcoin supply. Because it's not much different. It has some of the same properties. It doesn't have the same security.
I mean, I think like Adam Back in particular, especially earlier on, he's really pushed the idea of, well, these different coins effectively inflate the supply of Bitcoin. And I don't know, like, I'm not that convinced by that argument, but it doesn't mean I necessarily think an infinite supply of coins is a good thing.
Okay, so I see you're getting water. I want to ask Max if someone else is supposed to come in and take over.
Yeah, it doesn't have yet myself. He was asking if somebody else is supposed to come.
Someone is supposed to come. Yes, Pavla Holtsova or something. Check names. She's coming soon, in 2 weeks. She will be down here. Let's see, but I actually think maybe already. Yeah, I'm not sure. But she will come for sure.
I mean, I could ask a couple more questions, but I'm trying to be fair and not take up too much time.
Oh, no, that's all right. I think we can make a smooth handover now over the next couple minutes. So, yes. Vlad, any final rapid fire rounds to finish this up, maybe?
Yeah, so what does it take to become a Bitcoin Core developer, and why should one pursue this goal?
I'm just gonna start by saying that I'm technically not a Bitcoin Core developer because I've never, I don't have any commit in Core or actually in any other major Bitcoin project. I think maybe in C Lightning, but yeah, I don't know. I just think if you like Bitcoin, if you have passion for the topic, just start small, some maybe small company, and then try to I don't know contribute open source stuff, get people to know you. I don't know. I mean, this is basically what I've done. Yes, it will work for others too.
I mean, I contributed, quite a few years ago and then haven't for a while. But based on kind of what I've seen, I'd actually go say, that's kind of the right approach. Like, go find something within the entire ecosystem that makes sense for you. Don't just focus on like, well, should I contribute to Bitcoin Core? Frankly, I mean, Bitcoin Core, I don't really want to say stagnated because it's not really true, but it's like the really key things that could be going on. I think it's a smaller share of the entire ecosystem than it used to be. It used to be like,
good. I mean, it's specialization.
yeah, oh, it's like
Bitcoin Core is trying to be a node and others.
Yeah, and 5 years ago, there's just more stuff to be done on Bitcoin Core relative to the whole ecosystem. Whereas now, it's just one part of many. I mean, particularly, of course, Lightning. There's more code complexity and stuff in Lightning than all of Bitcoin Core. So, find the thing you're interested in and don't feel like there's more value on one thing than another. Figure out like what excites you and what you're good at.
Yeah. And one important thing is that being a general free software contributor, or specifically Bitcoin Core, does not mean that you have to be a coder. Funnily, even officially looking at the Git log, I'm a Bitcoin Core contributor because I fixed a typo in the taproot pull request to libsecp. So that counts. But I agree with you. Bitcoin Core is a super important project. It's super important. But the question is, if you contribute to this specific project, is that the most important thing that you can do with your time? Right? And in many, many cases, probably the answer is no. Just because the Bitcoin Core process will probably need very specialized knowledge to make a meaningful impact. Sure, maybe some UI work or some test cases and everything.
My own check log time verified patch to Bitcoin Core, which was an upgrade to the consensus.
Mm-hmm.
That was probably like 5 lines of code, maybe 50 lines of tests, and was it 2 years or something of like politics? Like the skill set does not look like a normal software project. And frankly, like most of what I contributed to with Bitcoin Core was not writing code. It was peer review and analysis and so on. There's much more interesting stuff on my blog than anything I actually directly wrote in Bitcoin Core.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think too many people see like making comments on Core as some kind of achievement, and like a validation. You need to do that, but I don't know. I mean, for me personally, I don't think that this is the case. Maybe I will in the future do something on Core. Maybe I won't. I don't think this is like a measurement of how much of a Bitcoin developer I am.
What do you think, Jonas?
Yeah, I think most important, as you've already said, is passion. And the second thing is luck, because you need to find someone who funds you for the things you're passionate about. And there are quite a few people passionate about Bitcoin, and there's only so much funding. So if you don't have that luck immediately, then when you're really passionate about it, then you also need patience, because then you need to constantly reapply, re-ask, what can we do, try to get a grant, and then hopefully at one point you'll be able to work on what you want and also get paid. And if you don't get paid and you do it in your free time, that's great too. There are many people who do that, and but don't freak out about it and burn out. That will be my suggestion.
Okay, so I see that the next people, specifically Max, is around and is about to take over. So thank you very much for joining this conversation. I'm very happy that I got to meet you all, because I saw you a year ago in Berlin, and coincidentally, I'm wearing the t-shirt that I received during the Lightning conference. And I saw all of you at the Lightning conference, and it's ironic that there's a global pandemic which prevents us from meeting in person right now, but I'm glad that we get to do this. So thank you very much for participating. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you, Peter and Alekos and Max. And I'll see you around. I think I'm going to host tomorrow morning once again, and there's going to be John Carvalho.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jonas, for joining. Then thank you for Peter and Alekos as well. I mean, hopefully you're gonna stay around for the whole weekend.
Yeah, I actually forgot to say that at the talk. So yeah, just gonna say it quickly now. I was speaking about wallets and multi-sigs and this kind of stuff. Very easy, not technical. On Sunday, I think should be Sunday, 13th. So yeah, if you're interested in that, come check it out, or either in person or on the stream.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's it. Thanks for inviting me here.
Yeah, sure. Any famous last words, Peter?
I'm just glad the global pandemic wasn't quite so severe I couldn't be here.
Yes. Yes. Still reckless and short-term possible.
Yes.
So yeah, fantastic. Thanks both of you for coming on, and for sure we're going to see you again some point later around.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we are joined also by Max by Bit, one of the co-hosts of the HCPP TV, and he has the phenomenal Bit by Bit of the BUY. So because you got to stack more sats, right? That's what it's all about. Max, how are you doing? Are you around, Max? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, there you are. Fantastic. Max, can you speak? I hear you fine. Do you hear me? Wait, am I still muted? No, I think... well, but in any case, we are joined by the guest already of today's show, Pavla Holtsova. Do I pronounce it correctly?
Yep, you do.
Yes, fantastic. Well, very nice that you're joining us. I see that you're a speaker at HCPP, and although unfortunately you cannot join us in Meetspace, I think you will do your talk remotely.
No, I will join you tomorrow.
Ah, okay. So just not here today.
Right.
Okay, I see. Well, and I'm very looking forward to see you tomorrow in person, and very excited for your talk. And Max by Bit is back. Can you hear us?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you guys hear me?
Fantastic. Yes,
Okay, great.
well.
I don't know what was happening. I just restarted the browser and it's working now.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
The IC crowd. Hi, Pablo. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Subcomandante Marcos.
Yes, that is great. So, Max, could you just introduce yourself a bit and what you do in cyberspace?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Max by Bit, and I host the Bit by Bit podcast. I help people who are newcomers into Bitcoin to learn how to make sure that they're staying private, how to buy non-KYC, how to use mixers and that sort of stuff, and really try and help raise awareness for why it's important that we have money that is harder to trace and why we can continue to have free speech.
Okay, very, very nice. Yeah, very, very important work. And so, Pavla, could you introduce yourself a bit and the magic that you're tinkering on?
I am a journalist and reporter for Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, and that's what I do in the cyberspace. I stalk people to write about them.
Very, very good. So that's, I think it's always interesting to get journalists involved who are really out looking into quite, how do you best call it? Like I mean, very, very severe cases, right? Very high risk, I would imagine as well. So Pavla, could you just speak a bit more about, the type of journalism that you do, the cases that you're interested in? Because I remember your talk about money laundering, which was super, super interesting.
Yes, my focus is organized crime, the hardcore mafia style, and cocaine. And of course, it goes hand in hand with money laundering. And if we are talking about money laundering, we also need to mention Russia and Azerbaijan and high-profile politicians in those countries. So yes, it could be risky.
It definitely sounds like it. How did you get into this? It's a pretty fascinating world to be living in.
It's an old story. I got involved in this kind of investigative journalism in a jail in Cuba. I was there training opposition journalists who were opposing the regime, so they were under imminent threat. And I was there with my future boss, Paulo Radu. And because we've been giving the trainings, and most probably because we got drunk one night with an arms smuggler in local hotel, we were put for a couple of days in jail. And because we couldn't talk about the dissidents anymore, we talk about the job Paul was doing, and he was investigative reporter, quite prominent one, and he was just working on a tobacco smuggling story. And I found it fascinating, so I decided that one day I would like to be investigative reporter as well.
Wow, okay. What an interesting way to start in this world. That's quite a story. And over the years, like, has there been anything that's grabbed your attention more than anything else? Like, is there a specific line that you're interested in more than others? Like, for example, money laundering or smuggling, or is there a specific part that interests you more than the rest?
I actually pretty early, I started to be focused on Balkan criminal gangs and their operation, because they are in charge of logistics, of cocaine logistics to how to bring the cocaine from South America to Europe. So I found it pretty fascinating, and I have a good colleague who was actually talking with me about money laundering. He's Serbian journalist Stevan Dojčinović, and we started together to map a couple of the clans or gangs that are operating in Europe and in South America. This I found pretty fascinating, and then I needed to learn as much as possible with as short time as possible about 'Ndrangheta, what is the most powerful Italian mafia group today. Because I was working on a story with my colleague Jan Kuciak, who was murdered in 2018, and that started another project I really think is great. But I'm going to talk about it tomorrow at HCPP.
I look forward to watching that. That sounds fascinating.
And the money laundering, it's just a lot of numbers, a lot of chains of the companies. So it's not such a fun as to investigate organized crime groups.
Mm-hmm. So like Panama Papers and this kind of stuff.
It is.
Mm-hmm. And that, I suppose, leads you to find lots of other things from looking at those numbers. I imagine you can find a lot.
It's getting better and better after more projects you do about money laundering, about, we call it laundromats. What are the system, how to launder money, how to siphon the money of company or government budget, and how to insert it back into the system. We call this system laundromats. And yes, more you work on it, more patterns you can recognize, more red flags, and more companies that are involved in those laundromats are familiar. You just know the names and what was their role.
So what's your thoughts on data collection in general and all of this stuff that's put onto consumers when they're purchasing anything. All of our details have to be taken for KYC and anti-money laundering and all of this. Do you see that it's all being circumvented anyway by the people who really are doing the things that they shouldn't be doing and causing issues in this world? They get around it anyway. So is there a point in your eyes to having any of this this stuff at all?
Yeah, I find it unfair to the common people that they need to, fill in and explain tons of the papers when they are coming to the bank to open a bank account, and they are being red flagged and investigated for any unusual bank wire. But those who are really powerful and have enough money, they don't need to do it. In some of the cases, they even buy the bank. So there is no way the bank would record their transactions. And if they don't want to buy the bank and run the system themselves, they just, go to a private bank, show them a lot of money, and then no questions are asked.
Yeah, it's like a completely two-tiered system. It's everyone has to do as they're told, give all their information, have all their privacy taken from them, and the people at the top just continue to do what they want. And yeah, it's one of the things I discuss quite a lot on my show, and why I think that cryptocurrencies, especially Bitcoin, are so powerful, because if everyone is going to do what they want anyway, it would be nice for normal people to have some privacy back, and I think it's important.
It's privacy and flexibility. I think like the banking system is really old-fashioned.
And do you still use it, or do you using cryptocurrencies at all?
Yeah, we have a combination of crypto and old school banks.
Yeah, I guess you have to at some point. You have to touch
Sure.
the.
Sure. Usually, because we are not for profit organization and we quite often run on a grant, there are not many donors who are willing to support us in crypto.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess there's not many people out there. And how do you go about getting these grants, and like who's the sort of people who are supporting this kind of important work?
We do kind of a due diligence, what means we Google the people who are supporting us, and in average our donors, at least in Czech Republic, those are like the business people who just don't want who want to get some kind of information that would be relevant for them. That's why they support us. We got grants from them. One is Family Foundation, another is Foundation for Independent Media, and then we've got like European grants from different foundations.
Okay. Yeah, it's a fascinating world. I wonder if what's going on at the moment is impacting your work at all, not being able to travel or travel restrictions. It sounds like there's probably quite a lot of travel involved in what you do.
There is, but the good point is that I have colleagues in majority of the countries I need to connect with. So if I need something, I just ask them to do it for me. So yes, there's a lot of traveling involved, but it's not necessarily that it must be me who's traveling. It's, we always worked on decentralized base. We have a small center as OCCRP in Sarajevo, Bosnia, but the rest is like every small, similar to my center, is based in different European country, and we just do it, communicate all the time online.
Okay, all right. Well, that's good. It doesn't affect it too much then. And can you give me a bit of a teaser on your talk tomorrow? Like, is there? I assume it's around digital totality, but can you tell me a little bit more?
It's not so much about digital totality imposed on us as a journalist. It's actually digital totality we can create as a journalist. And I'm going to talk about the project when my colleague Jan Kuciak was murdered in 2018 in February. We didn't trust the police that they would be able to investigate anything because we believed very powerful people are involved in the murder. So we started our own investigation. We collected on the first, during the first collection of data, as I would say, we collected 24 terabytes of the data, and we needed to somehow proceed it. And then on the later in 2019, we collected 70 terabytes of the data. And I'm just going to talk about how we actually did the investigation, not only of the murder of our colleague, but also what was the process, how we did it. When we started the project that we now call Kočner's Library, that actually is based on those 70 terabytes of the data of some of it very private information.
Right. Okay, so you're having to get to a point where you can't trust the people who are supposed to be protecting you, and you're having to do this for yourself.
Right. At the end, it turned that Slovak investigators did really good job. They were able to find those who murdered Jan. But at the beginning, we just, I just didn't see it happening because there were so much mistakes done directly at the crime scene, and there was so much open. They left so many questions open without no answer, no progress, no explanation. That just we rather wanted to be safe than sorry later that we did nothing.
That sounds like a terrifying time for you. I imagine this is sort of, this must go through your head quite a lot with doing what you're doing. It's incredible the work that you're doing. I'm so happy there are people like you out there doing this, but personally, I'd be scared to death. Yeah. Do you just have a heart of steel, or is there a reason that sort of got you into this? Is it just fascination, or is it more that you're thinking, no, this is not right, and I want to make a change?
It's probably a combination of both. There is also a special hype you feel when the information you gathered start to make sense. Okay. So it's just very unique mixture of feeling when you are working as investigative reporter.
Yeah, so like an adrenaline rush.
Also probably kind of adrenaline rush as well.
Yeah,
and also what is really motivating is that I have a really good colleagues. It's kind of my tribe. I feel really, it's really good, really, really great experience working with them.
Yeah, I think that's so important, right? To have a good tribe, as you say, and good colleagues. Though, carrying on that top of point of earlier, it's such a risky business that you do. And for example, Max is coming on with a mask as well, right? So he's taking care of his privacy. He's not revealing some of his personal information to the public, specifically to protect himself against some potential attackers. But Pavel, I'm sure that you have quite many potential attackers. So how do you use that aspect of privacy and selectively revealing yourself to the world as a strategy of defense?
I am, of course, very aware of keeping my private life private. There are not many people who would really know where do I live, much about my family, and so on. The things I put on social networks or the things I let be known about me are the things that I don't have a problem to shout in the middle of the crowded street. So And there is one more aspect when you start to be known. We call it the stage when you are too hot to touch. What means that you start to be kind of a known or prominent person. What means if someone would like to harm you or kill you, he would need to think twice if it's worth it. Usually, when the journalist is prominent, they think that there are better ways how to ignore or silence or discredit the journalist, better ways than killing. Well, it doesn't apply to Mexico.
Unfortunately. What are some of these better ways? What is some of the the strategies of the silencing of trying to hide the truth that are being employed here?
Discreditation, lawsuits, suing you for, any kind of defamation, libel, lawsuits. The discreditation is pretty much the one that's used in Balkans. I can tell you a story of my colleague from Montenegro. She was writing about corrupt politicians and the government there, that they have a link to organized crime. And within a month, there was a huge campaign in pro-government media that she's actually having sex with her dog. That's stupid it could be.
Wow. Okay, that's a new level.
Yeah, that's a new level. It probably wouldn't be seen as such a huge issue in my country, or at least in Prague, but in Montenegro, this was quite a big issue.
So they're trying to discredit people who are big enough to be noticed if something was to happen to them, if they were harmed or killed. And I guess, like, how do you? There's obviously a transition phase between being an unknown and then being known, and there must be some trade-offs there as to whether you want your face and name out there, because if you're known enough, you're less likely to be harmed, even though they might make slanderous statements. How do people make that decision of, well, do I become known or do I stay hidden? It must be a difficult question.
Yeah, I don't have any clue. I don't have any answer, and I think it's pretty much on each reporter what they will decide which way to go. But as a reporter, you also need to consider that you are building trust. That the currency you have is your public, that is there to also give you kind of protection. That's their trust. So if they wouldn't know who you are, how you look like, there is a higher probability they wouldn't trust you. So most of the reporters, investigative reporters I know, they are trying to be transparent about their name, about their face, about their job, how they do it.
Yeah, Max and I were speaking about this on the phone the other day, and the trade-offs, and he was basically saying a similar thing to me, which was, I asked him, how are you in this community, and talking about Bitcoin and all of these things with your face and name out there, and he said basically the trade-off is worth it for me, and I just, like you said, have to be very, very careful with everything else and separate the rest of my life from anything that you're doing. And yeah, it's a trade-off I've not yet made, but
yeah, maybe we should do it the other way around, to have the public face and public appearance and cover the face at home in front of our families. Maybe that's the way.
Mine probably
so
like that very
difficult.
much.
Right, because it's so expensive. That's really the main thing. And then there are many things that you have to sacrifice. Specifically, for example, here at HCPP, right? If I would really want to keep this identity of mine hidden here, I probably could not attend. Because even when running around with the mask, eventually you're going to take it off to eat something or to drink. And even when you're super, super, super careful, it's only one small, tiny fuck up that will bust you. And so this is why, just for me, I mean, it's a very difficult choice. I'm very aware of the consequences of it, but it was just, at the end of all, the decision was made rather easily because it's just not sustainable to try to do this on such a high level.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I need to change the way I think. Maybe you two are braver than I am. And Pavlo, you have real dangerous people who you're reporting on. I'm just talking about something that that the banks won't particularly like, and the governments won't particularly like. You've got slightly more danger. So yeah, it's amazing what you're doing, and yeah, I applaud it. So in your team, is it something that is growing, or is it something that's very tight knit to so you know who you're working with, and like how does somebody who wants to get involved in investigative journalism and be involved in this, are you ever recruiting new people, or how does that process work?
Yes, I believe that the number of investigative reporters is growing, but we have this hard core of the team, and those are people I know pretty well, and we are also somehow keeping the guarantee for others' lives. You know, if we would release some information that was not supposed to be released, we can really put them in danger. And I'm talking about the fact that we can actually put them in a situation where they can be killed. So this hardcore team, those are people I trust absolutely. I really like to work with, and I also pretty much depend on. And that there are not many newcomers to this hardcore team.
Yeah, I can imagine it must be tight knit. And in terms of you were talking about having lots of data that you had collected in the previous case where you had a colleague murdered. How do you go about securing this data? Obviously, you have to collect it, but then presumably you have people who also want to try and take it back or have access to it. So do you have a team who work on the technical side of things, or?
Yes, at OCCRP we have a really great tech team who are taking, I think it's around 10 people now. Some of them are taking care about our digital security. The others are taking care about the data. And there are others who are taking care about the rest of the stuff. But we have this team, and I'm really grateful we do have them, because otherwise, you know, processing 70 terabytes of data would be too difficult for me. And yes, we of course find the problems that we were facing, because if you have 70 terabytes of data and you want to keep it encrypted, it's almost impossible to reuse it. So we needed to find a way how to actually keep it safe. And then we found that the best way is to keep it in a safe. This old school solution, but it worked, and we didn't keep it in Slovakia or Czech Republic. We kept it somewhere else. And then we uploaded it to a secure server in totally another country and created actually a secure room where those data were accessible to the logged-in journalists who were granted the access to those data.
Wow, it's quite something, the security that goes into it.
Yes,
that
because
is big.
Yeah, this kind of information that I am going to talk about tomorrow is super sensitive. And it did took down the information that we worked with since the end of 2019. It took down judges, it took down prosecutors, it took down politicians and created new government in Slovakia. It took down police officers. So yes, those were all the people who wanted who wanted to prevent our access to those data.
That's incredible. And is that just that's all the data that is collected from you guys. It must have taken years, I imagine, to collect to a point where this happens.
Well, it was collected by the police, by Slovak police during the murder investigation. We just got access. We got a copy of those data collected.
Right. Wow, incredible. And when you were investigating at the beginning and you said to me, we weren't sure that the police were going to be helping, but actually in the end they did. Your ideas of what had happened to your colleague, was that what had transpired to be reality? Like, was it that what you thought had happened and the people who were responsible? Did you ever get to the bottom of it?
We are in kind of slightly more complicated situation when we as a journalist, we had 3 leads. The police had 32 leads, including me being involved in the murder of my colleague. So we had it more straightforward, as to say, because we were looking if Ndrangheta could be involved. We were looking into Albanian/Kosovo mafia may be involved. And then we were looking into a Slovak businessman, Marian Kočner, may be involved. Quite early, we found out that the highest probability is that Marian Kočner was involved, and there was no international mafia operation behind the murder. And then we just proceed with what we had. The situation right now is that Marian Kočner, during the trial, he was not found guilty, and there is appeal to the Supreme Court to rule. So I am still convinced Marian Kočner was the one who ordered the murder, but I'm not sure I can be, like saying it openly loud when he was still not convicted for this crime.
Of course, yeah. That must be an incredibly frustrating and draining time when you have a colleague who I assume was close to you. You said this is a close-knit group of you, and then to not have it, the book finally closed on it, to not have an outcome that you maybe think is right, must be very frustrating.
It will just take longer, I hope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But we will be able to close the book one day, 1 year.
And I really look forward to listening to your talk and learning some more about this. But while I have you here, is there any sort of story or case outside of what you'll be discussing tomorrow, so we don't cover the same ground, but is there something that over your years of being involved has fascinated you, that's been the most interesting case, or most that's shown you or taught you something you never thought could be possible or expected?
Yes, it's a series of stories that we've published with my Serbian colleague at the beginning of September, so about a month ago, or maybe exactly a month ago. And it was, the stories were based on mapping the one global/Balkan narco cartel that was operating from South America, New York, and according to Italian police force, they almost monopolized the logistics of cocaine, how to bring it to, usually from Peru or Argentina or Brazil, to Europe. And they were, it took us, to Stevan it took 7 years, and to me it took 5 years just to finish this set of stories. What was kind of a really long time. And in the meantime, our editors retired, and then the prosecutor in Italy died in a car accident, and our other sources were put in jail and others were released. So it happened a lot, it changed a lot. but fortunately we were able to publish it, at least after 5 years. And here I really understood how important it is to keep your archive in order, because what happened to us is that we've been chasing one sentence, one special document from the court for about a year. We were not able to get it, and then we found out that actually we have it all the time.
Oh no.
So yes,
Oh,
lot of wasted energy. And of course, I've learned a lot about the beginning of Balkan cartels who are operating in US, and it was fascinating and really good and fun, and the fact that it actually goes back to 70s was also eye-opener.
wow, that's incredible. And something like that, that's 5 years of your time, and then going back to the 70s. There's so much information to sift through and try and work these things out. Like where do you even start? How does something like this begin? Is it a tip off, or is it like, how do these things start?
It was one of the stories that almost doesn't touch Czech Republic or Slovakia, what are two countries I try to cover. But it started with my colleague Stevan sending me names, about 20 names, if I can check it and if I will find anything interesting about them. So I did, and I found one match that was actually a nephew of the cartel leader that was living in Slovakia, operating from Slovakia, bringing drugs, bringing cocaine from Italy or from Poland to Central Europe. And that's how it started. It always starts with one or two names, and that's it. You need to build a story around those two names, and that's what is taking years.
And so it's just a tiny thread, and you pull at it and you see what unravels over time, and I assume sometimes it turns out to be nothing, and sometimes it's huge, like what you've uncovered here.
Yes, exactly. You just pull it and you're trying to understand. Just to give you example, I spent about a year on mapping the business of a company that I thought that may be involved. And the business it was a real estate development, and it went from Slovakia to Czech Republic to Brazil to Montenegro, really huge investments. And then I didn't find any proof that it was money laundering operation, so we just needed to drop it. It was over 100 companies involved, but we are not able to prove any wrongdoing. So we just mentioned it, one paragraph, 1 year of work.
Wow. And is that a year that you're assigned and working on just this, or I assume
No.
there are other? Okay.
No, we never work on just one case. Usually it's 7 to 12 cases parallel. What I think is going to be the future of a good journalist is to be able to switch between the topics, because that's how the journalism, or at least investigative journalism, is done today. You need to switch from poaching of the tigers to cocaine trades to arms trafficking to ring prostitution to Russian mafia and then back, because you can't really dedicate that much time to a single story.
And how do you go about managing to not only switch from these stories, but also be able to switch off? I assume that this becomes all-encompassing, certainly with specific stories that you probably become emotionally attached to, or just you so desperately want to get to the bottom of it, like a puzzle, that I don't feel I'd be ever able to switch off. Do you find it difficult?
Sure, of course, I find it difficult, but I go swimming, I go to sauna, I go hiking, And time to time, I just go drinking. So with my
Perfect.
friends. That's, alcohol really helps to switch off.
Yes, it does. It does. All three together can work as well. Maybe not the hiking, but yeah. Well, that's good that you managed to switch off, and otherwise, yeah, I can imagine it must affect mood. And is this something that you see within your field that, how long is the lifespan of someone involved in this type of work? Do you find that people get burnt out, or is it something that once you're involved, people tend to stick with?
Yes, the burnout rate is really high. And yeah, people go crazy, people go addicted. It's taking its toll, this field of work. We try to support each other, and I think it works. It really works. But still, if you are proclaimed enemy of people in your home country, and the prime minister is having press conference when he's saying, let's blame this guy or this girl for what's wrong with the state, that he's paid by CIA and he's foreign agent and he's trying to overthrow the government. And then you have some additional problems like with the story, with the editor, and then you are maybe just tired because you didn't sleep enough for 2 months. Yeah, then it adds to each other.
And so with all of this stuff, like over your career and all the things that you've seen, you get to see the deepest and darkest secrets of states, police, private individuals, all of the stuff that maybe most people might see in movies or hear about, but we're not really that close to. How's it left your view of the world? Are you someone who has any trust in government or any trust in our political systems, or have you come to a point where maybe you're more libertarian leaning and just thinking, well, it's all bullshit, it's all a scam, and it's just who has the most power does what they want? Like, I'd be fascinated to hear how it's affected your views on things.
I didn't see the darkest secrets of the state. I would like to, but I think there are much more than what I know, what I see, and what I would ever even touch. But it's kind of difficult to get totally out of the system, because you need to understand the system to report on the system. So even if I like and support the idea of anarchy, I can't really be involved in it, because understanding the system and actually understanding the needs of the people living in the system is crucial for my work. So I'm just trying to live a good life.
Well, that sounds very wise. That sounds very wise. I'm on the extreme other end, where I'm trying desperately to exit the current system because I have no faith left at all in it, and that's where like Bitcoin and all of this stuff has really come into play, where I'm trying to find a way that I can just live my life without it being controlled, and I can live my life away from what I see as just pure corruption, and just get on with my life without it. But it's not easy. It's why I'm so interested to be part of this weekend, and they have these workshops going on, and
that's the right place.
Yeah, it's fascinating, but it's so hard. Like for a non-technical person, it's very hard. It's to use these tools properly, but it's possible, and that's exciting.
Right. Yes. you really need to be dedicated to your privacy and independency, and be kind of stubborn to live this way.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so do you have a positive outlook on, you're saying you have to stay within the system, and that makes total sense because of what you're doing. And do you have, if you look into the future, do you have a kind of more positive outlook over time or a more negative outlook over time? Like how do you see things playing out if we are to stay within the systems that we have? Are they so rotten at the core that you can't see change, or do you see a glimmer of hope?
There is what I see and what I try to fight is something that is called in Slovakia, he is our man. It's from a story when actually a businessman who was not officially or visibly linked to politics or politicians. He was speeding, he was stopped by the police, and the policeman received a message that he can't give him a fine for speeding because he's our man. So our man meant that all the places in the government or the spots in the government that are in power of something or that can actually deal with the power and decisions are occupied by our men. What means if you need to resolve some problem, some issue, you know that they will cover your back. And what I see is that, the system of our men is changing, but it's only changing to be replaced by our new men of our new system or the new government. So, yeah, our men system is just, copy paste of the old one.
Right. So you sort of the belief there's a saying which is like power corrupts, absolute power
Definitely.
corrupts absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's how do we get around this? Is this just human nature that we're all corruptible? Because I always like to think, these people, how do they do these things? It's so disgusting. Like how they're supposed to be helping, and then I think, well, what would I be like if I had that much power? Would I like to think in my head, oh, I'll be a good person and I'll do what's right, but maybe not. Maybe we all humans are just too corrupt inside, and we can't handle power. We go crazy from it.
Maybe you wouldn't like to control others' lives.
But definitely not. I can't even
so
control
that
mine.
So you wouldn't enter politics. That's it.
True. So you have to be a special type of person
Yes.
to want to.
You must be deviated somehow when you want to really control the lives of the others, I guess.
A sociopath or a psychopath or both.
Probably.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's I don't know whether that's encouraging or not, but it kind of goes along the lines of what I was thinking as well. And yeah, I'm just pleased there's people like you out there who are revealing these truths and putting your life and everything else on the line to do it. It's amazing. And
well, maybe we are also corrupted by our power.
I've lost your audio. Hold on, sorry. I don't know whether it's something I've done or not. I could see.
Is it better now?
No, I can't hear you still. Hold on. You can hear me. I'm just typing to you now. I can't hear.
Okay.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Good.
There we are. Sorry, I don't know where we cut off. It just
Maybe it was
suddenly
taking too long.
nothing. I could see you speaking and
No, I was just saying that maybe even us as a journalist should be aware of possible corruption by our power. So, yeah, we should keep it in mind that our lives and our perception of reality could be also corrupted.
of course. And how do you keep that in check? You know, is this just hiking and sauna and lots of alcohol, or?
No, sometimes you need to talk to people who will put you back on Earth if you are orbiting too far. And sometimes it's good to do projects where you need to fight your ego. So you need to give to the others and share and collaborate. That will also keep you on the ground.
Yeah, human interaction as much as possible, and yeah.
Helping your competitors also helps.
Okay. And who are your competitors? You mean other people within the same field, or the people you're trying to bring down? Presumably.
No, I wouldn't consider the people we are trying to bring down as the competitors unless they will run some media.
Yeah.
Could be happening in some cases, as the Czech Prime Minister. But competitors, I see the media, and I think that media industry is pretty wrong about the fact that they should act as competitors, because it's not good for journalism. It's good for marketing, definitely, but not for journalism.
Yeah, as an outsider, someone who knows nothing about this world at all, the way I look at it is I'm thinking that journalists are there to bring truth to the people. They're there to show us what we wouldn't otherwise see. And to, like you said, you should be, in an ideal world, there should be a collaborative effort to do that. But I always see, you know, not with the type of work you're doing, but if I turn on the BBC or I turn on some sort of media, my initial reaction is just to think, well, that's a lie. Like, it just has to be a lie, because there has to be someone who's benefiting from whatever they're trying to spin. And it's very difficult to find a voice that you can trust and believe in. And I don't know how that happens. Is that something that just happens over time, where people read your articles, people learn what you've been working on, and over a time period they go, okay, we can trust this because the last 20 things that have been written about or discussed have actually turned out to be true? Whereas within most media, if there was a prediction market and I could bet against whatever's being said by normal media, I would bet against it because it's always wrong, and it's always a lie, it seems.
Yeah, you are building the trust, but what is also a good sign, what you don't see that much in the media, is apology if you do a mistake. You know, so there was some study, I can't actually name the study or the authors of the study, but they say that about 40% of the texts or of the content published by the media, it contains at least one mistake. And in majority of the cases, like 80% of those 40%, let's say, it's never fixed, or it's fixed without the editorial note that it was fixed.
Right. Yeah, so taking responsibility is
taking responsibility for your own mistakes is really a good sign that you can trust those media.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you. I'm fascinated by everything you've worked on, and like I said, I'm really looking forward to the talk tomorrow, so I'll be tuning into that. And I know we have people just about to join us and take over. So before we close out, is there anything else you wanted to relay or speak about before we close the interview out?
No, just thank you for the invitation. It was nice talking to someone who is out of my industry.
Yes, very much out of it, but fascinated by it.
Okay, so thank you for the invitation, and I guess there are new people going to take over.
Yeah, I think they're going to take over. I will. Hold on, let me just look in the. I've got John Cavallo in
Hi,
the
guys.
background.
Oh,
Hey there, how you doing?
Pretty good. I'm just I don't know who has admin, but I think somebody has to hand me admin or make sure Max has it if he's around, so I can hand it off to the next person when we're done.
just hand it
Okay,
over to the
cool.
next person, or you have 3 minutes to tell some jokes.
Yeah, there's nobody else is here yet. I'm waiting for about 4 or 5 more people. So
Who are you speaking with, John?
we're having some of the I don't know if they have representatives, some of the participants in the Bitcoin design community, which is mostly a Slack community of people that are working on Bitcoin design related issues like UX kind of stuff.
Okay. In terms of stuff to do with like Bitcoin protocol stuff, or like literally UX on top of...
Mostly like app layer and maybe like well, for example, one of the projects they're working on. I guess I shouldn't speak for them. That's why we're having them. But they're working on like a design guide for people building wallets and building things for Bitcoin. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Well, I'll be tuning into that. So I guess it looks like your guest is now joining you. Pavla, I will be jumping out, but thanks again. And
Me too.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
so
be
thank you for
jumping
the
out, but-
interview. Yeah, bye-bye.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hey, John, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Did you listen to the previous talk?
I know I was kind of winding down because I had done one and then I had lunch, and it's a busy day, and doing these streams actually, like, it's amazing like how like tiring they can be or like draining they can be, like being in a live stream for hours in one day.
Yeah, it was really interesting, hearing about how some of these privacy things affect people's real lives and safety and health potentially makes it so much more important that we build these things correctly, not just for some of our more lighter use cases, but for real problems.
And also handhold them well, which
Yeah.
I think would be appropriate to our conversation we're going to have here. So we have John's, Patricia, you, and at least one more person, right?
That is me. Hello, hello. I'm back.
Also, additional to you, I think there's who was it? Daniel is another one, and and Selena or Celine. I'm not sure how to say her name.
Celine, yeah, we have 2 fellow Jitsters here that need to identify themselves.
They're probably setting their mic and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, these are privacy extremists choosing not to reveal themselves, although they are on a public call.
Max, you have to wear the mask indoors. Is that like a thing in the country, or is that just you like the style?
No, so actually there's no mask requirement here specifically, at least not an enforced one. But this is actually a really good mask. Wait, let me come a bit closer. This here, you see, it is open like this.
Oh, it's beard friendly.
It's really, really good. Open beard, right? Finally, this is a mask that you can wear with a beard. It's so genius.
This is a design session, so there you go.
Hello,
designed masks. Hello.
Hello.
Is everybody here?
Hello.
Celine here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
You're
Okay,
you're
cool.
Jitsi to the camera stream. You might want to switch that over in the settings.
How do I
Bottom
switch?
3 dots bottom right, then settings, and then under devices, camera.
Okay.
Switch
Thanks.
it from to probably FaceTime.
Oh, I didn't know it would become the default. Quite cool then. Hi, can you see me now?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, great.
So I haven't like done a live stream with this many people before, so I'm gonna try something of, but maybe like a round robin to make sure each person at least gets to answer something on their own. But feel free to like banter between each other and interrupt. As you know, just don't be Trump about it. You know. Chris, my first question, I guess, with you is like, what is the Bitcoin design community?
Whew, putting me right on the spot there. So, you know, when I started working in the cryptocurrency space, I was looking around. I was looking for designers. I saw all of this technical potential, and so many developers, and so many activities and explorations, and all this stuff. And then I didn't see any designers. I wanted to do really good work. I wanted to see good work. I want to find good work, and then occasionally saw a few people here and there. And I think Square Crypto realized kind of the same thing. Initially, when they started building Square Crypto, they said, hey, we're going to have 6 developers and 1 designer or something like that. And then they did their research, you know, proper user research. You talk to designers, you figure out how design works and what the best ways to help push design forward in this space. And then they realized that maybe it's not so good just to hire a single person, but to gather all these individuals that are out there working, trying to make things better, and get them in one place, have them talk to each other, exchange ideas, gather the best resources, and really bundle all that activity and energy in one place. And then, you know, just publish all the best findings so anybody who works on Bitcoin products can build better products faster and easier. So I think that's how it all started. Anybody, please hop in and let me know what I missed there. But I think that's how it started. And at this point, there are 660 people or so in a Slack workspace talking about design all the time, which is great. There's a GitHub repo where we're working on this Bitcoin design guide, which is ideally all the best practices and recommendations and good ideas for designers and other people to build good products. And then the individual people in that community, they are all from different companies and, you know, backgrounds and working on their own projects, contributing, talking. So it's like 1,000 tentacles into the Bitcoin ecosystem there, and hopefully everybody just kind of enjoys working together and trying to make things better.
Mm-hmm. Celine, I want to ask you, you know, first, if you have anything to add as far as what you think the Bitcoin community is, Bitcoin design community is, but then more specifically, like, what would you say are the kind of first highest priority projects that are getting built? I know Chris mentioned some, but the Bitcoin design guide, but maybe talk about like maybe what the first few deliverables will be that Bitcoiners will be able to use, and a little bit about them.
Yeah, so I pretty much agree with everyone, everything that Christoph said. I think the designer community is very crucial, and I'm very glad that Square Crypto initialized this, because I joined Bitcoin in around 2017, and before starting actually working in Bitcoin, I didn't have many previous knowledge about Bitcoin. And as you can imagine, it is a very technical space. And for any newcomers coming into this space, you try to find resource to learn and try to find fellows to, just chatting about design stuff. It's very, very difficult. The only thing I was able to find back then regarding design about Bitcoin was actually the Bitcoin Design that's website Patricia put up, and it has been very helpful. So I imagine like any designer coming to this space will suffer from the same challenge. So having a community that have a discussion that everyone can bouncing idea around and have like a design guide, unified a lot of terminologies or methodologies that people can, just go less detour on exploring the design for Bitcoin is very crucial. So in terms of actual projects that's going to be helping for the overall Bitcoin space. So I think that the design guide itself is going to be very helpful in multiple ways. because it covers actually a very wide aspect that maybe both Daniel, Christoph, or Johns can cover later. But then, like a lot of struggles we have right now in terms of design for Bitcoin is when we talk about certain things, terminology, for example, there's it's still all over the place. And another thing is when people start to think about creating specific product for everyone, like everyone wants to talk about design Bitcoin for everyone, but who is everyone? Like a lot of these questions often runs into debate and stuff, and that's holding back Bitcoin UX. That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'll add a comment here where it was like so immediately evident that this was a good idea when Square announced it, because I joined the Slack like pretty quickly, and a big part of my prior career was very design related, most of my life. And then it was like within hours there were hundreds of people in there, and within one day there was already like cool links, cool resources, cool conversations. And there's like, how did we not think of this? I was almost jealous. I was like, how did this not exist until today? And I don't have as much time as I'd like to like participate in the projects, but it's like obvious that this is good for Bitcoin. And like I really would like to avoid anybody saying things like comparing this like the Bitcoin Foundation of the past, or like people trying to control Bitcoin, because this really is about providing resources to like a very underserved demographic of people that care about Bitcoin. Like before this community, I had to like always feel like the dumb guy in the room, because I was trying to have these conversations with like these wizard programmers, and as soon as the conversation like crosses past design into coding, it's like you can see on their face that like you feel like you don't deserve to be talking to them, so there was like just not a good home for people like us, and that's cool. Sorry for the rant. Johns, I wanted to ask you, like, maybe this is a good segue also to talk about projects that you're more closely related to. Why is this community important? Like what impact is it going to have? And Selena mentioned the Bitcoin Design Guide. Maybe tell us what a Bitcoin Design Guide is, and maybe whatever project it is that's also a priority for you.
Yeah. So I got asked this question again yesterday as well. And for me, the guide is one of the outputs from this community, right? But in the long term, what I'm hoping to see is more designers engaging in open source like projects, like interacting with developers more closely. And we're already seeing that. We're seeing engineering teams and like open source projects trying to figure out how can we better onboard designers to contribute to improve our UX, because they're finally understanding that, okay, we're building all this tech, but we need people to actually use it to adopt it, right? So yeah, the design guide for me is just like one of those projects that will help the newcomer designers, but then we have to figure out how do we still bridge that divide and get designers and developers, working on projects and figuring out processes and stuff. Yeah.
Is there a specific project? Oh, sorry. Is there a specific project that you're doing in addition to, or maybe is like more closer to home for you that you're working on?
Well,
I think you have one of the grants, right, as well?
Yeah. So my grants focus on payment and privacy. I think those two things kind of go quite well together. What I tend to do is try to collaborate with someone who is a lot more technical, so then I could figure out how to translate that information so that other designers can understand like the underlying protocols a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
So for right now, I'm looking into coin joins and different kinds of obfuscation techniques for coin management and stuff. Eventually, I'm going to also be looking into like Lightning Network, like the UX of payments and stuff. yeah, but for now it's now looking at coin joins.
Cool. I guess we'll go with Patricia next. I would say, if there's anything that we've talked about so far that you wanted to add commentary on, and then the next question would be, what isn't the Bitcoin design community?
So I think the one thing that I wanted to add is, besides agreeing with everything that they said about the Bitcoin design community being there to help designers get into the space and help them get their resources on it. But for me personally, I also have an expectation that this community, the resources that will come out of this community will also help a lot developers, and especially small teams, one-man teams, a lot of people who have potential to build awesome Bitcoin projects, and that if they only had a little bit of guidance in terms of design, in terms of proper usability that they could think of at the beginning of their project, that it would make like a whole lot of difference for them. And they many times don't have the resources, or even they don't know anyone who can be a designer in their team. Like, so they can't have this. And I really have the expectation that the Bitcoin design guides and the researchers that are coming out of it will be this resource. But now, what the community is not. So I think that
I can add some context if it helps.
Yeah.
I mentioned kind of like how this is not, I don't want people to think of this as something people to control Bitcoin or a danger to Bitcoin. And so maybe elaborating a little bit on like making sure that people don't misunderstand what's going on here and that kind of thing.
Of course. So, I mean, design has design principles. Let's say that will work for any technology, any product. There are things that we study as designers that apply to everything that relates to a human being interacting with something. And what I think that we want to do here in this community is help state these principles, help state what are some best practices. And all of this will be resources that will be available for people to decide on themselves what they want to use or not, what kind of pattern they think that is valuable for their project or not. I mean, it's their choice in the end, of course, if they trust anything that is said by in a resource that comes out of there. But it's really, as I see, it's only about being transparent on what is considered good design for this kind of technology that we are building. Nobody will create like rules that wallets will have to follow, so they won't get a design community approval standard. I mean, there's nothing like this. It's really about making things available, and teams will have the opportunity of choosing what they want to take out of there or not.
There is, sorry if I may hop in here. There is one thing that is stated, I think, fairly at the beginning of the GitHub repo even too. It's there's a focus on non-custodial and open source. So there's no big research into exchanges or third-party services or banks or anything like that. It is about strengthening kind of the decentralized open source, like what makes Bitcoin Bitcoin. It's not about changing it or dumbing things down the way sometimes people put it when they talk about UI or UX design for mainstream. It's about actually embracing that and making that usable.
Yeah, I think you both make good points, and to elaborate a little, I'll say she mentioned just the concept of that this would save teams, small teams with limited resources, time. It gives I think that the design guide and even some of the projects that have gotten grants, and even ones that are to do with Square Crypto on the programming side, I think that you see some complements going on that just ultimately save teams trying to build things time from having to learn everything themselves and redundantly, in silos. And so I think that's one really cool aspect about it. And then Patricia also mentioned the concept of design principles. I think that's a really important one that maybe will be easier for designers to communicate to designers and the people that they touch, and what could correlate very well to programmers and other people, marketers, other people that are helping Bitcoin, because ultimately the best design principles kind of apply everywhere. And so I think getting people more used to respecting design principles, and axioms and things that make things basically more efficient and easier could help everybody in the end. Daniel, I'll come to you next. I'll say, to maybe tell us a little bit about yourself. I should have asked everybody that. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Maybe if you had any comments you wanted to add to the prior topics, and then your specific question will be, what are maybe some of the challenges that the design community has faced so far, or you think will face?
Thank you very much, John. So yeah, I'm Daniel. I came through to the crypto, kind of working in crypto through Coinbase, which a lot of people will have strong reactions to. I'm no longer there, and I'm now working with the Bitcoin grant from Square Crypto on the guide and the community, but I'm also working on a non-custodial wallet on the side. So in terms of the community, I'm amazed how quickly it has sort of filled this gap that you mentioned, and that Christoph mentioned, that when you come into the crypto space or the Bitcoin space as a designer, it's like you feel very lonely. Maybe as a developer too, but there has been stronger communities, or at least places to go. So I think over the last 3 months or so, it feels like such an obvious thing, and it's has had a very positive start. But we're it's very, very early. We are still working on the first kind of content. I think as designers or makers of anything, it ultimately comes down to what you share, like what do you produce, what do you put out there. The Slack is great. It's a space where it's now suddenly easy to connect with someone that you've maybe seen on Twitter, or someone that works on a different product, but it was a bit harder to reach out to them before. So I think some of the immediate positive effects I can see, or that I'm hoping for, is that people don't think so much about competing. Even if you might be working on a different Bitcoin product, we are all learning so much. And if someone has made a breakthrough or can come to a conclusion or an insight, if that is shared much quicker than in the past, I think we're all going to make much, much more progress, in the whole space. I'm working on the private key management chapter of the guide, and like you mentioned early on, I feel like the person asking dumb questions often. But I'm quite happy to do that, right? Like there's so many parts of this space that it's hard to imagine anybody being an expert on everything. And I'm certainly not. But like there are parts of it that I'm comfortable with, and parts that I really look to other people to come with feedback on. And I'm also very happy to be the person who asks, like, why? For all this amazing technology that people have built, sometimes you just need to have someone say, well, why do we have to use it this way? Could we use it another way? Or, can we simplify without losing the ethos of what you were trying to do with the technology? So, yeah, no, I'm very positive so far. It's been very, very fun to be part of it.
Awesome. I think I got each of you at least one dedicated question. So I'll ask now, maybe, I know that you had all, tried to do a panel at the Magical Crypto Conference, and I think there were some technical issues, but in general, you had some content prepared, and I just want to give any of you a chance to maybe fill in any gaps that were topics that you did want to talk about regarding Bitcoin design that I haven't asked already. Maybe Chris, you can start.
Yeah, I'm actually the one who had the technical problems in that conference.
There you go.
I spent like 45 minutes trying to get them fixed. My computer was just glitching in this virtual world. And so I'm the one who actually missed the panel. maybe the other ones want to say if they want to pick something up there.
It's okay if there's nothing, guys. Just in general, I'm sure that you all have some topics and some things you'd like to talk about with design or the current community efforts. unexpected learnings. I mentioned, to Daniel, challenges that you faced so far. Any interesting stories of cool things that have happened, stuff like this.
Yeah, I guess one thing to add from earlier is, you asked which project does this community produce, and I think that's really up to the community. Right? It's very open. There's kind of a project life cycle. It's kind of a recommendation. If you have an idea, if you have a project, here's one way that you can go about it. But it's a full expectations that people will dip in and out, come in with some ideas, have some discussions, show a few things, and go back and keep working on things. Maybe find somebody to collaborate, go somewhere else. So it's a very open and very flexible dynamic there. So I think it's a little bit unpredictable, and that's kind of also what makes it exciting, that this is not something that's pre-programmed to achieve certain goals, but it's really up to all the individuals to come together and make things happen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
On that, touching on that, there was a call this morning with one of the developer on Bitcoin Core GUI, and he made the comment that, before in the repo, people would be discussing things based on like some kind of bias that they have or some opinion, and they would or they would say like, I like this, and not really back it up, right? Say I like it, I don't like it, and not really back it up. And now, for example, a designer can join those discussions in the on Core, and they can say like why this font is better than this other font because of like it has these certain glyphs, or it has the like some different traits that developer working on Core may not actually know. So I also had I started collaborating with one engineer also working on this Wabi Sabi protocol. And he also, said, "Oh, there's a design community. I have some questions about this protocol that I'm designing, that I'm architecting. Now I have a place that I can like directly go and ask this group of people what they think." And so, it's now become this avenue for people who have questions to jump in and find people to help, collaborate with and help out.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna mention one thing that Daniel made me think of, which is coders are used to sharing everything in this community. Like you have open source, everything is like basically all you really need to check is which license is on it, and then you know whether you can fork it and how much you can fork it, because most things you can fork to any way you want. But the difference is like that's not the way designers experience their careers. Like designers are much more protective. It's much more about like IP and like being the one who came up with the cool brand and showing it off, and having to be good or bad at giving and receiving criticism. It's like a much more emotional kind of process, and it's a much more protective process, at least in my experience most of the time. But in the Bitcoin design community, it's like people are sharing full sources of Figma layouts for their wallets and their experimental wallet features they're adding and getting feedback. And it's like, that's such a head start for people. Like just to be able to actually, hey, look, I have a whole website design here that I can base my project off of, or a whole mobile layout for a wallet if I want to, and to have access to all of that stuff, and to see how open people are with those kinds of files compared to like maybe how my experience was in design world like 5-10 years ago. It's really a much different situation, and it's really, really cool.
Yeah, to touch on that, I think Bitcoin is it's more of a civic movement, right? Like it's if you think about the city, it's like we're designing the city. We're not thinking of an individual building. Although eventually, every designer will probably work on a product, a building within the city, and be in charge of that and want that to be distinct. But you still want to be able to kind of access the rest of the city and then be a good citizen, right? And I think that's what's so amazing about this space, that we are contributing. We're not just taking, right? Like with certain legacy products, it's more about winning over other people. And here, actually, the ecosystem gains if there are other strong products, because we have more people to attract than we currently have within within the city, right? So the more better products there are out there, I think we all gain by it. So, you know, sharing and lifting the base level of products, that if someone comes new to the space and downloads a wallet, you know, that the quality of that wallet is going to be better in a couple of years than it is now. I think that's my hope with this effort, that like we will see better base level, and then, you know, anybody can, you know, go above and beyond with their own work.
Yeah,
But
it's a good example of how things complement what Square Crypto is doing with the programming related grants, where how you know you can take the LDK, the Lightning Development Kit, and now the BDK, the Bitcoin Development Kit, and see how they perform that same role, how they give everybody kind of a leg to stand on, a head start. And if you combine, you know, if the efforts of these communities result in anybody has everything they need to start a wallet or start an app or start a website related to Bitcoin, and it's all kind of already, you know, packaged for them and canned, like, and all they have to do is make it their own, then that's like, it elevates, you know, the competition to another level.
Yeah, John, to add to what you said in regards of developers have a long history of experience collaborating open source projects, while designers often work in silo. 100% agree on that. And I think what's good about this design community is also it can serve as a test platform for designers to learn how to collaborate on open source project. And, you know, because design didn't follow a certain process like a merge request works on the Git, it used different software, different approach, different process. So it will be very great that we can constantly refine the process so more people can contribute. Because to me, it seems like, you know, like the trend of moving to open source in terms of software is inevitable, and it's kind of benefit all of us, because like for example, this COVID-19 pandemic, you can see it accelerates the VR industry a lot. And in terms of that, think about if future products in VR are all controlled by a single party, and there's no open source like available, and you know, people cannot decentralize it. It's going to be very dangerous, because everyone's privacy and security is going to be compromised. So I think this is a very good test field.
I'll start with Patricia. Each of you, I'd like to know either, you know, a product that you're working on that maybe isn't part of the design community that is really important to you, or maybe a product or brand that really kind of sticks out, like the kind of thing that like you're jealous you didn't create.
Okay, this one is hard for me because I am always very bad at remembering this kind of thing, but let me talk about, well, first something, I don't know if it's exactly what you wanted to know, but something that I'm
just trying to keep you all talking. That's all.
Okay. So it is related to the design community, and well, it's not really real yet, concrete yet, but I really want to work for some years now into user research for Bitcoin, into like actual user research with actual people, because at the past I did research based on heuristics only, because I had like no resources at all to do that. And I'm really excited about the possibility of doing this with the help of a Square Crypto grant. So this is a project that hopefully in not long from now I'll say that I'm officially working on. And I don't know, something that I would be jealous to, that I didn't create.
That's just my way of wording it. Like, I'm just asking, like, maybe something that you didn't make that you respect, something that you think is well done, a good example of, it doesn't even have, I mean, it would be best if it's Bitcoin or crypto design or product or brand even.
Yeah, so
when you think of like, what is the best wallet or the best, you know, the strongest brand, this kind of thing.
Yes. It's gonna be like partial acceptable answer for this, but I really like the work that Wasabi does, because I know they have been working for years now, and they are super, super worried about privacy and about how to make it work with Bitcoin. And I have seen, because I know them a little bit, and I know how they are making an effort now to make it user friendly, because they really embraced the idea of the importance of making a privacy feature user friendly. Because I mean, when you have something like Bitcoin or any other privacy focused product, you are as good as the way that people are going to use your product. So if you have an awesome technology, if you have an awesome privacy features, but if it's a disaster waiting to happen, if people don't set it like in the perfect way possible, then it's not very good privacy, not very good security, because it's very fragile in this sense, because it depends on the user doing everything perfectly right. And I like their work because they are really thinking about how to make it better for the user. So I don't know, it kind of answers your question, but at least I talked.
No, it's a good answer. I think that I've tried Wasabi in the past, and it's certainly very easy to go from installing the wallet to mixing some coins. Like, it's not that complicated, so they do a pretty good job. And they're even, I think, at the moment undergoing a UI redesign, so it should be even nicer very soon, right?
Yes.
Chris, how about you? What's either or a project that you work on outside of the Bitcoin community, design community, and then a brand or product or that kind of thing that you respect that you didn't have something to do with?
Yeah, so my grant there are 3 parts to it. One is helping organize the Bitcoin design community. Another one is writing the getting started part of the guide. And the third one is helping out with a multi-sig, doing design for a multi-sig project. That project's unannounced, so I cannot really say too much about it, but I have been working with them for almost 3 months now. I did specifically want to work on multi-sig because it is just way too hard right now. I mean, you have what is it, Lily, Caravan, Spectre, you have a few things coming out that are making progress, and it seems like there's a general, it feels like they're all working in the same direction. You see a lot of similarities between the interfaces, what they're trying to achieve, but of course they all have the unique touch of their creators still. So the project that I'm working with is kind of similar. It's also going to be open source. Should be announced somewhat soon, I think. And I would really love to see multi-sig either for an individual using multiple hardware wallets or devices or phones, whatever they have lying around, for individuals and also for groups of people that are maybe geographically distributed, to see that become super easy. The majority of wallets now, you can easily send your transactions, but I think we're only going to be successful if, like, with handful of clicks, I can have multi-sig, I can have my coin joins, I can have good privacy, all of these things. That's where we need to get to, trying to tackle that multi-sig area on the side, which is, I find, super interesting.
Yeah, multi-sig is like low-key hot right now. You have the BDK was inspired from from combining with the Magical Wallet, which is like a descriptor multi-sig descriptor wallet setup, and then DLC is starting to catch a little steam with Bitcoin S and the guys at SuredBits having multi-sig coordination for these kind of smart contract setups. It's definitely a theme. What would you say is a product or brand that you're not involved with that you think is doing it right?
I was just talking to Daniel about a brand yesterday, and Patagonia came to mind. There's a book I read a while back, which was Let My People Go Surfing by the founder, Ivan Chouinard, because they have this environmentalism and protecting the environment at their core. And it seems like they never did business as usual. They didn't go down the capitalist route like you see sometimes, maybe particularly presented in certain blog posts this week. And in the 80s, they had daycare centers. In the 80s, they had parental leave. They build high-quality products, offer warranty forever. Like, they go around and you can fix stuff. They'll even fix other clothing you have or other things you bring them in. It's like they have principles. They go through and through throughout the whole company. They try to do things right and not fall into the traps of kind of just making shareholder money or extracting, juicing things. So from that book, I don't know, it was for me, it was a very cool sign that you can do things kind of the right way with principles, and not just as a a small business around the corner, but as a big corporation, so you can still keep that stuff alive.
Yeah, that makes me think of the LL Bean does a similar thing. I don't know how well known they are internationally, but in the U.S. they are. And their thing was like their backpacks were always replaceable. Like, so you had a lifetime warranty basically on the backpack, and you didn't have to prove anything. You just had to bring the backpack, and they'll give you a new one. And that, like, I never forgot that ever since I was a kid in high school. And so I still always like own at least one LL Bean backpack, just because I just know I can always replace it no matter what. So it was a good move.
Another interesting thing about what they said initially when they first created their catalog that they sent out, they didn't want to hire a photographer. They just had customers send photos in. So all the photos in the catalog are actually customer photos. I think that's a really cool idea, because they really stay close to their customer and their needs and desires. So that's one I look up to.
How about you, Johns? What kind of a product or project do you work on outside of the Bitcoin community? And what's maybe a product or brand that you respect and recognize that you're not involved with?
Yeah. So outside of the community, I have a user research project. But really my full time is the research into payments and coin joins and privacy and stuff. It's actually a lot of work, like trying to understand like the whole space. There's like so much going on and things are like constantly moving. You mentioned like Wasabi is doing a redesign, and I'm looking at like the future version of that protocol. A project that I'm jealous of. It's probably like Tancred. He's another Square Crypto grantee, and he's working on something called Photon SDK, and it's this like really fantastic project where he's building out the components that will allow people to make secure non-custodial, wallets in React Native, like targeting mobile. So it's going to be like these kind of like building blocks for a wallet. And he recently released a test version of it. So the main focus is the seedless backups. And I just like the schemes and stuff. Like the schemes and stuff. How it's architected. I think that's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that one. I was just talking to Tancred a few days ago about Photon SDK, and I think it's a definitely underrated project. I think that you're going to see work that he makes in wallets for a long time, especially after he elaborates it a bit, because there's just so many things that wallets need to be able to back up now, and there's so much need to like really handhold the user experience, because this isn't just about having a seed anymore. This is about like having your channel states and your assets. If you start including things like tokens, and if wallets start integrating ID solutions, which several of them have, and chat solutions, and several of them have, like you have this whole kind of like self-sovereign internet state that you have to back up and manage, so your users don't, like, if they lose their phone, lose their whole life, and they're going to rely on that. So I think the work he's doing is important, and I'm really interested to see how quickly it proliferates.
Yeah, and definitely like when we start seeing like more of these components, like reusable components, start being built out, then for example, maybe someone comes up with like a really cool, for example, someone came up with the simplified coin control using presets, right? Like some designs for that. They published a PDF, some anonymous person published a PDF in the design community. I would love to see like people experimenting, implementing that, and then you have like a whole bunch of different components that you could say, oh, let me grab those and put it into my application to utilize, because a lot of wallets don't give such features, coin control and labeling, like there's wallets that don't even allow you to label a transaction, for example. Not saying that the current patterns that we have are like super easy and intuitive, but like collaborate, like from the design community, we could come up with design expressions and being able to see them getting implemented. I think that's kind of cool.
Cool. Daniel, I think you're next. The questions were, what project do you work on outside of Bitcoin design community, and maybe some project or brand that you respect design-wise that you don't work on?
Yeah. So I mentioned the non-custodial wallet I'm working on, which it's outside of Bitcoin. It's a stablecoin wallet, but it uses a similar sort of seedless scheme to the Photon library. So I've been talking to Tankard as well, and I'm personally very excited about trying to bridge the gap for first-time users, where we don't have to throw the 12 words in their face the first time they start out, and basically ask them to do a really good job security-wise backing it up, because I think it's actually pretty irresponsible. I think most people will not do a good job. They, especially now with mobile products, they're not going to be at home most likely. So I think what most people do is they take that screenshot we tell them not to do, or they write it down, unencrypted in their Notes app, which we tell them not to do. And we know this, right? But still, we give them those 12 words. So I'm very excited about, I think seedless is a bad word. We've been talking about alternative names, and I think cloud backup, which Christoph mentioned the other day. Let's just be honest, like cloud backups, they can be encrypted, and they are probably better for first-time users than a bad backup scheme. So I'm very excited, pushing that angle, not accepting lower security, but instead trying to leverage all the amazing technology we have today with cloud backups that are basically personal to you, dependent on other accounts you already have. A brand that I'm a bit jealous of, that I would have liked to, be able to put my name to, I think the Bitcoin brand is exceptionally strong. That slanted B on the orange background, super strong. I think, that's one of the amazing things in the space. Like, you look at that and you can't really do a better job conveying a whole movement with just one color and one symbol. So I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, I would agree. That's pretty cool. Did we lose Celine? Yeah, I think we did. I'll maybe half answer for her, because I know she works at Blockstream, and I think they recently released a wallet, Aqua, which is supporting Liquid and meant to be a simpler version of their green wallet. And I'm sure she's pretty proud of that and would want that mentioned. And also, as far as strong brands and brands to be jealous of, we would all be remiss not to mention Blockstream. They have a very strong brand in the Bitcoin world since years, and their design really is not bad at all either, whether you look at their website or their software product. So I think they're definitely worth mentioning. Did I miss anyone? I don't think so. Maybe one of you could talk about what you think. We get this kind of narrative. I don't know if it's died down or if it's just because I blocked some of the people, but that Bitcoin has bad UX, that Bitcoin is hard to use, that running a node is difficult. This is kind of, I disagree with these opinions, because I think that once you actually try, they're not that hard. But maybe some of you could tell me what you think, where some of those areas people are right. Where is the weak point right now in Bitcoin, whether it be in user experience or missing features or any aspect, of a Bitcoin user. Maybe Chris, you want to start?
Sure. There was an earlier discussion on Slack too about something about power user versus newbie, which you also see a lot. And I think those things are all just too simple. You cannot generalize this. If we talk about design Bitcoin for everyone, who is everyone? Ideally, just anybody who uses money, right? And I cannot design for billions of people out there. I don't know what their lives are like and what their needs are and how they spend money, what hardware they have, what software they have, how they like to, if they prefer writing down 12 words or if they prefer something else. I have no idea. So whenever somebody says like, this is not working for me, then you have to look at their situation. You have to figure out, well, who are they? What are they trying to do? And why is it not working for them? Maybe it's not working for them because they're not a native English speaker and whatever software they use is only available in that language. Maybe they are using it on some really old Windows desktop and there are some compatibility issues with their software and it's too slow. Maybe they have a problem seeing, or maybe they only have one hand. There can be all kinds of things. So UX is a really relative thing. And I think we have to go beyond a lot of these kind of generalizations. There's not just one thing or another thing. I mean, what works for me doesn't mean it works for you. So, and I think that's one of the trickiest things and something that designers do all the time. Because let's say you're an artist, you do something out of your own conviction, something you care about, something you want to communicate. As a designer, you typically there's a client who has some goals, some business goals, some product or something, and then they have a user and they have certain needs, and you, as a designer, you're always hired to make this thing better for these other people. Like usually you kind of filter things, but you're still kind of on the outside. You do things for other people. So you kind of learn over time, and you know, also if you get through training to take a step back and try to read behind the scenes, try to read between the lines. So I think it's good that people are bringing things up. Maybe sometimes it's better to, if there's a general feeling from a lot of people that things are not working, you have to say, okay, where are they coming from? Why? Can you show me what's not working? Can you tell me why that is? What do you want to achieve? And then you can kind of judge it better, whether it's the product is the problem, maybe it's the communication is the problem, maybe it's people are not finding the right things, but they exist somewhere else. You just have to get beyond that and not either dismiss it or say okay or yes or no to it. You have to take a step further. So that's my take on it. What does everybody else say?
Yeah, I think that designers, like, I've always noticed, like, you have to almost kind of feel like you have some kind of special talent for psychology, or, you know, some special empathy, or, you know, experience with low-key trauma, just to be able to, like, put yourself in the user's shoes. And, you know, there's obviously now a whole profession around this, but it wasn't always this way. You kind of had to, as a great designer, you were kind of expected to basically be good at guessing what people would like. And, you know, it's become more of a science over time. But yeah, I definitely think you have to kind of have this empathy and ability to understand human psychology a bit as well.
I can add a point.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
If I could. So, you know, I think products we build often reflect the makers, right? And I think so far in the Bitcoin space, you know, we have fairly advanced people that are making the products. So I think a lot of this idea that they're hard to use, they're very complicated, I think it stems from the fact that the people that have been making them so far don't feel that they are complicated for them, right? Mm-hmm. Because they are, you know, they know all the ins and outs. It's like, if you give a race car, you know, like a race car, a Formula One car to, you know, my neighbor, he probably wouldn't do a very good job driving that car. But you know, when we're building cars for those people, we do them slightly differently. So I think the more people we can get across the line, you know, to be makers or to be involved with making Bitcoin products, that's going to open up the eyes. And, you know, it's going to be more obvious that certain use cases need a different product. You know, can have the same technology under the hood, but you need to tailor it. So, yeah, I think it reflects the community that have been working on it so far.
Yeah, for the first like 6 years of Bitcoin, most products were extremely engineer driven or finance driven. And so it's only really in the past few years that we've had this kind of realization and call for people to actually work on and care about, you know, different kinds of users, and not necessarily assume that everybody is like a cryptographer or a person of the internet since 20 years. Celine, now that you're back, I wanted to give you a chance to answer the last question before we continue. It was basically, what is a product that you work on outside of the Bitcoin design community, and what is maybe another product or brand that you respect or are jealous of that you are not a part of?
Okay. So I've been working quite a lot on different kinds of products. So right now I'm mainly focusing on what's going to be alive from Blockstream. So recently we launched Aqua Wallet, and as you know, we have the Blockstream Green Wallet, and now have another wallet is for the purpose of design for serve the needs for different user groups. So actually, I do want to comment on what you were just discussing, that Daniel just brought up in terms of the F1 car versus the regular car. So I think a lot of people in the space, as Daniel mentioned, didn't realize the product is complex. And that just make me think about, I have a group of friends who are car enthusiasts. They put cars together, modify them piece by piece. Like they enjoy the process and doing that. And then sometimes they make joke of people who drive Tesla. They don't think Tesla are like cars so far. So it's kind of similar to what has been previously in the history of Bitcoin products. So people might enjoy a lot of configuration and all those complexity because people saying to make it easy for everyone, but they project themselves into how it works, and then when it comes to make it easy for everyone, then it goes off the track of what they intentionally to build it. It's just like it just makes me think about that car example a lot of times. And in terms of what I really like product, I would like to use an example of an architect. Actually, there was an architect whose name is Zaha Hadid. You might have heard her. I really respect her work. And one thing especially I respect is she's able to make things happen even the engineering says it's not going to happen. So I think that's something actually quite critical, especially in the current Bitcoin space, because there's constantly debate between design and engineering. I think we need to have better approach to let people understand the standpoint. For example, better user experience is actually equal to better security in like the practical scenario. So that's why I just thought of her work and how she approached things, and I feel a huge respect on that. Hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that reminds me of something what Daniel was saying when talking about how users most likely when they are faced with having to save a seed, especially like a 24-word seed, like what they're mostly probably going to do is screenshot it or copy and paste it into some cloud file in Google Cloud or something and not even encrypt it. And so it's like it seems like you've solved something by making seeds the new normal, but actually in practice most of the people are now worse off potentially. And like it kind of like a lot of people don't realize or notice that if you never ran Bitcoin Core or Bitcoin Core Node, like that's not how the security profile ever was from the beginning. It was always, encouraging you to back up a file that stored your keys, encrypt that file, and then be able to have a password to be able to restore and send from that wallet. And so now with things like Photon, we're kind of going back in time a little bit and saying, okay, let's get back to giving users an option of actually forcing them to encrypt this stuff and then have a password that they can actually remember,
Yes, that just one thing about this. It's really interesting because for me, when I learned about seed, about BIP39, I thought it was a great usability improvement for Bitcoin, and it was, but for certain people, for a certain audience, and it all comes down to this that we were talking before. Who are these people that we are designing to, and which are the main problems that are leading them to Bitcoin? Because for me, for other technical people, it might be a lot more usable and good for my security to have the option to write a seed. But it will vary. As you said, if we take a step back and think about other use cases, about other users, then that usability improvement does not apply. So I think this is where we come to this thing about Bitcoin has bad UX, because even after those years that you mentioned, John, that wallets in the last years have improved their UI, have become more usable, but in the end, they all assume that people want to do the same things. They all have the same functionalities in general. There are exceptions. And I think we will only break this barrier of Bitcoin having bad UX if we decide to go for different paths. For the path where we first think about who are the people that are going to use that wallet. Then we think about what is the best design pattern to use there.
Right. Don't be a hammer going around looking for nails. Actually, like, try to find something that needs to be built and then apply the hammer, like, top down versus bottom up. Well, I want to thank all of you for being here. I have to start transitioning to the next guest. It was really awesome talking to you all. For everybody that is interested, please join the Bitcoin Slack. Maybe one of you would be better at telling where people can find everything and what kind of help you need.
Daniel, go for it.
We've been talking a lot about domains recently, so my head was spinning a bit with which domain to send people to. But I think to access the Slack, you should go to bitcoindesigners.org. Is that correct? And you should definitely check out the GitHub. So it's github.com/bitcoindesign. That's where you should go, I think.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks,
yeah, thanks for hosting. Who's on next, by the way?
We have it's a representative or the guy behind. I have to look it up. I forgot. Swarm. Are you familiar with this?
Nope, but I'm gonna poke in.
I'm a little more ignorant about this than most things, so I'm hoping he can lead the conversation.
Cool, but thank you for hosting. Thanks, everyone. See ya.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I think we have Victor Tron joining. Maxon's gone. All right, I'm going to shut off my camera for a moment.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, Victor, are you there?
Hi, John. Yeah.
Just give me one moment. I just had a session. I was just taking a break to freshen up.
No worries. I bring some. Just give me 2 minutes then.
Okay. So I will be very honest with you. I know very little about your project, but I did intentionally choose you based on your speaker, your presentation description. Are you still there? Yeah.
Yes,
So I kind of need you to lead this session. So first, maybe tell me a bit about yourself and then your project.
Okay, sure. Can you tell me like who is this?
Who is what?
Just who is the interview for? So what?
Well, I'm John, and I'm a Bitcoiner. I've been a Bitcoiner for a very long time. I've been involved with various projects, and one of the things I do is I sometimes do live streams, and I'm going to have a podcast coming out, and I've got my own company and miscellaneous things. It's not really about me though; it's about you. And so I know that you work on Swarm, I believe.
Sure.
And I really don't know much about it, but I would like to know more about it.
Okay, sure. So, where do I start? If you want to hear about myself or the project.
Yourself. Tell me a bit about maybe how you got here and that kind of thing.
So I've always been into Bitcoin from quite early on. Got there from mainly from ideological leanings rather than technology itself. But of course, as a geek, I was fascinated by the technology and wanted to understand it, and really found it great that I can both kind of enjoy the technical innovation and the intricacies of it, understanding the intricacies of it, as well as kind of rejoice over the prospect of having sound money implemented, and having a proof that the commodity origin of money is not strictly speaking the whole truth. That's another issue. So after I was following kind of Bitcoin, but wasn't really professionally into it, just kind of as an amateur, both as miner and kind of just wanting to understand the technology. And then when I heard Vitalik's talk in the Miami conference, I immediately fell in love with Ethereum, and was fascinated by the idea of taking it to the next level, and realized that consensus can not only be built on basically, like, how shall I put it, the Excel sheet that Bitcoin does with it, but you can actually provide the whole Turing complete virtual machine and put a consensus engine on it, and therefore realize like a global secure computational framework. So when Gavin Wood, one of the founders of Ethereum, visited London a bit after that, I was already in the audience, and the next day we started hacking on the client. So I was with the Ethereum Foundation very early on. I was one of the first paid employees, and then we started on focusing on the project for the first step, mainly the Ethereum client. And even after that, I was involved in the Go Ethereum client of the Ethereum blockchain. What we need to know is that Swarm kind of started out as really a little dev team within another dev team. So it's just really a side project, and it never really got the attention it deserved, based on the big vision that the founders of Ethereum had about Web3. I don't know if you're familiar with what was on the banner in the beginning.
I'm familiar with Web3 concepts, and I guess what I'm not familiar with is specifically what Swarm's vision and proposal is for these kinds of things.
So as part of the original vision, the world computer, they realized that to support the decentralized web, you don't only need like this blockchain as a consensus engine, but also need other decentralized technologies to be in place. In particular, this view of the world computer is predicated on the idea that the World Wide Web, as a kind of global environment for applications, should need a distributed world computer, basically a global running execution environment for devs, and for that you need the usual three components of computation, basically messaging or signaling, storage, and the CPU. And as the Ethereum blockchain was the CPU, it was thought of Swarm being the kind of decentralized storage component, so to say the analog of the hard disk of the work computer, and Whisper was thought to be the messaging component. However, like Whisper had always had a lot narrower scope, and in the end it was kind of discontinued its development after a while, and Swarm kind of put on a larger and more ambitious scope on the way, basically to complete this whole vision of the work computer. I would say that Swarm now can be seen as more like extending Ethereum into this computer vision and turn it into a proper global computation environment, providing decentralized technologies for solving basically infinitely scalable storage and data structures, and as well as we have a very strong proposition, very strong value proposition for private messaging, basically the strongest that I know of. We can talk about this in detail if you want, but the main point to wrap up is that Swarm wants to be the backend, the kernel of the operating system of the new redecentralized web, and in particular provide the storage and the messaging components needed to complete that.
What advantage does doing all this like on a world computer bring, as opposed to just using decentralized tech that locally handles things, and like local storage, local processing, and decentralized apps like BitTorrent or such?
I mean, this is basically not so different necessarily. I mean, a full stack that provides all these services doesn't exist at the moment, as far as I know. So you can think about Swarm, in fact, as BitTorrent on steroids, or BitTorrent with incentivization, and in a way, it uses similar technologies. Although the devil is in the details, and there's very important subtle differences in the way we use the DHT technology and drafting, for example, which has consequences on how the incentive system is designed, and also consequences on the privacy properties of the system. So I would say it may not be necessarily different from what you said about decentralized technologies and local storage, because after all, it is that. It's decentralized technology using kind of the capitalizing on the paradigm of client-side dominant web applications.
Yeah, I guess my question is, I guess, is kind of related to like you're aware of how decentralized tech like BitTorrent works and the kind of locally client-side stuff, but you also mentioned things like infinitely scalable, and as far as I know, isn't Ethereum going to having like more pain point scaling issues with like fees and things like this? Like, how can you do the whole entire web on something that has the scaling design of Ethereum?
No, that's a very good question, John. Thank you for letting me answer this. First of all, like let's see where the blockchain is really needed for it. First of all, so the blockchain itself is because let's face it, some of the decentralized technologies like the likes of BitTorrent and also bit like what IPFS is based on, like all these decentralized hash table, distributed hash tables. Some of these techniques have been around for quite a while. So why is the time now? We always seen it as a very important aspect of these networks to make them economically self-sustaining. So it's very important that the blockchain basically is a single source of truth that allows program incentives to be part of the system. They basically constitute the final missing piece in the puzzle to put together a self-sustaining decentralized network. So first of all, that role of the blockchain to hold the primitive atomic incentive system that incentivizes the efficient and or optimal allocation of resources like bandwidth and storage. This is a very important part. But now you're asking like how from this I can move to say that Swarm is kind of supporting all this shebang. Well, of course, the first honest answer is that it does not yet, because we're not there yet. But the vision is very clear. So basically, the idea is that the blockchain can serve as a judge, and that blockchain as a judge paradigm brings in the potential to do kind of arbitrary virtualization of certain computations. So what does it mean is that you can basically commission a decentralized network of compute nodes to verifiably perform computations, and as long as the messaging, data transfer, and data storage aspects are reliably there and can be referred to in the process of challenging the offending compute node. This is a very important step to allow basically taking computations off chain, which would otherwise burden the Ethereum network, as you said, which is struggling with transaction costs and struggling with basically scaling and struggling with traffic already. So in this sense, I would say that on the one hand, it's at its core based on Ethereum. But, as part of the vision, it also alleviates from the need to do computation that can be done off chain. And in general, the real final outlook is that ultimately I predict that this kind of blockchain of and everything that has to have consensus is either kind of either you don't have consensus or you have a single source of truth and have it validated by all the 9 nodes. I imagine a system where there will be kind of bottom-up consensus in a way that rather than sharding and try to kind of reverse engineer the meeting points of where different computations or different smart contracts could interact and solve it with sharding. I predict a system will emerge that does consensus on demand, in the sense that you would have the computation on this off-chain system, and whenever verification or linking to another source is needed, then basically a consensus level of verification is created, which is kind of non-demand advanced service.
Do you think it'd be possible to...
Maybe I'm really cautious about talking about this in such a hand-wavy way, but that's kind of my prediction.
Well, as a Bitcoiner, I'm coming at this, of course, from a perspective of scrutiny, and so I'm inclined to ask, like, you mentioned, solutions like sharding and things like this, and what I wonder is, are you just going to end up reverse engineering how to do this on Bitcoin? And like, is it not feasible to take the kind of vision that you're going for and kind of reconfigure the design to use Bitcoin as a base layer, and then have actual, proximal, appropriate, intentional silos of smart contract enforcement for only the people that need it, and then building a new web on that kind of model where you're using maybe Bitcoin as an anchor, as a kind of public key store that you can anchor things to, and then have like layers or layered protocols or things like DLCs and kind of local enforcement instead of worldwide enforcement.
Well, of course, I cannot really do justice to your question because there's no plan one like whether something is possible or not. I mean, I of course cannot falsify that it's possible. However, what I can say that no matter how simple and elegant the atomic incentive system is, the incentive system has to it seems to be using quite a bit of the complexity of the Ethereum virtual machine. So I would say that something near Turing completeness is needed for that. For example, to verify certain hashes and certain and whatnot, we need quite a bit of more complex operation than just what Bitcoins allows.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I can see it now.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking out loud. I don't actually have an answer or direct criticism so much as I would like to think that it would be more efficient to have these sort of fractal pools of enforcement on top of an enforced key store layer than it would be to have this enforcement be redundantly performed by every participant. And I guess like.
Sorry.
All I was going to add was, and I guess if Ethereum ends up like scaling, in other words, if there's actually in the end very few nodes that are large and very few centralized providers, then maybe you can pull it off. But I think that there's still issues with Ethereum's going to end up needing the things that Bitcoin needed, where you're going to need to put some things in layers or shards or segregate them, and you're going to end up recreating incentive problems that you already had that are just kicking the can down the road instead of solving them on the base layer.
I'm not sure how Bitcoin is considered a kind of solution for that, but I'm open to suggestions and we can take this offline. And I hate about this a bit as well.
Yeah.
On the other hand, like as I say, the incentive system itself is very nicely calibrated so that it does off-chain settlement for as long as possible and kind of tries to make sure that the network doesn't hold just because of too high transaction costs, having make transactions too often, so that they kind of their profit structure suffers as a result. So we kind of took care of this problem, and so maybe the very fact that the storage and communication, if its incentive system is solid enough, and the system works as advertised, then maybe the negotiation of off-chain computation through these compute nodes is kind of becomes viable, and therefore most of the computation is taken offline in a way, and therefore that's how it alleviates the Ethereum blockchain. And this is all a bit in the air, and the kind of maybe wishful thinking some of it, but let's see what happens.
Well, one thing we're all guilty of in crypto is wishful thinking. That's for sure. We're all trying to predict a future that doesn't quite exist yet and realize a vision that isn't quite entirely visible. One other question I had. You mentioned that Swarm is addressing things like private messaging and file storage. Tell me a little bit about how, I always thought of decentralized file storage as kind of like a misstated problem, like that you can't really enforce somebody to keep something in meat space in the real world, and so it's always more of a service than a technical problem to solve. How does Swarm address the enforcement of decentralized file storage?
So yeah, thank you for the question. It's very important. So Swarm has a separate subsystem for bandwidth incentives, which is kind of is relatively an easier problem, because once you exchange messages, obviously this is kind of instant gratification. If something is forwarding your message, then you can just credit their balance right away. But with the storage, it's a bit more of a harder nut to crack, because because it's a promissory service in nature. So the moment of truth only comes in the future, right? And therefore we apply like several layers of so to say insurance or several layers of assurance that the file persistence or content persistence is observed. A few of these are kind of the counters cheating, basically by doing a client side error coding, so some sort of coding which provides redundancy via creating storage overhead. So these techniques are well known, but of course these are the cheating ways. You obviously more interested in the actual incentivization of nodes to keep the content. So there are three layers of this solution. One is that basically the solution involves three real world analog systems. One is the kind of lottery fund. The other one is the postage stamp, and the third one is an auction, and basically the idea is that when you upload something to Swarm, you must attach an upfront cost to it. This also serves as a spam protection measure, so that you can just frivolously upload junk and expunge that this is meaningful content. So it's kind of as a statement that you put some cost to your download, to your upload, and also serves to signal priorities. Basically, priorities in terms of how long, and to what extent, and how important it is for you to keep the actual chunk. And the other half of the intent is based on the idea that we want a fair system which redistributes the postage stamp income. So basically, the postage revenue in the smart contract that sells or issues the postage stamps, redistribute that income in a fair way, basically relative to the amount of storage that nodes contribute. Now, this is quite an interesting system, how you can actually calibrate and how you verify how much someone contributed. But this is also still the easy part, because there's positive incentives. So these non-staking nodes, and they have positive incentives attached to keeping chunks, storing chunks. However, this and we believe that this solves quite a bit of the incentive system. However, to secure it properly and to avoid potential tragedy of commons problems, you need to have actual file insurance as well, which means that someone has to have some stake on the line, so that there has to be negative incentives. This incentivizes some nodes from losing chunks. So this is an extra layer that builds on top, and basically there are insurers, and this is also going to be a proper system that you don't have to manually create kind of contracts with individual insurers, but this is going to be the USB will be smooth. But the point is that there are insurers who will commit to making sure that your chunks and the files that you uploaded and they get received for are persistent and live on the network. And if this is not the case, they can be challenged if they provide proof of the chunk itself. Ultimately, then their stake will be burnt, and the stake is meant to be high enough so that it's an effective deterrent.
Could I jump in just to?
Sure.
Joshua here from Voltoro. The thing is with a lot of decentralized networks, especially for file storage or serving video content or anything like that, inevitably some pretty awful content arrives on these networks. And what I've seen in the past is that good players end up exiting because they feel like they're responsible for hosting terrible content. And I think this is a big problem that's happened in a lot of networks that have tried to decentralize hosting of content, and it's always interesting. And we're also seeing it on things like that aren't super decentralized. Let's say library, for instance, which is a video sharing. But what I'm noticing is a lot of people are like, oh, I'm actually pulling off there because it's like hardcore right wing stuff or hardcore left wing, or these networks tend to build these communities, and then other communities don't want to come in and join, and it's not sort of this mass protocol. How do you see a solution for that? Because this is more of a human problem in building larger networks, generalized networks.
This is a general problem because I mean, just in the case of Bitcoin, I mean, obviously the communities that are right kind of marginalized and put in the gray in terms of legality are the ones that first benefit from such services, and this is Bitcoin and being the vehicle for in the eyes of the unwary population, being the vehicle for drug trafficking and all kinds of illegal activities, and yes, the question is a real one. And I usually kind of give a moralistic and a kind of hand-wavy answer to this. On the moralistic side, I can position by saying that the freedoms, like basically restrictions and curbing the freedom of speech in general in the world is a whole lot bigger problem than
Yeah, it seems to me like we really need a something to happen drastic. Like it's already happening drastic, but it's happening to smaller communities. Like let's say Alex Jones gets banned and whatever, and we're now seeing like some like Joe Rogan being banned in or getting censored a little bit over at Spotify. So these sort of artists want to push over to other content. I mean, maybe, but maybe not the artists, but the community listening to them start to create their own content and want to upload, and they end up seeding these networks, and then other people are like, oh, they're on that network, I'm not going to go on that network. And it sucks because all sorts of people use the email protocol. We don't like shun the email protocol because some neo-Nazi groups use it or whatever.
I mean, okay. So the realistic answer to this question is twofold. First of all, yeah, we know that some innovation, which is kind of relatively novel to people, often get associated with kind of unduly with these early adopters who might be a bit of the for good reasons that I just said, might be on the fringes of society, or might have controversial judgment in the eyes of many. But one and of course the usual thing applies, that no one says, for example, about the dollar, that the dollar is used for hideous amounts of gun traffic and drug abuse, etc.
Totally. Yeah.
This is because the uncontroversial use of the technology in question is dominated or at least is precedented by uncontroversial groups, and this is kind of a slightly political answer, and I'm not very proud of that. Something like we have to deliberately counterbalance this trend, as you say, and what we're going to do is probably to make sure that at least some economically and socially uncontroversial stuff is subsidized to get on the network first. So we're going to have a token, and we can have some sort of mechanism to incentivize the bootstrapping of this ecosystem, and as part of that, there's probably going to be grants to upload Wikipedia, upload OpenStreetMaps, and a lot of things, and we're hoping that such accepted use will not we have not we have these controversial ones not to dominate and not to taint the reputation too early.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I do feel the answer is economical. If you make it cheaper, businesses will host that. If you set up good tools like Dropbox functionality, where it's really just simple Dropbox form.
Of course, you know what the problem with that is that it's kind of little bit. We have to look in the mirror for that a little bit, because what it end up implying is that we have to kind of mediate, or we have to kind of act as a central bank and or a central entity and subsidize certain uses over others, which is just as controversial as the situation we want to avert. So
totally.
We have to be very careful of this kind of interventions and acting as a gatekeeper, although we kind of priding ourselves on not on building a system which without gatekeepers. So it's a controversial and tough issue. The other solution, which is kind of a bit naughty, is that some of these activities can really now remain completely hidden hidden and deniable on systems like Swarm. So this is of course not to. This is not. I'm not meaning to embrace any of these activities.
Oh, of course not. No.
Especially, but I think it's important that people have rights to privacy and private conversation, and even as long as actions and interactions are voluntary and controversially so between consenting adults, then they should be supported, and this I really think very strongly in ethical terms that anything that tries to kind of restrict this freedom is not to be supported. So I really want to be value neutral on the infrastructure level.
Yeah.
And then you answered with your question in a serious tone, like as for the kind of platforms that video sharing platforms, because they're slightly different from the direct use of the infrastructure. Because on the direct level of the infrastructure, no one sees what content there is. There's supposedly deniable encrypted content, so there's kind of uncontroversial there, and also legally not making liable the storage nodes. But on the level of video platforms, I think that there's no way around community curation, and if that video sharing platform subscribes to some common value, then of course there can be community moderation, and that's how certain content should be but of course it doesn't solve the problem of if you have a sharing platform which is outright.
I'd like to offer my own answer that kind of maybe would add a couple dimensions to the topic, which is like I've had a lot of conversations like this because I'm working on related tech, and what I've noticed is a really great answer a lot of the time to these kind of moral quandaries of decentralized tech is to remember that actually everything that we're designing here and talking about is a subsystem of the entire internet, and that the internet is already very decentralized and very kind of siloed and private and separated. And so you have to remember that the difference that decentralized Web3 related tech is trying to do compared to the internet we have today, it isn't that they're making all of this easier, it's that they're making it easier to coordinate. And so you'll see this stuff initially because you're entering this world out of choice and you're trying to kind of pioneer within it. But giving people these tools does not create crime. So it's like if child pornography, for example, is a popular example of a problem, like this is not going to make more of it appear and exist and more pedophiles exist. What it's going to do is it's going to give them another option, but nothing was stopping them before. And if they found ways to coordinate with each other and distribute content to each other, they have every tool they always needed to encrypt it and transmit it and even charge for it. And so, like, the charging for it maybe is a little bit better enabled with cryptocurrency than in the past. But they've been doing this for a long time, and we're not the ones that are making it possible. So I think it's important to always kind of step back and remember that.
Yeah.
Another perspective I wanted to add is related to, like, you mentioned, like, trying to manage incentives and punishment mechanisms to do with storage, and then having a token as a kind of way to manage this. What I think is maybe another dimension that should be taken more seriously, that we all already know about but neglect, is webs of trust and reputation systems. And this relates a little bit to your answer about moderation. And so I think that's another thing that decentralized technology really needs to kind of flesh out and elaborate on and make easy to use, is just the ability for fractal portions of the internet network to be able to establish their own local rules and their own local standards for being able to, say, tag and rate things, to thus be able to filter by them and disinclude them from their own view.
In a way, I totally agree. On the other hand, I usually try to kind of not use the trust too much in examples, because I would like to think of the blockchain and these technologies exactly why they are such a major civilizational accomplishment is exactly because they make it possible to scale trust in a way by eliminating the need for trust, and therefore web of trust based these things kind of are secondary, but they can also be important in the sense that at least web of trust like systems, like a lot of local connections, can also scale and be served in the context of a single source of truth, which means that reputation system can be reliably preserved and provably persist over long periods of time, which gives a very strong gives a lot of strength to
that doesn't sound like a disagreement.
It's not. I just usually try to emphasize which is to have systems which are automatically self-enforcing, which are provably secure, and therefore eliminate the trust component, which impedes a lot of progress in the current world.
I see it more like with cryptocurrency and blockchains and such. Yes, you are establishing one common truth, and it's definitely enforceable. But this is like the binary option. This is like, it's either trusted or not. And now we can achieve this because we've like mitigated the middleman into entire network. But with webs of trust and reputation, what you're doing is you're saying, for the rest of the stuff, rather than be totally in the dark, we can now establish a scale of trust and some sort of history together, so we can mutually actually observe things and establish a record together, so at least we have context instead of it being on or off.
As a geek, of course, I like to pretend that we don't have a real world flesh and bone aspect, and just live in the digital realm and can handle everything in that realm.
But we have no way to see digitally, and so I think that what reputation or webs of trust do is they give us eyeballs, they give us sight into the digital world.
Yeah, especially in private circles or anonymous circles where the meet space person needs to be separate from the virtual entity, because especially we're seeing it all the time where these entities are stolen. And then all of a sudden, if you've lost your identity stolen on the internet, there's just no way to get it back. Whereas with a web of trust, where you set up an identity and you start to build trust with that identity, if that gets stolen or compromised, you can start again. Even though you have to sell for more cheaper, you have to, build up that trust. But
you do have to have kind of like second factor ways of proving to get your community to believe that the new you is actually you. But yes, it's actually possible.
Yeah, I mean, using cryptography only and securing yourself scares me to shit. So, so yeah, this fallbacks to good old warm social means is kind of comforting.
Are there any aspects of Swarm that we haven't talked about so far that you feel like you would want people to know about?
Yeah, maybe just the kind of the aspect that was meant to be the thesis of my talk is that why I think that Swarm is really the kind of herald the next big wave of technological innovation. And here I try to be modest and not say that it's going to be Swarm, but something like Swarm, which basically provides all the stack that will replace the server-based model of most web application. Why this is important, especially Swarm's ability to transfer the cost of deployment and execution to the user, is basically makes a kind of new paradigm possible, which I call kind of open resource, kind of experimentally, as in juxtaposition to open source, because in Swarm it's now possible to overcome the last bottleneck that was the bottleneck of true adaptive application development, which is deployment. So you can already fork the code on GitHub of any open source thing, but what still remained a contention is that you cannot kind of steal the users of an application. You cannot even really seriously deploy modified code, because at the minimum it has some barrier of entry. You have to have upfront capital investment to maybe prognosis to even if you use kind of infrastructure as a service to provide elastic and scaling solutions for yourself, you still need to bear the costs, and therefore the development cycles are sticky. And I say that this will make a huge world of difference. The fact that you can, with the press of a button, you can fork an application, and you can have basically zero switching cost even for kind of social apps where you have a network. That's a tremendous important opportunity. So I kind of foresee a Cambrian explosion of new apps and unfolding synergies and in general a lot quicker innovation with time because of this possibility. So I think that's saying that it's a bit like GitHub meets AWS.
Do you feel like the kind of I'm going to go ahead and assume that you're okay with calling this part of the Web3 movement? Do you think that the recent kind of trendiness and the tendency for like there to be trends in Ethereum, like DeFi, do you think that kind of detracts from what I hope you agree with me, from kind of more human important things like Web3 or new decentralized web research?
I try to remain non-judgmental, because if something is being used in a word, I have no way to judge it. I mean, okay,
you can't argue against reality; it's right there.
Of course, and I had my opinion about the CryptoKitties as well. But maybe I would defend it against your strong statement. Maybe I would defend it a little bit rather, and say that these are very important experiments that are almost comparable to the early days of the hacker movement, where kind of, for example, credit card security kind of went head to head with what the hackers were doing. It's kind of it's very important to experiment with these complex financial instruments and automate a lot of stuff. I mean, just imagine how much knowledge we accumulated based on having flash loan based attacks on decentralized exchanges and stuff like this. Like it's an awful lot of learning, and I think these will help lay a solid foundation and solid technological foundation and best practices to services which will ultimately reach mass adoption. Ultimately, I think. So I think they are important.
Yeah. Another topic you mentioned that in addition to file storage and some of the things we talked about, that private messaging or messaging in general is a service of the network. Do you want to talk anything about that solution and what you've got going on there?
A lot, yeah. I think because this is a very, very strong proposition that we have, and I don't see any kind of has these properties. So first of all, confidential messaging is the easy thing to kind of ridiculous, even encryption is an easy problem.
Your audio is breaking up a little bit. You may want to shut off your video for bandwidth.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want.
So confidential is the easy part of the problem. Now, due to some subtle properties of how Swarm, the routing in the network of nodes is based on relaying, and therefore of requests.
I'm getting a lot of messages saying it's ununderstandable, and I can't understand either. Sort of very, very choppy, the internet. I'm sorry.
Well, we've only got a few minutes left, so let's go ahead and bear with it and let him try to answer. Are you there? Or maybe we lost him entirely.
Oh, doesn't it suck when technology screws up really interesting conversations, man? It just sucks.
It should be better now. Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go.
I think it should be much better now. So what I was saying is easy to solve due to the ambiguity in requests. Swarm kind of does something like Tor and something similar to mixnets. So in a way, kind of senders and recipients are anonymous. But what's even stronger is that Swarm, by its nature, the storage of content in Swarm is organized so that the chunks are actually stored at the locality close to the proximity of their content address, which ultimately means that when you upload stuff, there must be chunk traffic that makes the chunks travel to where they need to be stored and where they are retrieved. But a consequence of this is that if you disguise messages as chunk traffic, then you basically got untraceability, because it's not only the sender and receiver and the content is hidden, but also the very fact that you're sending messages, which makes traffic analysis virtually impossible in this system. So and this is quite often a problem in truly innovative and kind of cutting edge solutions for private messaging. They often suffer from the problem of traffic analysis. That at least if with traffic analysis you can tell who's communicating it. That's already kind of might leak some information. In Swarm, there's a possibility that this can also be mitigated, because think of the file storage upload chunks as constant cover traffic to allow for a bigger anonymity set, because they're basically constantly forwarding back and forth a lot of chunks, and as long as the message chunks are to third parties indistinguishable from encrypted chunk traffic, there's no way to get to know who's sending messages to whom. So this is the short story. So there's basically one component of the communication solution that we have is this kind of untraceable autonomous messaging. The other part is using Swarm feeds, which is another interesting topic. But maybe I just conclude by saying that in the book of Swarm that I kind of compiled all these ideas and solutions. I have I have a part where I described how you can apply basically the signal protocol together with the initial key exchange onto these decentralized primitives, and that's basically industry standard encryption. And on top of that, you get obfuscation of the communication channel itself, which makes the single possible attack vector against signal protocol, basically interception, also difficult, because if the communication channel is obfuscated or often changes, then interception becomes basically almost impossible.
How does Swarm handle basically DNS or namespaces?
Yeah, thanks. That's very important. We use ENS. We use the Ethereum name service.
Yeah, I'm honest. I'm admittedly ignorant on Ethereum, so I wouldn't know. I think I've heard of that before, but yeah, I guess.
We also have another mutability solution, which is called Swarm Feeds, which is based on another tech. I don't want to go into technical details, but there's a way to update content. So there's a way to create like a version or audit trail of related content or updates of a semantic unit with the help of only Swarm constructs, not doing transactions to the blockchain.
Mm-hmm.
So there's sub-blockchain solution for mutability.
Oh, well, we only have a couple minutes left, so is there anything that we didn't talk about that maybe you want to make sure you get in here, and then after that, tell everybody where they can find you and your work?
Thank you. I would just say that, yes, the status of the project is that we managed to secure private funding from the token sale to secure us up to the release and on the Ethereum mainnet. That's going to be Swarm 1.0. Of course, the 1.0 only makes sense if you're now dealing with real value, so the real crypto. So it has to be on the mainnet to seriously call it 1.0 release, and this is going to happen. This is something that's on the main chain that's going to happen this year. But with the audited proper 1.0 release, we predict it as in at the end of Q1 next year. So that's where we are. Please find us on Nethermost. Please try out the B client, which is our new effort to make production grade software. Please read the docs, see the tutorials, and read the Book of Swarm if you so inclined to go in very deep into the tech.
Well, all right. Well, thank you very much for coming. I appreciate your time, and I think you haven't done your presentation yet, so good luck with your presentation and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, John. It's a pleasure.
I just need to stick around for the next host and hand off.
Thank you, John. I leave.
Okay. Nice. Have a nice weekend. Your audio's not on if you're trying to talk to me, Joshua.
Oh, sorry about that. Too many buttons. It's always great to see so many great hackers and developers, independently building networks. I just love that part of the cryptocurrency space, but also naturally the space before that. I remember when I was a little tacker all those years ago. We built a network when Napster was just being shut down of Pringle networks, which were these Pringle cans with Wi-Fi antennas shoved into them, and we'd go onto Netscape and find out who's pointing at where, and find a point to each other and be able to build networks. And that was in Sydney, and we managed to get all the way from a network from North Sydney. I don't know if anyone out there knows Australia, from North Sydney all the way down to Bondi Beach, and we had I don't know, it was like 200 peers through the network, and we could all share files. And then one poor sucker was the outdoor to the wider internet, got all the traffic. But yeah, that was really, really cool. That was a long time ago. And these sort of peer-to-peer networks that jump up, and it was really what showed me what was available without ISPs. You know, all of a sudden we have a network without ISPs, and you know, everyone can see as soon as you turn on a network or a Wi-Fi, you see how many Wi-Fi connections are around you, and it's just strange that everything's siloed off. Everything's just locked. Instead of us locking the types of traffic that's in there, we just lock the whole network connection, and that's just such a shame because we all live in an environment where we just don't need ISPs, and you know, that's going a little bit beyond from what Swarm's doing there, but I feel
there are some cool ISP projects, right? I forget the name, like Althea or something, and there are a couple other ones. I've never done anything as cool as starting up my own ad hoc network, but I remember like when in the old days when I was first on the internet, we were doing like we were trading cassette bootlegs of live performances of rock bands on bulletin boards,
Nice.
and peering that way, and over the mail buying
Yeah.
these from each other. That's about the oldest kind of internet-y thing that I can remember.
Hey, well, that's really cool. I mean, that goes to, if you look at the HCPP, the look of it is this sort of zine look, you know, this which is also very similar to swapping cassettes, as these magazines that people would make by photocopying a bunch of papers and drawings and then passing it around, and that was kind of a great way of informing each other of the countercultures that were happening in certain areas. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually also in a punk band when I was in high school, so we were definitely involved with the zine scene as well.
Nice. Very, very cool, man. Very
Tatiana,
cool.
are you here? I don't think that I muted you. I gave you
No, I muted myself.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hello.
Getting set up. I'm like 1 minute away from exploring these conversations with you guys. Not even. I have the right headset, so I don't disturb everybody. I'm in Vegas right now.
How are you, Tatiana?
I'm good. How are I come? Hopefully, you guys won't mind that I didn't have curling iron for my bangs.
Of course not. I can't even use curling irons, so you know. Just...
I mean, yeah, they're dangerous. That's what happens when you use curling irons, everyone.
Yeah.
Cool.
So we are going to do a great show as well, comparing Tatiana is going to do a show as well, comparing different lending protocols and, with crypto, because I think that is really interesting. Some of this DeFi stuff, you know, even though it's useless in a lot of ways, it's a lot of just nonsense. But there is space protocol stuff, like being able to lend money to yourself is fantastic. So I think we've got shows coming up soon on the Tatiana show, talking, comparing all the different lending options for all those folks out there that don't want to sell their crypto but want to buy that Lambo.
Yeah, I'm probably not the best guy to join the lending conversation. I'm very anti-custody, and most of them are at least pseudo-custody.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is not my show, so I'm gonna say hello and goodbye, and wish you both good luck. Enjoy the conference and the stream.
Thanks. We're already rocking it here.
Hey, thanks a lot, John.
See you later.
Good to see you. Yeah.
Bye.
John.
Bye, John. All right, bud. What's going on? I didn't realize I'd be going on the air before my assigned time. I was really taking advantage of the last moments. Are you excited for our conversation with Wojtek today?
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much great stuff. I mean, already just having a look across at the hop-in at the HCPP, really great talks over there. Guys, if you haven't got a ticket yet, you know, you're listening to the live stream here, you haven't got a ticket yet, go over there, get yourself a ticket, type in Voltoro, you get 50% off all the amazing content over there. You can also type in Tatiana and you get the same 50% off. So it's just, you know, making it rain here on HCPP TV.
I like this. This is cool. Yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite conferences. And if people wanted to hear like our insights, I really enjoyed our conversation with Elena the other day about the European warning about liberty on the Tatiana show. And I think we're going to be talking more broadly about the impact of decentralization tech on not just Europe, not just the United States, but other parts of the world where they need it even more than we do. So that's going to be cool. What have been some of your favorite talks so far? Have you had any that you saw that you were like, oh, wow, this is really interesting, I learned something new, or how's that going?
Yeah, I've just sort of ducked in and out all morning because I have massive amounts of lists of to-dos. So I haven't really dug really deep in, but just some of the guests, it's just every year is fantastic. I'm really looking forward to seeing the whole talk of smugglers. It's always really, really interesting. You know, Tatiana, I don't know how you feel, but I feel like this algorithmic totalitarian cyberspace that's building up around us is something that we need to, especially our kids, the next generation need to learn about how to deal with, because it's coming so fast and humans can evolve pretty quickly, but we tend to sort of give people the benefit of the doubt, go where it's comfortable. And I feel like the negative side of this amazing thing we have, this information age, the negative side, which is the disinformation age and the controlling age, and is really something that can take over our lives very quickly. So having these sort of conferences that educate you and give you the tools to be able to stay more private is really important, because you have to stay private now. We have to build those out now before it becomes all-encompassing. And then if you try to go private, then you stand out like a sore thumb, and then they come and arrest you because like, why are you private? What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, people, you know, they just have to, I think like it's kind of on the parents too, to be reminding the kids, because school doesn't really teach you anything about history anymore, you know? So, you know, I'm glad that you've got your little daughter. Are you going to teach her about freedom and decentralization? Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, you know, I think a lot of it is about empathy, teaching love, teaching history, and making sure we don't repeat it. And I see a lot of problems where countries like Australia, even America, they have had it very, very good for a long time. So they don't think like a lot of people here in Europe have seen totalitarianism pop up in their lifetimes. So, or at least in their fathers or generation before. So it's fresh in their minds, and they're not willing to put up with it. And so it's interesting, because a lot of us in the freedom movement were like, oh, well, it's a company, so it doesn't really matter if they have full control of all the information. But I would say that it does, and we should demand better, and we should demand with our feet which networks we use, which networks allow us more privacy and allow us to choose the privacy. Things like Facebook, well, you know, they really...
So, yeah, I mean, I think that this is going to be a controversial statement. I was going to save it for a Facebook wall post, but we're waiting for Wojtek. He didn't have I just sent him over the Jitsi link. So, yeah, I think that this is an interesting time because people are more awake than ever. I don't know if they're necessarily being directed into the right way. But I would say that, no, I'm not going to say that. Everybody's going to get all mad. But all I'm saying is that
Go on, say it.
All right, all right. I was taught, you know, that I love Ron Paul. We all love Ron Paul. Ron Paul woke up liberty in many of our hearts, right? The love of freedom was totally started by him.
Yeah.
I will posit that Donald Trump, as flawed and messed up as he is, may have woken up more people than Ron Paul. Not necessarily in the completely right direction. He woke them up and like threw them into the status gutter. But people are definitely a little bit more questioning of what's going on around them now, just because of his complete and total destruction of the general narrative of government. I do think that people are afraid of him. I'm not saying that he's, you know, Ron Paul, but I think that more people started questioning the system because of Donald Trump than pretty much anybody else. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely slaughtered some sacred cows. Like the whole fake news narrative, like just straight out pointing out to CNN going, you're fake news, like in front of the whole press conference. I mean, this stuff just would never have happened with anybody else. You know,
Right.
And so, and it's true, you know, a lot of these massive news meters, they have their, and it's, you know, it's a Fox News, all of them, they're guilty of it, have their prerogative. And if you don't know what controlling mechanisms China has involved with that, and the US, deep states. So yeah, it's definitely woken up a lot of people who say, oh, I don't, you know, I used to trust CNN, a lot of people would say, but since that, I sort of, or Fox News or anyone else, they sort of see the partisanship and they see that everyone has their thing that they're trying to sell. And a lot of news media like, let's say, CNN, for instance, might be also getting money from China, because they want to air in China. So, and Trump's being very anti-China. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of push and shove politically. But we're not here to talk politics. We're here to talk no politics.
I like that idea.
Yeah, we're here to build tools and to use tools that get us away from needing a mafia to pay, that we have to pay taxes to, or protection money, whatever you want to call it.
Well, wait, so would you want to improve voting, for example? You know, I was talking with a friend and she was saying, I'm not even going to vote. I don't believe in it, you know, and then there's a lot of people in the blockchain space that are trying to improve it or even bring these services to government. And while I want there to be more accountability, I think that sort of just extends the legitimacy and the power even longer. But I'm not sure how far or how close we are to crypto anarchy, you know?
No, I mean, voting doesn't work. You can even see it in the blockchain space. You just look at projects like EOS. They are based around a voting mechanism for block producers. And what happens? Well, the few vote for the few, and the few get in and they stay in because they're mates with the few. So we have other mechanisms. And for instance, I really, really like the idea of prediction markets. Prediction markets allow you to bet on a certain outcome. And the odds at the time are what the vote should be. So by putting money on the line, even if it's small amounts, you get experts in the field who are like, wow, everyone's voting the wrong way. I know the better way is this. So instead of, you could have votes like, this is a bit hard, but will the majority of society be happier? Some sort of metric that's countable. I guess that's a bit hard. Happiness is a bit hard to quantify, but some sort of quantifiable metric that you can say, will X happen by this if Tatiana's voted in, or if Joshua's voted in, and then the bet pays out in a year's time once I'm in and my stuff hasn't happened, or it hasn't, the metric hasn't been filled. Then the people that voted against that would get paid out. And this sort of mechanism, rather than voting, incentivizes participation, but also incentivizes people to put their dogmas away and look at what is the right way to go.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand all of those prediction markets. We're going to have to do an episode on that and dig into it, because I don't know. I remember when people talked about that and then using it for hitmen and, different kinds of weird things. So I'm not really a bettor.
Where did hitmen, that escalated quickly? How did hitmen
I don't know,
come into prediction markets?
I thought that was part of the things to be afraid of. But look, we have Wojtek. Hey, Wojtek, how are you? He's like, what did I walk into?
Yeah, what did you walk into?
What's going on? So nice to see you over Zoom, but not as nice as to see you at the Latin American Bitcoin conference. Not Zoom, over Jitsi. Forget Zoom. Going Jitsi style today.
Yeah, great to see you as well. And I mean, I was listening to your conversation, and I can only say that even in the humanitarian sector, it's very relevant what you were talking about. It's quite interesting.
Absolutely. Thanks. So tell us a little bit, so people maybe who are not familiar with you, can you give us a little bit of background about what made you passionate about Paralelnipolis? See, I'm trying to pronounce it in the Czech way. Kind of butchered it. What got you involved in that community?
Sure. Well, I mean, I was always very humanitarian focused. I mean, I'm technical, and I used to work at CERN. And while I was there, we organized something called humanitarian hackathons, where we were putting the technical people together with the NGOs there to solve problems that are humanitarian with technology. And it was very interesting because over time, more and more of the projects that were software based the issue there was some centralizing component, centralizing party, and more blockchain or some other form of decentralized technology became kind of the solution to that, or one of the protocols that could help. And that's how I started in blockchain, not knowing anything about parallel polis, thinking nothing in Czech Republic really exists, only to wake up to quite nice surprise 2 years later how big the Czech community actually is, and what parallel polis does.
Yeah, I think a lot of the countries in that region are a little bit more awake and more aware of what's happening than you would think. I have a question. So when you're working with these large organizations, right, and you're talking about decentralization, I feel like there's a distinct conflict of interest, right? I mean, they all benefit from centralization. So how do you go about implementing something like that if it's in fact against the survival instinct of the organization?
Well, I don't know if I would say that like decentralization here is the problem for them.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, many of the large NGOs, and mind you, I don't really have that experience for the past 2 years, but back then, the blockchain technology and the whole premise of decentralization was actually very attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Because they did recognize that there is a problem with the supply chain and how it's centralized, and with all the parts that are there. The only issue they have is that they're working with the donor's money, and to put that donor's money towards some new technology like blockchain, it's risky. It doesn't really. It's something that can go wrong, which can lead to a backlash. So they're not really experimental in that way.
Mm-hmm. So what was it that you found in for example, like the third world and just beyond Europe? What have you learned about where are some of the needs that people aren't being served and where maybe we can help, or our community rather?
I love that you still call it the third world, Tony. And no
Why is that
political
not PC?
correctness here at all.
What am I supposed to say? I'm sorry.
Developing world, developing.
Oh, I didn't get the memo. Dang it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend anyone. Like, really? All right, fine. The developing world, whatever. Point is that how can we help people who are maybe struggling with things that we can't really imagine? I mean, we should be lucky that we have the advantages, but some people can maybe use some additional ones. So what did you kind of find?
Sure. Well, I mean, you were with me in Latin America. You kind of know the situation there. But just to paint the picture a little bit, we're talking about countries like Argentina, where this year, due to COVID, they have 50% inflation rate year to date already.
Wow.
I hope you don't have any Argentinian pesos.
No.
If you do, they're worthless now. And they've been tackling 30% yearly inflation on average every year in the last 15 years, right? And there have been, for a long time, there have been restrictions on purchasing foreign currency. They are now again coming to place. So really, cryptocurrency is something that is accessible there and can help. Then we go to another country. Well, let's just say Venezuela, almost next doors. The longest sustained hyperinflation. Actually, cryptocurrency helps there a lot, but right now what they're doing is dollarization, and it started 18 months ago. Right now there's 20 million US dollars worth of bolivars in cash and 60 million of USD cash in there.
Wow.
And the estimate is that, which is like 80% dollarization in less than 18 months. And by the end of next year, they expect it to be 90%.
One of the excuses I heard from people justifying the massive money printing out of the US and how it won't cause hyperinflation because all these other countries, especially South America, are using the USD now. And so by printing it, you're actually just printing it because a whole lot more demand from all these other countries are using it. So it's a ridiculous argument because these countries aren't forced to use this nonsense currency. They're just using it out of total desperation. But I do also think it's really sad that if we cannot get cryptocurrency to take up mass adoption in some of these countries that are suffering under huge hyperinflation, then how the heck are we going to get it to mass market? We really we got to do a better job in these markets.
Exactly, 100%, and it's no accident that most of the project, Paronipolis included, Blockchain for Humanity included, are focusing on education. Which I think is the key thing we need to focus on in order to actually have the positive impact, right? And in many of the findings that we have from the projects, it's not like education where you technologically explain it and explain the mindset. You need to start with just giving people some money so that they can touch it. It's tangible, few Satoshis. And then they start learning, right? I don't know how you got into cryptocurrency, but I think this is something that a lot of people can relate to.
Yeah. I think the technology, especially when it comes to Satoshis of the Lightning Network, of making that more human, more crack smoking grandma friendly, the better. Because really, if we can't get the more simple folks to be able to just pick it up and very, very humanly or intuitively use this stuff, then it's just going to be impossible. And that's one thing I do think something like WeChat Pay has done amazingly well. They just go in there, they make the tools to make it very, very easy. And we need to, as a hacker space, as a community, really have a look at also, and guys out there, folks out there, if you're a UX designer, if you love UX, if you love UI, get into these communities and help us out, because a lot of the people on our side are just pure tech. They just love command lines. They haven't seen the GUI in years. So offer your help, because we need you.
Do you guys think that Bitcoin is the one that we should really be pushing? I mean, I've been hearing about Lightning for a long time. I know that there's a lot of developments, but it's not quite there yet. Do you guys get excited about any other projects? I know that Dash has taken a hold in Latin America, especially. They've got a great team on the ground over there, and there's a lot of other projects, especially, something like Monero might be better and more resistant against government censorship. Do you think that there are any winners there? Are there any observations of projects where a specific coin worked better than another that you've noticed?
Well, I think in terms of payment and store of value, Bitcoin right now is the king there. But in terms of, except for some examples where they, successfully implemented Lightning Network, Ethereum seems to be the coin of choice there, thanks to the smart contracts. Monero as well, Zcash as well. Dash. I mean, pretty much everything. If you go to the CoinMarketCap and you look at the top 20 coins, they all would be used and would have some sort of utility in the communities.
Do we need to pick one in order to win, though? I mean, is it better to have everybody's effort concentrated behind one protocol over multiple ones? I mean, I love the diversity, but it's hard enough to teach people about Bitcoin. Then we teach them about Dash, so we have to teach them about like all these other ones, and maybe that's a little bit intimidating for people. I don't know. I feel like I'm the non-tech person, so for me, I think what made me really interested in crypto was not the technology; it was the vision, right? And engaging of the heart. So we have to meld the heart and the actual experience together. I think that would be helpful. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard if the market decides. I think in general, we're always going to have a whole circus of gambling coins dancing around up and down in price, like millions of them down there in the scrum. and you will have a couple of major coins that actually have value in terms of network effect of people buying and selling goods and services. But especially the DeFi space is showing, and the smart contracts and stuff with Ethereum is showing that there's a lot of strange things that you can build in terms of taking stuff away from Wall Street. But again, that's just a sophisticated casino. And so we're just broadening the casino from speculation of a single coin to speculations of heaps of coins and doing wacky things with them. But in terms of utilization, yeah, I don't know. Litecoin, for instance, is more popular in parts of Asia, and it's totally unheard of here. I mean, people have heard of it. It's been around so long, but no one really takes it seriously. But people do very much take it seriously in parts of Asia. So.
Let me ask you guys about supply chain, right? So people always talk about crypto supply, helping the supply chain. Can you give me a specific example of how that works? Because I'm thinking, okay, here's a fish. I know that it has no mercury. It was found here. And now I know that when it gets to my fancy dinner, I'm going to eat it. And I'm going to be eating fresh fish. But, that's nice for me. But where's like something that actually helps somebody in a more concrete way, like getting supplies to someone in some way that's actually important versus me just having a good, delicious meal? What are some examples of that you've seen out in the wild?
Yeah, well, I mean, this, as you said, this is something that has been discussed for a long, long time. And it's only now that we're actually seeing something. Actually, 4 years ago, I used to work on that hackathon on a project that was trying to trace vaccines for humanitarian use cases because they were being counterfeited and, exchanged for poison or for non-effective vaccines. And there has been a number of examples in the news where this actually happened. Big problem. And that's actually some projects that are coming out right now. One of them would be Venezuela, which is adding tracing now thanks to the latest European legislation where you actually have to have a unique QR code on every single medicine. You can now trace how the vaccine or medicine actually goes through the supply chain, and you can actually find out if it was exchanged somewhere in the supply chain or duplicated or something like that. Yeah, those are kind of the examples that I think make sense in terms of supply chain.
But do they make sense? I mean, can't Pfizer, for instance, just have a server and they have a list of the QR codes, and if you want to check if it's a real one, you go bleep and it's showing up on Pfizer. Yeah, Pfizer could get hacked. Or whoever, I'm picking on Pfizer, but it could also be vitamins, Pure, could be, all sorts of companies. But at the end of the day, it could be, do we need a full protocol that's decentralized and uncontrolled to trace that? You could even just have a centralized server that's, I know this is away from the ethos of HCPP, but at the end of the day, I think this is what we're up against in terms of this whole vision of, supply chain on the blockchain. Is it really needed? Can a third party, let's say you're a fish company, can a third party offer that as a centralized service? Is that good enough to say, I can track this fish all the way through, make sure that the truck didn't get warmer than so on the way to the supermarket? Is that good enough? Do we really need? Because at the end of the day, it's also crap in, crap out in terms of data. So there's a whole lot of things that I just think, you know what? Money is what needs to be decentralized more than anything else.
Well, I mean, it definitely makes sense to have something even centralized. There is, I believe, a solution like that for coffee in Netherlands. I forgot the name. But the issue is that if company like Pfizer starts doing it, they have a little bit different incentives than the humanitarian organization. Their incentive is to eliminate counterfeits of their particular products, but they're not going to talk to other, medical pharmacy company and say, hey, we have this software, you can also use it. No, it's going to be a centralized system that only applies to Pfizer products or somebody else. And that's something that we actually found out 4 years ago, and that stopped the final solution. And only now, thanks to the latest European Union laws, this is now possible across different producers.
Don't say European Union and final solution in the same set. Jeepers, what are you gonna? You're gonna cause a whole lot of chatter on Twitter here.
Apologies.
So what do you guys think is going to come up in 2021, right? This has been such a crazy year. Do you think that we're going to see crypto kind of take hold? Like, is this going to be our moment in the sun? Because we've all been talking about this, and it's turning into, dystopian nightmare every day. You wake up, and I mean, personally, I look around and I'm like, wow, this is really, really wild. But, we haven't seen that much push into Bitcoin. How's the gold thing going, Josh? I mean, you've got the option to go into gold with Vaultura. Like, are people opting for gold because it's more safe right now, or are people still into crypto? And like, is it just going to be a store of value? And when moon? Sorry, but I'm just wondering,
No, I mean, gold is always something that certain populace find very interesting. The younger people are also the technocrats find crypto a lot more. At the end of the day, it's about looking for rare assets, assets that can't be printed, and assets that are universally treasured. Bitcoin is one of these things that are universally treasured. Whatever country you're in, someone's heard of it and they want a piece of that 21 million. It's the same with Bitcoin, same with gold. Gold is universally treasured in every country, so they want a part of that. It's definitely not as rare as Bitcoin, of course, but it depends how technologically advanced you are in terms of person, where your thoughts are. Also, a lot of Bitcoiners just want to diversify into something more stable that's not a strange algorithmic stablecoin that they don't quite understand, or that isn't some fiat crap paper that can be printed to infinitum. So that's why they use us. But yeah, I mean, I think as we're heading more and more into strange economic wizardry and experimentation in the wider community, in the wider real world, the more people are going to head back, and little whispers from their grandfather or grandmother like, put a little bit in gold. It's like, oh yeah, I remember grandma saying that. Grandpa saying, I'm just going to do a little bit of that. And, it doesn't matter. Gold, property, forestry, just anything that's a scarce amount, you want to be able to do that, because right now, if you have anything more in the bank, they used to say in Bitcoin, only invest in Bitcoin as much as you're willing to lose. Well, really, now we're at the stage is only put as much in the bank as you're willing to lose, because it is becoming very, very scary, especially with all the defaulting in loans that we aren't quite seeing yet in the wider space, but the banks are going to start failing soon, especially with these second and third and fourth waves that are coming.
Yeah, what do you think, Wojtek?
Well, I think this is definitely the case for the Western world, I guess. I'm not going to use the first, second, third. And where you actually have assets and you have savings and you're able to actually put it somewhere, have it safe, and you don't need the liquidity, the instant liquidity, then maybe you go to gold, you go to, other assets. But if you actually need to transact, I believe that cryptocurrency is becoming the only option there, especially if you need to transact online. And now in the COVID situation, that's 100% the case. I mean, there is a community in El Salvador, which is called Bitcoin Beach. And they're basically trying to make Bitcoin the community money. And during the COVID situation, when there was a martial law, there was military in the street, there's a number of older members who have limited mobility, And this is where Bitcoin actually helped, because they could pay online using cryptocurrency to buy food, and then somebody delivered it. No cash transfers, which is also difficult to get there. No physical contact. Everything is online and digital.
What if the internet goes down? That's a thing that I always hear from my skeptical people, friends, or whatever, friends, that, what are you going to do? And I think that there are actually some decentralized solutions around that. So can you guys maybe say, give me an answer for these people? Maybe if you know of any specific projects that are actually working to get us internet. I hear about mesh networks and stuff like that, and then satellites. What's up with the satellites? Tell me a little bit more. I want to learn. And you guys seem to know a little bit more about this, especially you, Wojtek. So not to put you on the spot, but
sure.
What do we do if the internet goes down?
Well, I mean, you mentioned it, mesh network, satellite. I don't think any convincing solution is out there and is like truly utilized, but it's definitely a problem that is recognized and people are working on it. Let it be, like the big organizations like SpaceX putting the satellites in orbit, or some more community projects. And there's a bunch of them in the crypto space, building mesh networks in US, building them in Asia. And that's something that can help some local nodes, decentralizing Bitcoin nodes, having them more locally so that they can at least cache the transactions. So later on, when there's internet connection, you can actually make them. All of that would help.
That's a good reason to run your own node, I guess. I maybe am going to give that a shot. I think that they have a class on that here at the Hackers Congress, so I'm going to have to check that one out a little bit later. What do you think, Josh? Are you coming up with any options over there? Like, what do you think we're going to do if the grid goes down?
I mean, first of all, the internet is designed to go around nuclear holocaust. So, I mean, it's very likely to go. Yeah, it's very unlikely to collapse everywhere at once.
Wait, can you explain that? Because I don't understand what that means. How is it built to do that? Why?
Well, it's designed to if part of the network is damaged, it's designed to route around the damage. So unless the entire planet is engulfed in a nuclear holocaust, then then we're all screwed, whatever. But the general idea is that you move around. The problem is that we've grown into a full-on hub and spoke model where we're all attached by cables, the C cables and stuff, in terms of the wider internet. But in terms of the local internet stuff, this is. I was just saying before to John before he left us, every time you turn on your Wi-Fi, you see 20 other Wi-Fi networks, and it's so ridiculous that we're so simple that we just cut off access to everybody instead of encrypting all the data and allowing that through and allowing us to push that, which doesn't cost us much more by having it open. It's just we don't want to know what's in there. That would allow for us to have peer-to-peer networks. It would allow us to have an ISP-free internet, really. Of course, maybe some of the packet switching stuff have to be better. But at the end of the day, if there is a massive outage, and it always happens through government shutdowns, like you see that in certain countries. Turkey, you saw it, where the government just shuts down certain social media. And people just it happens so fast. People just start to route around this stuff. They start to use proxies. They start to just download apps that go peer-to-peer in terms of chat. But as soon as the internet comes back up, everyone forgets those. So I'd like to get to the point where we're constantly using these peer-to-peer networks. We start to put up Pringle cans with Wi-Fi antennas and point them at each other and build out networks like that. Bring back Napster.
What about censorship, though? I mean, you brought up how in Turkey they turned it down, and more broadly, like I was talking about the Second Amendment in the United States, and they're saying, well, she's like I'm pro Second Amendment, but you can't let it get into the hands of the bad guys. And I'm like, yeah, but who decides who the bad guys are, right? I mean, I'm pretty outspoken against the government, but I'm not, going out there starting like actual trouble other than maybe holding a protest sign from time to time. But I could be seen as a threat. And then the perception to others, it's like, oh, Tatiana, the terrorist. So, what do you do about censorship? And then how do you balance that with, for example, not allowing, I mean, everybody can agree child porn, thumbs down, except for a couple real radicals that will say, it's whatever, I'm not going to make that case for them. But, where does the line of censorship get drawn? And how do you even implement that in a way that's acceptable to everybody's morality and vision as to what censorship is? Or should there simply be no censorship?
Well, that's an excellent question. And, in past two years, I was helping to work on a decentralized storage, which actually is supposed to solve that. And the question of censorship versus no censorship came to mind very often. And my take on this is that it should be censorship resistant. Everything should be censorship resistant. No censorship except for social censorship. So you create a social communities, you create maybe a list of, this is safe content, this is not safe content, and then you censor it on the social level, not on the technical level, because A, you don't really want to, and B, you probably even can't if you really build it in a decentralized way.
What about mob rule, though? Like what about a bunch of uneducated people that are shrieking and they're saying, "I'm offended," and then they're just bullying it out. Is that always going to be the right solution, or does it have to be a balance? Is it a voting system that's checked by other voters, or what happens?
I mean, that's the case right now as well, right? If you look at the religion and at, any other group and communities, they very often are very vocal about the other community and are like, this should be banned. I think that's just part of human nature, and it's just something we need to accept and not solve on the technical level, but solve on the community level and on the civilization level, I guess.
Josh, what do you think of that? Like, what are we going to do about censorship? I know you've been thinking about that because you had seen a film. We talked about it before on the Tatiana show about just that there's a lot of filth and also just really scary stuff, recruitment videos, heads chopping, all sorts of stuff. What do you think? What's the solution there? How do you find the balance?
Oh man, it's such a hard, long, big topic. Yeah, I've given it a lot of thought, and it's almost very, very difficult. I think one of the biggest threats to decentralized networks is, as I was saying to the gentleman that was doing Swarm just before, is that a lot of networks that build up these decentralized networks, they start off with great intention, like, yeah, not going to, we're not going to censor anything. Of course, the first head chopping video that comes along, it's like, oh my God, we can't show that. And not only that, other good people leave the network because they don't want to be on the same network as head chopping videos. Like people that are just making their, Christian church sing-along videos on the weekend, they don't want to be like recommended next. How's this head chopping? But that's what happens. And I've read articles where people have left networks like Library because it was filled full of hardcore stuff. And then not only that, it's these people that run these networks have to figure out what to do with it. Usually what it is the first step is community participation, downvoting, things like this, how Reddit works. But that can only go so way because it's so long, because if I see one video of head chopping, I'm probably pretty unlikely to go back to that service. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do there either, but maybe we'll have some options. I guess people can opt out of things that they dislike.
Yeah, I think AI comes a long way, but then you've got AI that is programmed by who, and they have has the say if it's like, oh, the AI cuts out anything that's sort of too much flesh tone, and and then there's also movies that have simulated murder. What is the AI? How's it going to determine that? And yeah, it's a can of worms. It's a really, really difficult thing, and it's one of those questions that I think society needs to continuously ask themselves. Similar to with deep fakes, how are we going to deal with politicians saying something egregiously bad when they didn't say it, but everyone believes they did because of some deep fake. So, I mean, wars can be started like that.
I mean, the only problem here that I have with any censorship is who decides. And we have internet, and internet by definition is censorship resistant to an extent. And there are 100% heads chopping videos or articles or whatever on the internet, but we're still using it. So that's why I believe the infrastructure needs to be censorship resistant, so that we can get the content we need to people in oppressed regimes like Venezuela, like China, like many other, regimes there, like Europe actually 30 years ago. I mean, here in Czech Republic, we used to have the Radio Free Europe that was broadcasting foreign content and anti-communism regime content, and it was blocked, but it was probably the right thing to do. So I don't think we have the right as people creating this technology to disallow this, to disallow having something that cannot be censored and that can actually be the red pill in the matrix.
And what I'd also like to add to that comment is really that it goes back to good old-fashioned police work. Police need to do good old-fashioned police work. If there is some absolutely despicable content that gets posted, let's find those people. Let's deal with that in a legal framework, rather than just having mechanisms that can become a slippery slope to especially political censorship or anything else. I guess that's where it all comes down to, is like, where does the censorship stop? Yeah.
But who is going to watch the policeman, right? I mean, I'm here in the United States. Everybody's losing their minds. They're talking about defunding the police. There have been some great solutions, I think, that follow along the trend of decentralization, where they have alternatives. But if there's a very powerful government and they have essentially henchmen that are doing their bidding, I'm not so sure that they're able to even focus on that. I interviewed this woman, Lieutenant Diane Goldstein, from an organization called Law Enforcement Action Partnership. It used to be Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. And so the police have been basically employed to bother people over every single joint that goes around on the streets, right? Obviously, drugs are bad. They're always encouraging, rampant drug use, but the police is now basically not only harassing people about drugs, which is a personal choice, but they're also becoming tax collectors for the state. And you don't end up getting as much good old-fashioned policing focusing on a lot of the things that they should. I mean, I think the solving a murder rate is either 60% or 40%. So basically, it's like 50-50. If I kill somebody, might get away with it. It's like flip a coin. We'll see. I mean, that doesn't seem like a very good system. Where would you guys fall on the whole idea of police? And are there any decentralized methods that can actually be effective? Are the police unions part of the problem? I mean, I'll answer that. Yes, they are, right? So, how does that go on in Europe? And what do you guys think about decentralizing those types of power sources, or centers, rather?
Do you want me? You go first.
I'll let you go first. I was going first the whole time. Let me think about it a bit.
Okay. I mean, I would, first of all, wealthy people do not use the police. They all have private police. because private police are working for you because you're paying their bill directly. By decentralizing police force, and you know, you say private police, instantly gives a bad taste in people's mouth. Oh, what? But you just need to let go of some of your presuppositions and just think about competition in a space. If a policeman comes up to you and starts just harassing you and pushing you, and you know that they're from, you know, Tanner Justice or whatever you want to call them, then you might not hire them in the future because, like, oh no, Tanner Justice, they totally just were so rude. And so in a free market, police have to be as just as possible because they want to be hired in the future. And not only that, you know, you can then go on to private courts and all sorts of other things where at the end of the day, you have to philosophically come back to first principles and say, what do we want as a society? Do we want to not hit and not steal? This is the non-aggression principle of typical sort of anarcho-capitalists or anarcho, you know, agorists and stuff like this. So by trying to decentralize, I mean, if we were to stick with centralized police forces, which is probably the way in the near future, I would definitely say that body cams that have some sort of AI that's where if there is somebody in front of them, they are recording. If there's no one in front of them, like they're in front of a cubicle taking a piss, then it stops recording. But it records all the time to the cloud, can be viewed by everybody all the time, because these people are dangerous people. They are weaponed. They are given the right to initiate force, and so these people need to have an eye on their shoulder, so that the rest of the people can constantly view what they're doing and if it's just or not.
Yeah, that's exactly. You kind of took my words. I mean, well, I let you go first, so
I'm sorry, man.
Really, I do think that's the solution. Just collecting more data. You know, just when you are recorded, and this is a proven fact, when you are recorded and you're streaming this, or you know, you're just even recording it and storing it somewhere, you're much more likely to do good things. And this is the case for, you know, when you are working and you know you are recorded, you're just focusing on the work and you're not doing anything that even wastes your time, or even let alone malicious, right? So I guess collecting more data, recording, collecting any evidence is going in the right way. And I think that's what we're seeing as well. Whether police and law enforcement should be decentralized, I don't quite know. What I do know, however, is that we should, you know, really focus on educating people, and then on some sort of more of a decentralized democracy that is more direct, something like Switzerland, where you actually have an educated population that is able to make decisions.
So you guys talk about, you know, education, right? And that's actually kind of leading me to my next question. Education is now public, people have access to it, but they're being taught basically, you know, aye, Captain, they're not really being taught anything. And something that's brought a lot of us together is the theme of liberty and, you know, freedom, right? Do we do the greater world a disservice, or is it a necessity to put those views into the technology? Because I think that the answer is yes, in terms of you have to introduce people to the ideas of liberty and freedom and why those are important to them, why the individual is more important than the collective in order to ensure the rights of all people. But do you think that that can be a turnoff? Well, because I think that having more people learning about Bitcoin, for example, is our greater goal. And maybe politicizing it is a mistake. Where do you guys fall on that line? And I'm not sure if it's exactly political, but some people may view it that way. So what do you guys think about kind of melding those things together?
Yeah, I think that we should try and clearly separate those. I mean, when I started with crypto, that was actually the number one off-putting thing. I'm not a crypto anarchist. I'm actually quite happy with it's I can't believe I'm saying it, but I'm quite happy with how the system works. I'm okay abiding with laws. I think overall it's pretty much okay. And that was the number one off-putting thing for me when people were, preaching cryptocurrency and Bitcoin and this whole technology as something radical. And I think we see that as well in the communities where this really can help. I mean, clearly this technology has a utility value, and we should focus on that. And if there's something, more to that, of course, it enables different forms of governance, different forms of things, but let the people explore it on their own pace. Let them discover it when they are ready for it. Let's try and separate those two things.
I'm going to let Josh answer, but a quick point is I'm not sure that I would have been interested in it if I didn't have that component to it. So I guess it's a little bit different, but I appreciate that different perspective, What do you think, Josh? Should we be like brainwashing people into libertarianism, or do you think that that's a mistake?
I mean, I think it's who you listen to. I've always said, cryptocurrency cannot lose, because if you're in it because of the Lambos and the moon, and not because of the philosophy, then you've got you. Then if you're in it because of the technology, because you're a technocrat and you love the coding, then you're in it. If you are not in it because of that, then you're in it because you have to send money overseas and the bank doesn't do it. If it's not that, it's because so there's so many reasons to get into this technology, and you will find the reason why you will get into it, because you'll fit into one of the categories somewhere along the line eventually.
Do you get worried that there's other political views that are kind of hijacking it? I'm sorry to be so rigid, but I get a little bit concerned because, I just think that, I don't know, socialism isn't the answer. I'm not into that. And so sometimes I see that kind of infiltration that, I don't know, is kind of just not very economically sound. I found myself really loving Austrian economics and learning about that, and it's given me a lot of insight. I'm a musician first and foremost, but the reason why I do music is because I want to save the world, and that's what's been so great about melding all of these things together. So maybe take out the political side, but do you think that you need to have an education in Austrian economics, or can you be a Keynesian and still like this kind of stuff? Like what goes on there?
I mean, you can create a coin on Ethereum that has Keynesian mechanics and try it out. This is the great thing about crypto, is that you can try out economic theories without gulags, and that's for me the nicest part of it all. In the past we had to, someone went, "Ooh, this Marx guy, he's got an interesting idea. Let's try it out and murder everyone that doesn't participate." So now we can not murder people for not participating and give it a go. Hey, is your economic theory sound? Give it a go. Build up a community around it. Try to get traction.
I'm even hesitant to mention this because I think that, I know that it's even being tested. There is a petro coin in Venezuela. It is being used. It is pushed and forced through the government on the people that live there. But yet still, much more people are buying their passports with Bitcoin, which, by the way, you can do in Venezuela, but not that many people are using Petro.
Amazing. I don't even know how decentralized Petro is really, and what technology it's using.
It's not really decentralized, as you would expect.
Oh, surprise!
It has a fixed rate that's internal. So 1 Petro is supposed to represent 1 barrel of petrol, but that's the official rate. that the government recognizes. On the black market, it has 30% of that value actually. And yeah, because it's fixed to the price of petrol, it's of gas, it has to be centralized by definition.
So when you say the black market, you mean the real market, because there's a single source of truth in terms of price from above, and then there's the market price.
I don't know. I don't have the answer.
Okay, so what about something more like a centralized currency, like fiat coin? Like what if the Federal Reserve put out a coin? Is that ever going to be something that can work anywhere? I mean, maybe in the United States, it's too big of a country. We're already all over the place. I don't know. I mean, is there a place where a centralized bank issued currency would actually be a good thing? For example, I've talked to some people from the Caribbean, and in the Caribbean, they have a really hard time not being essentially bullied by larger banks that are on the mainland. And so by creating their centralized country currencies, they're able to offer some kind of a competitor, and by banding together. So is there ever a reason where the power will not corrupt you? Absolutely. And maybe it's a necessity.
I think, well, even though I would love to have like one global coin that is recognized everywhere, it's more and more apparent that there are different needs in different communities, and maybe not full country, but like part of the community could have one coin, one token that they actually transact with, and it positively influences the community there. For example, grassroots economics is doing exactly that in Kenya, and it's very successful project for that sake. So I do think that locally governed community coins will actually appear more and more, and they will be later on much, somehow connected on a global market, kind of replace maybe the digital, the currencies that we have right now in a digital way.
Yeah, what do you think, Josh? Are you going for FedCoin?
Matt, for me, people talk about Bitcoin maximalism. I talk about competition maximalism, because I don't care. If you want to have your centralized coin, it's going to compete, and if it doesn't store its value, then I'll be using something else. And I feel like the future really is, if we're looking at things like Uniswap and some of these amazing technologies that are coming up, where people can have like a decentralized shapeshift, and let's say Uber driver is driving his car and he gets paid in Uber coin, but he wants to pay for something, and he can pay me, and I don't want Uber coin, but I want something else, and it automatically switch. Of course, you have then kind of a tulip problem, because you've got so many different currencies, and it's more back to a barter system. But the difference nowadays is that barter was very, very complex for humans to keep a constant market value on you. Do you open your wallet and you're like, hang on, for me to convert that? Barter is an annoying system. But if you're dealing with a global network of decentralized currencies that are all having a price discovery mechanism that where I don't need to think, I just go, oh, you want that many Bitcoin? Okay, I'll send you my crap coin, and it gets sent to you in the amount of Bitcoin that you want. Then, let's see. I think what will happen there is that eventually we will get a couple of coins where the brand of Bitcoin is the strongest, or whatever is the strongest, and we'll hold up. And again, you'll have that circus of a million different shit coins down below dancing in a circus of speculation.
What do you think about a place like China, though? For example, I mean, I know that I'm not so familiar with what's going on with crypto in Asia, but I did an interview with a lady. She talked about communist China. It was very, very scary. They've got a lot of controls there. We were talking about how the government can basically walk into any business and say, give me all your records. How are those people going to be able to access these kinds of services if the government is very restrictive? I mean, I believe that the human spirit, will find a way, but have you guys heard of any kind of specific workarounds for some of these more controlling regimes where a currency or different kind of tech solution can flourish despite the best efforts of the government to suppress it? Because of course it's not always in the interest of the government to have different options. What do you think, Wojtek? I know you guys are being shy now. I'm giving you the hard questions.
Yeah. Well, I really do think that governments themselves are going to start adopting this technology and are going to start utilizing it.
Isn't that bad though? Like, they haven't done a good job so far, some of them, right? I mean, you've got all those poor Muslim people in camps. Ugh.
Yeah.
China coin? I don't know.
Well, I don't think it's bad. No, I don't think it's bad. Let's take a stand here. I don't think it's bad. And I think if it's bad and if it's not used correctly, over time it will fail. The market will show.
But what if the market is used is used by force, right? Or rather influenced by force, right? Because these power structures are not just, we're just going to compete in a level playing field. No, they're going to say, you're going to use my coin or you're going to get a spanking. And we don't want that, right? We're free people. So I'm not trying to troll you, Wojtek, but I'm going to give a tiny bit of pushback on that one.
But okay, and here I'm, I'm kind of undermining my position because I take as an example the Petro coin. It is enforced by government. Yet the market shows that they prefer cash payments in dollars, or they prefer Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies.
Right.
So even though it is enforced, if it doesn't suit the market, it's not going to be adopted. And over time, hopefully, there will be some sort of revolution or something will happen, and the government will fall.
Yeah, well, we're not advocating for revolution. This is a peaceful crowd. Please don't come and get us. Josh, what do you think?
Yeah, an evolution. I mean, I said it before. It's competition maximalism, like you said. It's if it's not going to hold value, I'm not going to use it. And the days of you guys controlling, or the state controlling a single currency, and then me spending my entire life or working my ass off to save a little bit of those peanuts, those papers, and then all of a sudden them deciding to totally destroy my life savings. And those savings are basically a manifestation of my hard work, of my labor is being put into those bits of paper to say, like, one day when I retire and I'm too old to work anymore, this will help me get through the last years of my life to pay nurses to wipe my ass for me. So it's really important because savings are important. But what has traditionally happened over and over, these governments just destroy it. The old cannot go and rework and re-earn this stuff. The young are okay because the young can just deal with total destructions of economies and then just deal with just get rid of their savings. Didn't have many savings anyway, and get on with it. So if you're getting older, I think they would just try to move away from currencies that are too controlled by the state. Especially nowadays, the good thing with, I think, current crypto is that you predetermine the inflation rate, which is kind of interesting, mostly. So if a state does release a crypto, then a lot of people will be asking, and this is one of the beautiful things, especially as well with the Ron Paul movement, for instance. The side effect was education, and I think the side effect of crypto is a renaissance in the thirst for economic knowledge and understanding what money is. It was only 10, 12, 15 years ago where most people I talk to say, where does money come from? They're like, my boss. So, now because of crypto, they've had to. They're like, what is this blockchain thing? What is this crypto thing? They've sort of accidentally fallen down economic theories of understanding, oh, wow, I didn't know the Federal Reserve worked like this and that and the other thing. So sorry for the long answer, but the fact of the matter is, because of this education, people will go, I'm not going to use your coin because you've got way too much inflation in there, because I've now been educated into what the hell's going on with money. Before it's like, turn on the news, oh, the Fed has decided to hold interest rates, and no one knows what that really means because you were never taught that at school.
It's interesting that you're saying, that cryptocurrency has a predetermined inflation rate. I mean, it does. And of course, the miners are someone who are securing this. But isn't that in the end just a social concept? If we rally enough population, enough miners into saying, well, 21 million Bitcoins is not enough for the whole population, why don't we make it 210 million?
Or why don't we add just more zeros, which is actually better for everyone holding the Bitcoin and does the same thing. So the game theory, what I'm saying there is the game theory just doesn't work in that way. It's very unlikely, very, very unlikely that anyone would do that, including miners themselves, who are obviously probably holding some of that cryptocurrency. But, nothing's impossible, but it's highly improbable as far as I know, I think.
Okay, so is there something from this whole, overall event, right? We're just at the very beginning of Paralympiapolis. What do you think is the most important takeaway that people can do? Like, is it learning how to set up a wallet? Is it learning, more a broad understanding of the space? Is it, learning how to set up your own node? What do you think is something, because it could be a little bit overwhelming, especially if somebody's new to this community. Is there something that a newbie should really start with and focus on? And then what is the thing that you think will help the already experienced crypto people level up? How do we level up from here?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I hope I'll stay consistent by saying the newcomers to this technology should learn first how to obtain some cryptocurrency themselves, and it doesn't have to be much. It can be 10 euros, and how to store it. Those to me are the most and how to use it as well. Those are the three most useful things. And then to someone who's more advanced and who probably already has some cryptocurrency and therefore is even motivated to learn more, the interesting topics that I saw being covered are what is hardware wallet, how does it work, and maybe even creating it yourself.
What do you think, Josh?
I totally agree with that. It's education. It's trying out these amazing technologies. One of the biggest aha moments I've always seen was the ability to send someone their first little bit of Bitcoin, and they're like, that's when the light bulb goes, oh wow, I can have some of this and I can send it so easily. And that was one thing that the original implementations of the Lightning Network didn't allow, but the new implementations do have this sort of feature. So even with offline ATMs, which is an amazing technology, we were talking about with Max Hillebrand and Ben Ark. So there's some really cool technologies that are being built. I think it's part of the community to go out there and give people their first Bitcoin, especially I think now that the block size is getting a bit of an issue again. Stick to try to teach people jump straight to the Lightning Network, skip that initial block problem and jump straight to the Lightning Network.
That's very true. Actually, I myself am interested to learn more about the Lightning Network. Even for us in this space, this is still kind of new, but very promising technology.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing when I see old schoolers that have gone over to other coins and this and that. They said, and then you actually get them to sit down and use Lightning. They're like, man, this is wild, because once they get it through their head, it's like, dude, you can send pre-confirmed transactions that are already solidly confirmed, and as soon as you get them, that's it. They're solid. It's again the aha moment, and it's like, oh wow, someone can't double spend my coffee money. Yay.
Awesome. Well, guys, I know that we're kind of going over our time, and we've got other guests that are interested in sharing their experiences. So I'm going to sign off. I think Josh is going to just hang and, chill. I don't know what Wojtek's doing, but I wanted to say thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, for including us in this. Thank you, Wojtek, for having this chat with us. Josh,
Yeah.
It's always nice to talk to you. We do it on the Tatiana Show, but now it's like the Prague edition. So I really appreciate everybody's time, and I know I learned a lot. I hope you did too. See you next time. Thank you.
Thanks, Tatiana.
Bye now. Ciao, ciao.
Yeah, wild. Oh man, I am really interested to see some of these amazing talks that are happening over.
Guys, sorry to bother. I just have to change the stream key pretty quickly. So just let's pause the content for a while, and we'll be back online pretty soon.
All right, do it.